Feng Tianwu sighed as she stared into the distance. Her beauty made others eager to sympathize with her. Although she still had no idea why the 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment turned into liquid and entered her body or why it resonated with the Fire Spirit body's energy, it was no longer important to her. Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu did not know when but a purple silhouette appeared in her mind. It was a young man who was always dressed in purple. He had straight brows, bright eyes, and he was handsome. Even if the prediction isn't real, I, Feng Tianwu, don't regret knowing you in my life. Feng Tianwu's pretty face was flushed as she mumbled to herself. It was so red that it looked like blood was dripping out. The shyness on her face could make men fall head over heels for her. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not see Feng Tianwu's current shy expression. He was traveling from cave to cave at the moment, attempting to figure out the direction of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure to get to the palace in the center zone. It was the true highlight of the hunt for the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Value-wise, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the Martial Emperor Powerhouse's body surpassed all of the treasures including the 7 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. No matter what, I must obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who had the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, could not be any more clear on how precious the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was. There's only one Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the great treasure that the Rebirth Martial Emperor left behind. Furthermore, it wasn't his. He had used his Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment much earlier when he was performing Rebirth. From the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duanling Tian found out that one of the conditions for rebirth from the 3 lives rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated that time was to burn his Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Therefore, the Rebirth Martial Emperors did not leave an Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment behind. The Rebirth Martial Emperor's Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment that he left behind is a first-level Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, so I can't use it anyway. Duanling Tian jolted and thought to himself, perhaps the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment that's left behind in the Martial Emperor's body in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure is one that I can use. Duanling Tian was even more desperate when he thought of this. Whoosh! Duanling Tian proceeded with the hunt. He sped up and it was so fast that it felt like he was rushing to reincarnate. Time was flashing by quietly. Duanling Tian did not stop searching. Along the way, 5 element sects disciples' bodies appeared before his eyes one after another. He did not look too good when he saw that. Among the 5 element sects disciples, there was one Wood Peak's disciple that he was familiar with. Before entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, the Wood Peak's disciples treated him respectfully, and they would address him as Senior Brother Ling Tian all the time. He had to admit that his pride secretly soared every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were all older than him. However, they were now dead bodies. Tian Wu, Su Li, Brother Zhang, Daniu, Chun Wei. Are you guys doing all right? Duanling Tian was inwardly troubled as a couple of silhouettes flashed in his mind. At this moment, he thought it was most fortunate that there was nobody he knew in the pile of dead bodies he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by silently. Soon a month had gone by. Duanling Tian continued his journey of traveling from cave to cave in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He bumped into some reckless young powerhouses who would attack him along the way. Without an exception, all of the attackers died in his hands. Until this point, the most powerful young powerhouse that Duanling Tian bumped into was Peng Bao from Anika sect. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew that there would definitely be someone in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure whose ability could compare with Peng Bao or was even more powerful than Peng Bao. Peng Bao came from the second-rate force, Anika sect, while there were another 2 people who came from the second-rate forces among the young powerhouses who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure this time. Throughout the journey, almost everyone who initiated a fight with Duanling Tian would be killed by him directly. It's a pity that I didn't encounter another 4 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. Duanling Tian could not help but feel a little glum when he thought about this, but he very quickly let go of that emotion. He could not help but laugh at himself as soon as he let go of his glumness. I'm too greedy. I've already gotten a Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment and now I'm longing for another 4. Whoosh! Duanling Tian moved again, and soon after he entered another cave. With just a glance, he saw two bodies lying on the ground. The bodies were rotten, and they were emitting a disgusting stench. Duanling Tian did not cover his nose, nor did he wear an irritated expression. In his past life on Earth, he had encountered many situations like this as a weapon specialist. He had experienced scenes that were even more disgusting than this, so he was immune to this since the beginning. Initially, he did not think anything would surprise him, as the cave was just another place that Duanling Tian passed by randomly, and he had encountered similar scenes along the way. However, he seemed to notice something strange. He stopped all of a sudden when he was about to leave to another cave from the exit. At that very moment, Duanling Tian's eyes were completely focused on a plant that was situated far in the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the ordinary green like most plants, but it had 3 different colors. Its root that was showing was gold, the branches were purple, and the leaves were red. Subconsciously, he knew this plant was extraordinary after he saw how unique it was. He browsed through the rebirth Martial Emperor's life memories in an attempt to search for an answer. Soon, he found the answer. The tricolor plant. Suddenly, Duanling Tian's pupils shrunk, and one could tell from his face that he was dumbstruck. His eyes lit up as though he had seen some precious treasure. However, Duanling Tian's expression soon froze when he saw 3 tiny openings on the plant. Seems like the tricolor plant had tricolor fruits. The tricolor fruits are not ordinary spirit fruits. It's the general name for 3 spirit fruits. Each of them has a different color, and their medicinal efficacies are not reduced. Their medicinal efficacies are gentle that even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Consuming any one of it will help a martial artist below 4th level void transformation to break through a level. If a 1st level void transformation martial artist consumes all 3 spirit fruits, he'll be able to ascend 3 levels in a short period of time and get to the 4th level void transformation immediately. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and frowned. Who was it? That person has such a great luck. Judging from the opening marks on the tricolor plant, the spirit fruits have been plucked at least a month ago. Soon, Duanling Tian began to mumble to himself as he observed the tricolor plant closely. If I was the one who found these 3 spirit fruits, I would definitely find a secluded place to cultivate after eating the spirit fruits. After all, the more powerful a person's ability is, the longer he'll live in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure to obtain more precious treasures. When he thought to this point, Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed. Perhaps I should search nearby for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits. I'm sure he's in somewhere secluded cultivating after eating the spirit fruits. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short period of time. Initially, Duanling Tian thought that the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people, and were now part of the origin energies in those 3 individuals' bodies. However, he found out that the 2 bodies were killed with the same weapon and method after proper observation. It was obvious that it was the same person who killed the 2 people. It should only be one person. I must take a bet, even if it's more than a person. If I'm right, I'll get at least 1 spirit fruit. If I'm wrong, it's just a little time wasted. Duanling Tian very quickly made up his mind. Although Duanling Tian had made up his mind, he was not in a rush to leave. He stared at the tricolor plant as he grinned. It seems like the person who took the tricolor fruits doesn't know the good stuff, although the tricolor plant itself isn't as precious as the 3 spirit fruits. With refinement from some medicinal herbs, it can be refined into tricolor pills that can help elevate the cultivation base a little. There was nothing that looked extraordinary on the tricolor plant. Even with spiritual force, there was nothing special about it that could be found. However, the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories told Duanling Tian that the tricolor plant had accumulated much heaven and earth spirit energy throughout the years as the bearer of the tricolor fruits. The heaven and earth spirit energy had integrated perfectly with the tricolor plant as though they were one. Only with a unique medicinal refinement method, one could transfer the heaven and earth spirit energy that was accumulated in the tricolor plant. The extracted heaven and earth spirit energy would then be used together with the tricolor plant to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill isn't difficult to refine. As long as one knows the method, even a grade 3 alchemist can refine it, let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. Duan Tian had a smile on his face. He had already made up his mind to refine the tricolor pill. Coincidentally, he had the other medicinal herbs that were needed to refine the tricolor pill. Tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy alone isn't enough to help me break through. However, it won't be difficult for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy to drive the powerful medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to help me break through to the second-level void transformation. That was what Duan Tian had in mind at the moment. Although the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy's rate of release had sped up a lot more ever since he entered the void transformation, it was still limited compared to an extraordinary void transformation martial artist. The spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy was needed to trigger the rebirth pill, so it could fully display its overbearing medicinal efficacy. Naturally, the tricolor pill that was similar to the spirit fruit pill would also work as well. Duan Tian had the medical catalyst, the tricolor plant, that was required to refine the tricolor pill before his eyes. Moreover, he had the medicinal herbs that were needed to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he made up his mind to refine the tricolor pill immediately. In terms of grades, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 medicinal pill that only an alchemist above grade 3 could successfully refine. It would not work if it was not an alchemist who was above grade 3 even if he knew the refining method. Meanwhile, Duan Tian, who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, had inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's refining methods and experience. He was a qualified alchemist who was above grade 3. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation, he could make a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories and experience in refining methods. That was why he was currently a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist's existence was rare even in the foreign lands. They were usually present in first-rate forces, and their number was extremely low. Even in a first-rate force, having a grade 1 alchemist was considered rare. Some first-rate forces did not even have any grade 1 alchemists among them. They would usually solicit a grade 1 alchemist outside whenever they needed grade 1 medicinal pills, and the price they had to pay was hefty. However, although that was the case, they would still go for it like a flock of geese. A grade 1 medicinal pill's value could not be compared to a grade 2 medicinal pill, let alone medicinal pills that were grade 3 or below that could not even compare to a grade 2 medicinal pill. Duan Tian's achievement in martial Dao aside, the fact that he became a grade 1 alchemist before the age of 30 was enough to make one's jaw drop. However, with the pill fire that I have mastered, I'll need a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron to refine the medicinal pill. An ordinary cauldron won't be able to endure my pill fire at all. Duan Tian lifted his arm, and a gust of purple flame began to burn on his arm. There was a golden color on the edges surrounding the purple flame. It was the violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. Low-grade spirit weapon cauldron would melt into a pool of liquid as soon as a grade 1 pill fire was put into it, let alone refining medicinal pills. With my current ability, it won't be difficult to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. It's just that I don't have the necessary materials to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron on hand. Duan Tian frowned when he thought about this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to void transformation, apart from being able to form a grade 1 pill fire with origin energy, he could also form a grade 1 weapon flame. Ever since he fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories and inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's experience and medicine refinement and weapon crafting methods, he could be considered as a qualified grade 1 alchemist and weapons craftsman since he managed to form a grade 1 pill fire and weapon flame. Due to the fact that he had inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's experience and medicine refinement and weapon crafting methods, he had become so powerful that he could be considered as being the best among the group of grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen in Cloud Continent. Based on his medicine refinement ability, he could refine a grade 1 medicinal pill with a purity above 90%. Could the other grade 1 alchemists achieve that? When it came to crafting weapons, he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost. Could other weapons craftsmen achieve that? Since he possessed the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, he was like a reincarnated Rebirth Martial Emperor whenever he refined medicinal pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I have quite a lot of spatial rings on hand. I haven't gotten a chance to open them up and look at what's inside. Perhaps I'll be able to find the materials that I need to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duanling Tian's heart jolted as an assortment of spatial rings came out of the spatial ring in his hand. One by one, he performed the blood ownership claim on the rings with the intention to look for the materials that he needed to refine the cauldron. These spatial rings were the rewards that he obtained earlier. He was too lazy to manage them, so he usually put them away in his spatial ring. After looking at more than 30 spatial rings, Duanling Tian stopped moving his hands. He managed to gather all of the crafting weapon materials that he needed to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings and take everything out later when I have the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if there's anything in there that might possibly help me during a critical situation. Duanling Tian made up his mind after learning a lesson this time. Since Duanling Tian had gathered all the materials, he began to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not go out of his way to look for a secluded place. The fact that he inherited his crafting weapons ability from the rebirth martial emperor and that he was currently a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore all the external disturbance to a certain level. Even if there was an interference, the worst it could do was affect the quality of the cauldron he refined. Although a high quality was not a requirement because the Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron belonged to the assistive spirit weapons category instead of the defensive spirit weapons category, the higher the spirit weapon cauldron's quality, the higher the success rate of the medicinal pill. However, Duanling Tian, who had fused with the rebirth martial emperor's memories and inherited his life's crafting weapon methods and experience, did not have to bother with the spirit weapon's quality at all. He could successfully refine medicinal pills no matter how poor the spirit weapon cauldron was. All of these did not only come from the rebirth martial emperor's crafting weapon methods and experience that he inherited. After all, he had also inherited the rebirth martial emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience in his other life. The rebirth martial emperor had 2 lives experience. In Cloud Continent, he achieved peak attainment in the Tao of weapons refinement and Tao of medicine refinement. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who possessed his memories, was not inferior to him. Begin. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as he took out the old spirit weapon cauldron that he had earlier and began to refine the Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron with the assortment of crafting weapon materials. The materials floated in midair. It turned into liquid one after the other as Duanling Tian worked on them. At the same time, Duanling Tian's both hands were moving like lightning. The magical weapon crafting method came effortlessly to him. It was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements clearly at all. Soon after, the liquid merged together. As time passed by, the spirit weapon cauldron's form began to appear. After Duanling Tian refined it, a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron appeared. From the beginning to the end, Duanling Tian had only spent 3 hours. If the other Grade 1 weapon craftsmen from Cloud Continent were to see this with their own eyes, they would be stunned for a long time by the weapon crafting speed. An ordinary Grade 1 weapon craftsman would take at least 3 to 5 days to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron like this. It would not be surprising if they took 10 days to perform the refinement in detail. However, Duanling Tian managed to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron successfully within a short 3 hours. Since nobody disturbed him, the cauldron's quality was extremely high. Phew! Duanling Tian grabbed the cauldron as he lifted his arm. After he looked at the cauldron and the few cave exits, he mumbled to himself. Seems like there are not many left alive in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It's been a whole 3 hours, but nobody came here. There were many treasures in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It drove the group of young powerhouses crazy when they came in. Casualties were naturally unavoidable when the group of young powerhouses fought each other for the treasures. Along his journey, Duanling Tian had seen at least 50 dead bodies. They were here for the treasures. They must have amazing dreams in their minds when they first came in. However, dreams are beautiful and reality is cruel. In the end, they lost their lives here. As he recalled the bodies lying everywhere along his journey, Duanling Tian could not help but sigh. Soon, Duanling Tian's eyes were focused on the Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron that was in his hand. He had a smile on his face. Duanling Tian plucked the tricolor plant slowly as he thought to himself, now I can finally refine the tricolor pill. After cleaning the soil off, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it directly into the cauldron. At the same time, Duanling Tian took out some medicinal herbs from his side. Those were just some rather ordinary medicinal herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good grade 3 medicinal pill, the other medicinal herbs were nothing special due to its low grade, and it depended on the tricolor plant as the main medicine. After gathering all the medicinal herbs, a wave of violet gold flame formed and burned in Duanling Tian's hands. It was the grade 1 pill fire. As a grade 1 alchemist, there was naturally no pressure at all for him to refine a grade 3 medicinal pill like the tricolor pill. Following the rebirth martial emperor's memory, Duanling Tian's hands were gradually moving faster like lightning that was continuously intersecting. The current in the space seemed to follow the rhythm as well. A faint air explosion sounded and rippled in the air. A suppressed current swept toward him while gusts of strong wind blew at him. It caused the plants in the damp cave to shake. It would take 3 to 4 hours at least for another grade 1 alchemist to refine a grade 3 medicinal pill like the tricolor pill. However, grade 1 alchemist Duanling Tian naturally could not be compared to other grade 1 alchemists. He recalled his pill fire after a mere 1 hour. Wham! As both of Duanling Tian's hands landed on the cauldron, a medicinal pill shot out from the cauldron all of a sudden. The medicinal pill looked unique. It was unique because there was a combination of 3 colors on its surface. There were gold, purple, and red color. Those were the 3 colors from the tricolor plant. It was the tricolor pill. Without further ado, Duanling Tian hurriedly tossed the tricolor pill into his mouth and sat cross-legged in the air immediately. He began to cultivate with his eyes closed. When Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation, he cultivated the 7th form, the sword dragon form, from the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Apart from helping him to comprehend the sword concept, the sword dragon form came with a set of heaven rank advanced sword skill, the 9 dragons radiant flash. It was a set of extremely overbearing sword skill. Now that Duanling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to void transformation, naturally he was no longer cultivating the 7th form, the sword dragon form from the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. He had begun to cultivate the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Duanling Tian circulated his origin energy according to roving dragon form's mental cultivation method and managed to complete a circuit just a moment later. At the same time, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill flowed into his body from his throat and began to merge with his origin energy. Duanling Tian's dantian still had the dormant but potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It suddenly surged as if it sensed something before it merged with the origin energy and tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Instantly, the origin energy in his body circulated even faster. It was as fast as a flashing lightning. In just a blink of an eye, several circuits had been completed the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Slowly, Duanling Tian focused entirely on his cultivation. Nevertheless, his spiritual force was still alert in the outside world. He would immediately wake up and attack if anyone got too close. Everything was proceeding smoothly as he looked at the origin energy in his body circulating in accordance to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Duanling Tian finally had some time to think. The dragon soaring the 9 heavens, an advanced heaven rank movement technique and martial skill, is part of the 8th form of 9 dragons war sovereign technique, roving dragon form. The basic section was spirit serpent movement technique and whirlwind. Duanling Tian's heart jolted as he muttered, however, reaching the initial stage of the dragon soaring the 9 heavens with whirlwind as the basic section is still a bit lacking. Dragon soaring the 9 heavens was the same as an ordinary martial skill. It can be divided into the rudiment stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. At the rudiment stage, dragon soaring the 9 heavens was even slower than the mastery stage whirlwind that Duanling Tian had already mastered. Due to that, Duanling Tian did not immediately cultivate dragon soaring the 9 heavens. With the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he recently intended to reach the initial stage of the dragon soaring the 9 heavens with whirlwind as the basic section in one sitting. At that time, it would be effortless to cross a dozen ancient horned dragons' strength with his greatly increased speed. Moreover, there was something unique about the 8th form of Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. It stressed upon wind birthing fire. What it meant was to comprehend the fire concept through the wind concept. One could fuel fire concept with wind concept when one had comprehended fire concept, and it would amplify the power of the fire concept. Duanling Tian was not foreign to the concept of fueling fire concept with wind concept. His previous mortal enemy, Zishang, was a master of a concept like this. He could increase the power of fire concept by half. It was similar to the earth concept drawing support from earth energy. Suddenly, a fragment appeared in each of Duanling Tian's hands. A dark green fragment and a dark purple fragment. It was a 9th level advanced wind concept fragment, and a 9th level advanced thunder concept fragment that originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of Northern Desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed by the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, Guochong, and the peak master of Wood Peak, Qi Yu. Both fragments fell into Qi Yu's hands, and he had given them to Duanling Tian. At that moment, Duanling Tian, with 2 concept fragments in his hands, was comprehending both types of concept simultaneously while cultivating the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. And, shortly after, Duanling Tian discovered a problem. When he was cultivating, he realized that the wind concept was improving unnaturally. The improvement was beyond his expectation. It was improving way faster than it ever had before. In the beginning, he thought he was enlightened, but soon, he realized it was not enlightenment. It was because he fully mastered the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. The origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. Hence, it was easier for him to comprehend the wind concept. Now, he was certain that the 8th form of Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the roving dragon form, would help him in comprehending the wind concept apart from being able to fuel fire concept with wind concept. This isn't noted in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Although he created the Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique with the experiences from his 2 lives, he never had the chance to actually cultivate it. Duanling Tian murmured in his heart before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation rapidly increased. The wind concept and thunder concept slowly improved too. Boom. After some time, a sound reverberated from Duanling Tian's body. The origin energy led by the potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill broke through the bottleneck toward the 2nd level void transformation concept. With his breakthrough, his cultivation reached the 2nd level void transformation concept. Simultaneously, the potent medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duanling Tian's dantian. As for the medicinal efficacy of tricolor pill, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duanling Ting to break through the bottleneck with the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill alone. Duanling Tian opened his eyes and there was a flash in his eyes. I think I'll break through the wind concept and thunder concept soon. It's been quite a fruitful trip. As Duanling Tian felt the change in his origin energy, he tried to detect the advancement of his wind concept and thunder concept. A satisfied smile appeared on his face instantly. With these 4 9th level concept fragments, I don't have to go and search for concept fragments. 2 concept fragments suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's hands. It was a 9th level earth concept fragment and a 9th level sword concept fragment. Duanling Tian weighed the fragments in his hands as the smile on his face brightened. Senior Brother Wei, there's a 9th level concept fragment. A short and harsh voice rang out and clearly entered Duanling Tian's ears. He immediately took note of the situation and kept all 4 concept fragments. Meanwhile, a cold voice with a hint of greed sounded, I saw it. For 9th level concept fragments. Duanling Tian hurriedly stood up and immediately saw 2 young men in the cave. Their eyes were locked on him. Among the 2 young men, the leaner one stood in front. Behind him, to the right, stood a hideous young man. Boy, don't have to hide it. We saw you weighing the 4 9th level concept fragments earlier. The hideous young man looked at Duanling Tian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was uglier than crying. His voice was also ghastly. He was the owner of the first voice earlier. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrow after listening to the hideous young man, but he ignored him. At the same time, he let out his spiritual force and tried to probe their cultivation. Haha. Senior Brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly. When he saw there was no movement from Duanling Tian, the hideous young man laughed crazily. Senior Brother Wei, I'll take care of this boy. After killing him, I just want the 9th level fire concept fragment, the rest is yours. The hideous young man sounded humble when he addressed the lean young man. And the man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded. He did not look Duanling Tian in the eye since the beginning, as though he did not take Duanling Tian seriously at all. Naturally, it also was because Duanling Tian only looked about 25 years old. It was easy to underestimate a man who was so young. The hideous young man brightened when he heard the lean young man's response. A mace appeared as he raised his hands. His origin energy raged, and it was intertwined with a flame. Boy, it's your luck to be able to die in my hands. As the hideous young man looked at Duanling Tian, he flew out as fast as a cannonball. A vast flame surrounded his whole body, and he smashed the mace toward Duanling Tian. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever he passed, with a swing of the flame-wrapped mace, the airflow compressed and exploded, causing bursts of thunderous explosions. When air exploded, the waves of heat resulted in gusts of wind blowing in all directions. The temperature in the cave rose as a result. A moment later, the hideous young man appeared before Duanling Tian. He raised the flame-wrapped mace and smashed it toward Duanling Tian. It looked like a shooting star. At the same time, more than 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the space above him and charged toward Duanling Tian with their claws and fangs bared with a great momentum. First level void transformation concept. First level advanced fire concept. Grade 2 spirit weapon. This was the hideous young man's ability. Pa! He thought he could kill Duanling Tian with one move, but he realized his attack was halted midair instead. He witnessed an unforgettable scene as he stared forward. Oh God! What did he see? The purple-clad young man whom he had underestimated all these while raised his hand and grabbed the mace, keeping in mind that his attack was the equivalent of more than 500 ancient horned dragons' strength. How? How is that possible? The hideous young man's face changed dramatically before he focused his gaze and tried to draw back his mace that was caught by the purple-clad young man. In the space above the hideous young man's head, more than 500 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were in a state of unrest. Even with his full strength, his mace was still in the hands of his opponent as if it was rooted there. Duanling Tian had already probed the hideous young man's level of cultivation before the attack began. Duanling Tian did not feel threatened at all. When Duanling Tian saw the hideous young man's greed for the 9th level concept fragment and how he attacked him, Duanling Tian laughed instead of being angry. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. Although his opponent's attacking mace was equivalent to the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons' strength and bore down menacingly like a meteor falling down, there was no fear in Duanling Tian. The strength that was equivalent to more than 500 ancient horned dragons was nothing to him. He casually lifted his arm and caught his opponent's mace effortlessly. You! When Duanling Tian grabbed the mace, that hideous young man's face changed dramatically. Duanling Tian made another move when the hideous young man failed in drawing back his mace. Who? Duanling Tian waved his hand that was still holding on to the mace. He easily picked up the mace along with his opponent who was still grabbing onto it. In the next moment, a dawning strength grew in Duanling Tian's hands as it rolled out in waves. No! The hideous young man's face changed when he saw that. He hurriedly dropped the mace in his hands and tried to retreat. At that moment, the purple-clad young man seemed like a god of slaughter in his eyes, a god of slaughter who could kill him at any time. Bang! As a loud bang sounded, a khaki energy entangled in green wind rolled off in waves as it drowned the hideous young man and killed him in just a blink of an eye. The young man's body continued flying like an arrow that was shot out even after he was killed. Pong! The body hit the wall of the cave in the distance, and all that was left behind was a pool of dazzling blood. He was dead. Hua! Meanwhile, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed in the space above Duanling Tian. A total of 700 lifelike ancient horned dragons silhouette slowly appeared. Nice! Duan Ling Tian let out a breath. There was a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Previously, he merely utilized two types of concepts: the second-level advanced wind concept and the ninth-level intermediate earth concept. However, the two concepts merely amounted to 400 ancient horned dragons' strength. Therefore, apart from the two concepts, he also exerted the second-level void transformation's origin energy that had just undergone a transformation. Once Duan Ling Tian exerted the second-level void transformation's origin energy, he experienced a whole new feeling. It was like the blood in his body was boiling. "We've underestimated you." A cold voice spread timely into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian heard it and looked over. His gaze landed on the lean young man stood nearby, the one addressed as senior brother by the hideous young man. After Duan Ling Tian killed the hideous young man, the lean young man was not angry or sad. He did not even express a hint of emotion. It was as though the one who died in Duan Ling Tian's hands was not his junior brother but a person unrelated to him. He didn't flee? While the lean young man's cold gaze stared at him, Duan Ling Tian was startled. Earlier, he had demonstrated a strength equivalent to 700 ancient horned dragons' strength without even using his spirit weapon. This second-level void transformation martial artist witnessed my fight, and he's not even intimidated? When Duan Ling Tian probed the hideous young man's cultivation base, he also discovered the lean young man's cultivation base. It was at the second-level void transformation. Based on his knowledge, second-level void transformation martial artists usually comprehended first or second-level void transformation concept. Without utilizing spirit weapons, a person who mastered the second-level void transformation concept, including his full origin energy, could only exert 600 ancient horned dragons' strength at most. It was nowhere close to his 700 ancient horned dragons' strength. That was what confused Duan Ling Tian. Why would the lean young man stay confident after he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength? Hua! Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian got his answer when he saw the heaven and earth energy forming the heaven and earth phenomenon on the space above the lean young man. Origin energy raged around the lean young man's body and transformed into jets of khaki energies. It was a perfect combination of earth concept and origin energy. Subsequently, the khaki energy surrounding the lean young man's body seemed to resonate with the cave. The color deepened as a devastating aura exuded out. Simultaneously, in the space above the lean young man, 300 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. Then another 400 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. Finally, another 200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. A second-level void transformation martial artist who fully exerted his origin energy would generate 300 ancient horned dragons' strength. A third-level advanced earth concept was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragons' strength. Earth concept with the aid of earth energy gave an additional 50% that amounted to 200 ancient horned dragons' strength. Even without using a spirit weapon, the lean young man's strength was equivalent to 900 ancient horned dragons. It undoubtedly defeated the strength that Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated that only amounted to 700 ancient horned dragon strength. I see. When Duan Ling Tian saw the lean young man's strength, he understood why he was so confident. His opponent had comprehended a third-level void transformation concept, which was the earth concept. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian's expression was not affected by the lean young man's strength. Instead, he was fascinated as he muttered, "Interesting." At that moment, the lean young man glared at Duan Ling Tian with his cold gaze. He took a step forward and shouted, "Die!" As he stepped forward, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. The khaki energy rushed into the 3-foot-long blade from his body, and it quivered as if it had been brought to life. A crisp sword cry sounded. Hua! Instantly, more than 250 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the space above the lean young man. It was apparent that the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was a Grade 2 spirit sword. With second-level void transformation origin energy as the foundation, it amplified the strength to more than 230 ancient horned dragon's strength. It meant that Grade 2 spirit sword in the lean young man's hands contained the strength of more than 1130 ancient horned dragon's strength. Show! In the split second when the Grade 2 Spirit Sword let out a sword cry, the lean young man moved. He flashed by and stayed close to Duanling Tian like a shadow. If Duanling Tian had not broken through to the second-level void transformation, he might have panicked and found it difficult to match the lean young man's strength. However, the current Duanling Tian was not nervous. His face was as calm as water. Who? A sword suddenly materialized in his hands. The sword exuded a devastating aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Following that, the origin energy on Duanling Tian's sword and transformed into a burst of khaki energy. Similar to the lean young man's khaki energy, it resonated with the cave. On the surface of the khaki energy, there were bolts of dark purple lightning and jets of green wind that exuded a wave of stunning aura. The khaki energy intertwined with lightning and green wind hastily rushed into quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It caused the sword chi on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to surge, and a sword cry sounded. All of that happened in a blink of an eye, as heaven and earth energy began to stir at the space above Duanling Tian. The lean young man had already appeared before Duanling Tian with his sword. The distance between them was not more than a stone throw away. Shoo! He stabbed with his sword, and a sharp and extremely cold sword chi raged. It was like a cold wind was blowing on Duanling Tian. It immediately caused him to squint his eyes. Sword drawing arts. Duanling Tian lifted his sword without hesitation. Like a flash of lightning, the sword blocked in front of him. Jiang! At that exact moment, the Grade 2 Spirit Sword in the lean young man's hand clashed with the quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword in Duanling Tian's hand. The tip of the sword on the body of the quasi-royal Grade Spirit Sword. HNG! A cold snort laced with a hint of fear could be heard. The lean young man retreated quickly after he failed to strike, and he flew far away. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing water. It was clean and neat. Hua! Then, the heaven and earth phenomenon in the space above Duanling Tian finally formed. The lean young man's eyes narrowed in shock after he saw the scene before him. There were 1250 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes hovered in the space about Duanling Tian, poised to attack. It gave off a huge sense of oppression. The lean young man quickly came back to his senses. His face changed and he said disbelievingly, "Impossible. Nothing is impossible." Duanling Tian moved in that split second when the lean young man's face changed. He moved like a ghost as he headed toward the lean young man, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword by his side like a shadow. Run! Faced with the incoming Duanling Tian and the 1250 ancient horned dragon's silhouettes above him, the lean young man's changed again. He had lost the will to fight and turned to flee. Trying to flee? Duanling Tian laughed when he saw what was happening. Xiao! The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shot toward his opponent. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Raging power surged and turned into 3 khaki divine dragons surrounded by lightning and green wind. The 3 divine dragons' eyes flashed, and 6 extremely radiant flashes shot out. Xiao! 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 The 6 extremely radiant flashes shot across so quickly that it was beyond shocking. However, the lean young man had a quick reflex. He turned as Duanling Tian attacked. He had intended to temporarily defend himself with his concept and the Grade 2 Spirit Sword in his hands. Jiang! One of the extreme radiant flashes was blocked, but his Grade 2 Spirit Sword fell from his hands. His hands cracked and blood gushed out. However, he did not have the chance to stop the bleeding because there were 5 fatal and bloody wounds across his body, each at his vital organs. Puff! 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 5 bloody arrows shot through the lean young man's vital organs. His shimmering bright eyes dimmed as he trembled and then faltered. Boom! He was dead, and his body eventually fell and slammed on the ground. At the same time, the 3 khaki divine dragons surrounded by purple lightning and green energy dissipated in the air as if they were never there. Duanling Tian kept the quasi-royal grade spirit sword he was holding in his hand. His eyes gleamed as it fell on the lean young man's body. He continued muttering, "I would not be a match for him if I did not make a breakthrough in my cultivation and progress to the second-level void transformation." Duanling Tian was certain of that. Naturally, Duanling Tian was not afraid even after realizing that. Even if he was no match for his opponent, or if he was incapable of escaping, the one who would die would not be him. It was because he had 2 amulets from his father only in name, Duan Rufeng. It was not difficult to kill a second-level void transformation martial artist. He had no fear because of that. He deemed it worthy to waste an amulet to save his life. After all, nothing was more important than one's life. Duan Ling Tian kept the spatial rings and spirit weapons from the hideous young man and the lean young man into his own spatial ring. He guessed inwardly, these 2 people should also be from the second-rate forces. If they were not from the second-rate forces, they would not be so strong. That was how Duan Ling Tian arrived at his conclusion. Their strength should be ranked at the top few places among all the young disciples from all the forces. Duan Ling Tian guessed again. Now I should start looking for the person who obtained the tricolor fruits. If a single person obtained all 3 of them, that person should only be able to consume 1 spirit fruit at the most. As the idea appeared, Duan Ling Tian began a thorough search in all directions from the center of the cave to find the person who had obtained the tricolor fruits. If he managed to locate that person, he would be presented with a precious opportunity if that person was alone. If I manage to obtain 2 tricolor fruits, the medicinal efficacy will be sufficient to trigger the rebirth pill's potent medicinal efficacy. Then I'll able to advance to the 5th level void transformation. Duan Ling Tian was fairly certain of it. He understood the tricolor fruit's medicinal efficacies very well due to the rebirth martial emperor's memories. The tricolor fruits were enough for him to achieve the 4th level void transformation. With the addition of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, he was almost 100% certain he would be able to advance to the 5th level void transformation or even the 6th level void transformation. 5th level void transformation. 6th level void transformation. Just the thought of it made Duan Ling Tian excited, and his feet moved faster and faster. I sincerely hope all of the tricolor fruits were obtained by the same person, and that he had indeed found a hidden spot nearby to cultivate, so that I'll have a chance to find him and obtain the remaining spirit fruits. Duan Ling Tian prayed as he searched thoroughly in all directions. On the other hand, in a hidden cave not too far away from the damp cave, a person was sitting cross-legged inside as he silently cultivated in a dark and gloomy cove. The cove was situated inside one of the grooves at the top corner of the hidden cave. It was extremely hidden. Most people would miss it while passing through. Judging from the looks of the groove, it was not weathered, so it was very likely that it was artificially made not too long ago. Suddenly, a breath was heard in the dark and gloomy cove. A voice filled with happiness and excitement sounded. I finally managed to advance to the 1st level void transformation. The owner of the voice was none other than Xianxia, who had obtained 3 spirit fruits a month ago. 1 month ago, Xianxia tried to find a remote location to cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits. However, he failed to find a suitable place even after he looked for a long time. Eventually, he found this hidden cave and opened up a cove in an inconspicuous corner on top of the cave. The cove was against the light, thus there was no light in it. Unless someone outside purposefully and thoroughly searched, it would be almost impossible to discover the cave Xianxia opened. Hence, Xianxia had been cultivating in it with a peaceful mind. After a month, he finally absorbed the medicinal efficacy of one of the spirit fruits and managed to advance from 7th level void interpretation to 1st level void transformation. Quickly eat and absorb the other 2. That's the only way you'll be able to achieve anything in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Or else, you won't be able to defeat the leaders of the young disciples from second-rate forces even with my soul in you. A gloomy, hoarse, and ancient voice echoed in Xianxia's mind, reminding Xianxia of the situation at hand. Yes, Elder Ghost, Xianxia answered respectfully when he heard the voice. He hurriedly took out another spirit fruit and ate it without delay. Shortly after, he was once again focused on his cultivation, improving rapidly. The current Xianxia did not realize that his mortal enemy, Duan Ling Tian, was thoroughly searching for him from the damp cave where he found the 3 spirit fruits. Duan Ling Tian could arrive at any given time. Martial Emperor's secret treasure in a cave as wide as a martial arts practice hall. Crushed stones were scattered all over the ground as it accumulated there. Among them, there were green fragments. There were hundreds of them, and all of it were wind concept fragments. 3 groups of people were in a standoff in the cave. At that moment, most of their gazes were on the exquisite box mounted in the center on top of the cave. It was obvious that everyone was interested and yearned for the treasures in it. A red-clad young man who stood beside a tall and strong young man took a deep breath and asked softly, "Daniel, are you confident?" The third man, who was slightly older, stood aside. He looked at the other two groups with a hint of panic in his gaze. "We'll have to try." The tall and strong youth was Huang Daniu, the disciple from Wood Peak of Five Element Sect. His face was solemn as he stayed guarded. As for the ones who stood beside him, they were disciples of Blade Sect, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. All of them met and became friends because of the same person. "Since everyone wants the treasure, let's battle for it," one of the groups shouted. They moved forward and flew toward another group. In just a second, 3 individuals from the former group easily overpowered the duo in the latter group. One of them was even in a life-or-death situation. Oh no! Huang Daniu and his 2 companions did not expect that 3 individuals from the former group to be so strong. Their strength surpassed the duo and also surpassed the 3 of them. The 3 of them could imagine what was waiting for them once the duo was killed. "We'll help you." Huang Daniu and his companions flew out and joined the battle. They helped the duo resist the group who was stronger than them. It caused that group to be at a disadvantage. Soon after, a blue-clad young man from the former group, who had not shown his strength, exerted his real strength. 9th level void interpretation with 9th level intermediate earth concept. That turned the battle around. The 3 of them immediately became evenly matched with the 5 of them on Huang Daniu's side. However, Huang Daniu's side slowly slipped into a disadvantageous position since the other party had a 9th level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Damn! Huang Daniu and the others' faces took on an extremely ghastly expression. Finally, they were forced to retreat further. They looked at the 3-person group from afar, their faces filled with discontentment. However, even if they were discontented, nothing could be done because they were no match for their opponents. Hung, the strongest youth among the 3-person group, glanced at them with disdain. He then flew upward to retrieve the exquisite box mounted at the center of the cave. Under Huang Daniu and the others' envious gazes, he opened the exquisite box. A piece of fragment shimmering with green energy appeared before their eyes. "That's..." Huang Daniu stared. "A concept fragment? But it doesn't look like one. Concept fragment doesn't shimmer with energy, right? Is it a profundity fragment?" Zhang Shouyong swallowed his saliva and guessed with a shocked expression. "Profundity fragment?" Zhang Shouyong's speculation stunned Huang Daniu and Su Li into silence. "It's a profundity fragment," said one of the duo who stood beside Zhang Shouyong. At that moment, his eyes were trained on the fragment shimmering with green energy inside the exquisite box. His gaze seemed to be rooted to it. "Congratulations, young one. This 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment is now yours." A familiar but strange voice was heard just as Zhang Shouyong and his 2 companions wondered how the young man beside them from unknown forces recognized the profundity fragment. The voice spread from the opened exquisite box. It was extremely penetrating and it transmitted far away. "EI 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment?" Huang Daniu's pupils shrank. He looked at the young man who was holding the exquisite box with a killing intent. However, helplessness soon showed on his face. His opponent, like him, had comprehended Earth concept and could draw support from Earth energy. However, his opponent was also a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. Hence, he was no match for his opponent. Damn! It's an 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment. The duo's faces who stood beside Huang Daniu and his 2 companions changed dramatically. At this moment, both Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were completely stunned as well. A profundity fragment was enough to make them go crazy from surprise. It did not matter if the profundity fragment was low level, it was birthed from a martial monarch's body after all. To them, a martial monarch was an existence that only existed in rumors and was out of their reach. At this moment, the voice of the martial emperor who left the secret treasure behind entered their ears and reminded them that this profundity fragment was no ordinary monarch stage profundity fragment, but an 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment instead. An 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment. There were a total of 9 levels for the Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment, and each level was stronger than the one before. The first level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment could help a 9th level Void Transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Void Transformation concept to break through to the Martial Monarch stage and become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. Apart from being able to help a 9th level Void Transformation martial artist in obtaining a Martial Monarch stage cultivation base, the 8th level Monarch stage Profundity Fragment also allowed one to raise the profundity that one had comprehended to the 8th level in just a flash after one made a breakthrough to the Martial Monarch stage. One could easily imagine just how precious this 8th level Monarch stage Profundity Fragment was. The young man's gaze was fixed on the 8th level Monarch stage Wind Profundity since the beginning. As he lifted up the exquisite box, he could not suppress the laughter that rose up from his chest. Ha 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 ha. His laughter quickly died down as he stared solemnly at Huang Daniu and the 4 others. Their faces were ghastly pale. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 young men standing beside Huang Daniu. It was Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. The people from Anika sect are all trash, the young man exclaimed unhurriedly. His tone was derisive. You! The 2 Anika sect's disciples' faces darkened when they were mocked. They were so angry that they were speechless for a long time. The Anika sect. The moment they heard the young man's words, Huang Daniu and the other 2 were momentarily taken aback. They did not think the people they helped out earlier were actually disciples from Anika sect. No wonder the both of them were so strong. Even the people from the second-rate forces are here? Huang Daniu and the other 2 exchanged glances with each other. For a second, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew that the Martial Emperor's secret treasure had other entrances, they had no idea what kind of people would enter from the entrances. Presently, it seemed like even the people from the second-rate forces were here as well. The people from Anika sect are trash. Izumo sect's people are just the same as well. Without warning, an aloof voice echoed inside the cavern. A figure appeared soundlessly before everyone's eyes. It was a black-clad young man with an evil face and a cold look. His eyes appeared lifeless, yet it contained a murderous intent that gave off an invisible sense of pressure. Nobody knew when the black-clad young man appeared. It was only when the black-clad young man began talking that everyone, including Huang Daniu, noticed him. Colors drained from the face of the Izumo sect's disciple who was holding the exquisite box. He glared at the black-clad young man with dread in his eyes as he asked, "Who are you?" "Dead man. There's no need for you to know who I am." The black-clad young man spoke again. His voice remained cold. Before anybody could figure out what was happening, he morphed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Where is he? Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were still bewildered when they suddenly saw something flashed past their eyes. Wham! The sound of a heavy thud reverberated. In the next second, they saw the Izumo sect's disciple who was holding the exquisite box that contained the 8th level Monarch stage Wind Profundity Fragment suddenly drop to the ground without warning. There were no signs of injury on his body at all. However, everyone, including Huang Daniu, could see that he was no longer breathing. It was apparent that he had been killed. The black-clad young man stood beside the Izumo sect's disciple with a calm expression, as though the Izumo sect's disciple's death had nothing to do with him at all. Nobody knew when, but the exquisite box that was originally in the Izumo sect's disciple's hands was already in his hands. The 8th level Monarch stage Wind Profundity Fragment was constantly gleaming with waves of blue chi. That's fast. When Huang Daniu and the others looked at the young man in black again, their eyes were narrowed in shock. From the very beginning until now, they did not have any clue at all in regards to when the black-clad young man killed that Izumo sect's disciple. That person's speed was incredibly fast. Even a martial artist at the first or second level void transformation would not be so fast, right? Huang Daniu thought to himself. Horror quickly dawned on Huang Daniu's face. This was because he noticed the black-clad young man's cold eyes began looking at them after he put away that exquisite box in his hands. Killing intent flashed out for a moment. At that moment, everyone, including Huang Daniu, was immediately on their guards as though they were facing their mortal enemy. At this moment, the black-clad young man opened his mouth to say, "If any of you can resist and survive my first blow, you may live." His voice was cold and detached, yet it made Huang Daniu and the others seized in panic. Before they could figure out what was happening, the black-clad young man had already lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground like lightning. It was as though he had a great hatred toward the ground. Wham! When the black-clad young man stomped his foot, a loud sound reverberated in the air. The airwave was so terrifying that colors drained from the faces of Huang Daniu and the others. Crack! In the next instance, all of them could see that countless cracks began to spread in all directions from the place where the black-clad young man's foot landed. It looked like a giant spider web. The numerous cracks that spread out contained 7 waves of appalling force that fanned out along with the cracks, and it rolled toward the 7 of them, including Huang Daniu. Damn it! Horror dawned on Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong instantly. They were martial artists who had comprehended the earth concept, so their senses toward it were very keen. They could clearly sense that these 7 forces were earth concept. Moreover, it was advanced earth concept, and its level was not low. The moment horror dawned on their faces, they could only adjust and control the earth concept they had comprehended hastily to strike a resonance with the earth in an attempt to resist the overbearing earth concept. When Huang Daniu made his move, he yelled out to remind Su Li, fly. The instant Su Li heard the speech from that black-clad young man, he was already tensed and on his guard. When he heard Huang Daniu's sudden cry, he rushed up into the air without wasting any more time. Boom! 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 Almost immediately after Su Li leaped into the sky, the sound of explosions filled the air. All Su Li could feel was a terrifying wave of impact that pushed him to the top of the cavern. It caused him to hit the top of the cavern with a thud without any warning, and it made him dizzy. As for Huang Daniu and Zhang Shouyong, they did not suffer much from the impact and only spat out a mouthful of blood because they managed to cast their earth concepts in a timely manner and resonated with the earth. As for the 2 remaining Izumo sex disciples and the 2 Inika sex disciples, they were not as lucky as the other 3. 4 of them exploded, and all that was left was the remains of their bodies and blood that covered the entire ground. You guys are lucky? The aloof voice echoed once again and entered Huang Daniu and the others' ears. It was the black-clad young man's voice. The moment the words left his mouth, the black-clad young man disappeared before Huang Daniu and the other 2 people's eyes without a trace. Damn it! Just wait until my strength is better than his, I won't let him get away. Huang Daniu fumed. Su Li finally managed to stabilize himself and descended from the air. When he saw the 5 large pits that appeared on the cavern's vast ground, he asked with widened eyes, "What happened?" That guy used his earth concept to attack us earlier. Other than Zhang Shouyong and I, who could communicate with the earth with our earth concept in time to obtain shelter from the earth and resist his earth concept, the earth concept that swept toward you guys exploded. Huang Daniu explained with a hint of dread in his voice. I was scared to death earlier. It was a good thing that you, Daniu, reminded Su Li in time, or else he would most likely end up like them. Fear still lingered upon Zhang Shouyong's face as he looked at the remains of the bodies on the blood-covered ground. Daniu, thank you, Su Li expressed his gratitude to Huang Daniu. It was indeed due to the reminder from Huang Daniu earlier that he managed to soar up into the air promptly and escape the exploding earth concept. You don't have to thank me, I merely reminded you unconsciously. What's most important is that you managed to react in time and soared up into the sky. Otherwise, it would be hard for you to escape this death even with my reminder, Huang Daniu proclaimed as he shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face turned grave before he continued again, who the hell was that guy? He didn't even see us as living beings. Even after he obtained the profundity fragment, he still wanted to kill us. The moment Su Li and Zhang Shouyong heard his words, their faces turned grave as well. With just a few words, the black-clad young man had taken control of their destinies. That feeling left them with a very bitter taste in their mouths. In the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, in another cavern that was a great distance away from the cavern that Huang Daniu and the 2 others were in, a series of loud sound echoed from the cavern. It only died down and became silent after a very long time. 2 young men were standing inside the cavern. The ground around them was fully covered in stones. Hundreds of blue fragments were scattered among the stones as well. They were none other than the water concept fragments. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to identify the two young men in just a glance as the two Sun-Moon sect's young disciples who survived previously. Hu Lin and Zhang Ping. Hu Lin, there are so many puppets guarding the treasure here. I'm sure it must be something extraordinary, right? If one was to look at the top of in the center of the cavern, one would see an exquisite box embedded there. It was obvious that some extraordinary treasure was contained in there. Why don't you take it down and have a look? Hu Lin answered indifferently. With a flash of his figure, he proceeded to remove the exquisite box. Whoosh! At this moment, a combination of extreme coldness and heat suddenly spread through the air. The contradictory combination caused Hu Lin to stop in his track. Both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned grave immediately. In the next second, a figure appeared before their eyes. It's you! Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's face turned a shade darker when they saw the young man before them. This young man was no stranger to them. It was none other than the person leading the group of emotion-severing sect's disciples, Zhang Yan. Ah, so it's you too. With an aloof expression, Zhang Yan stared at the two Sun-Moon sect's disciples before he replied nonchalantly. The two of you are really lucky. You actually stumbled upon a profundity fragment, huh? Profundity fragment? The moment they heard Zhang Yan's words, both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping could not help but narrow their eyes immediately. Their face had a stunned expression as well. After a moment, Hu Lin returned to his senses first. The first thing he did was to stare at the exquisite box embedded in the top center of the cavern before he muttered to himself, "You mean the treasure contained inside the exquisite box is actually a profundity fragment?" In the face of Hu Lin's inquiry, Zhang Yan said, "It has nothing to do with you anymore whether the profundity fragment is inside the box or not." His voice was tranquil and as bleak as harsh winter. There were no emotions in it at all. Zhang Ping had just returned to his senses, and he unconsciously asked, "Why?" "This is because a dead man doesn't need to know so many whys." Zhang Yan spoke with his calm voice again. The moment the words left his mouth, he had already made his move. He lifted both of his hands and bent his arms back as his back quivered for a moment. Both of his arms and back were pulled taut like a strong bow. The quivering back was like a bow that was pulled tautly. Slightly trembling, it looked like it was about to launch an arrow at any given time. What a shameless boast! Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Ping finally regained his full senses. Hu Lin, on the other hand, snorted as the origin energy rolling from his body swept out while his concepts followed closely like shadows. Swish! In the next second, another 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hands. It was none other than the Grade 2 spirit sword that he brought along with him. Whoosh! Hu Lin's eyes were cold and distant, as though he had transformed into a hurricane. He slashed his knife at Zhang Yan without any reservation. The heaven and earth energy whirled on the sky and gathered a total of over 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that bared their claws and fangs at Zhang Yan in an overbearing manner. The first level void transformation. Second level advanced sword concept. As the most powerful person among the current Sun-Moon sect's disciples, this was Hu Lin's real strength. Swish! Just as Hu Lin made his move, Zhang Ping regained his senses as well. A Grade 2 spirit saber appeared in his hands out of thin air, and his origin energy indulged in a wanton massacre as his concept entered it. Without any hesitation, he joined forces with Hu Lin to charge at Zhang Yan. There was a total of over 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Ping's head. It was just 100 silhouettes fewer than Hu Lin. The first level void transformation. The first level advanced saber concept. Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the current Sun-Moon sect's disciples, possessed a strength that was second only to Hu Lin. Hu Lin and Zhang Ping swept out toward Zhang Yan, one holding a saber while the other was holding a sword, and aimed at his vital point with no mercy. Zhang Yan's palms were wide opened and his arms were pulled back. His back that was like a strong bow trembled slightly as the Grade 2 spirit weapon gloves on his hand had an additional wave of blue flame around them. The hot and cold aura coexisted together. The contradictory combination compressed the airflow in the air and set off a series of spontaneous explosions one after another. Whoosh! Just as the Grade 2 spirit sword and Grade 2 spirit saber on Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's hands charged toward Zhang Yan, the heaven and earth energy above Zhang Yan finally gathered to become the heaven and earth phenomenon. 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended in a spiral as though they were poised to attack. It gave off an extremely fearful pressure. No. Initially, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping were filled with confidence and thought they could kill Zhang Yan, but horror instantly dawned on them the moment they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon appearing above Zhang Yan's head. Zhang Ping even cried out in shock. Boom! Boom! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces dramatically changed and Zhang Ping let out a shriek of terror, Zhang Yan finally made his move. Both of his arms that were pulled taut like a bow trembled for a moment and his back stopped quivering immediately. Both palms that contained soaring blue flames blasted out swiftly and shrouded both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping as it went head-to-head with both of their overbearing attacks. Between Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Hu Lin was the stronger of the two. However, Hu Lin's power only amounted to the strength of over 600 ancient horned dragons even when he unleashed his full power. In the face of Zhang Yan's crushing attack that contained the strength of over 900 ancient horned dragons, one could easily imagine the result of this amount of power. Boom! Boom! In just a flash of a lightning, both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping were slaughtered by Zhang Yan without any mishaps. After the two of them were blasted to death, their bodies were thrown off with a force that was not diminished. Like an arrow that was shot out from the bow, they smashed on the cavern wall at the distance and stirred up the dust. Since then, all of Sun Moon Sect's disciples who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure were completely annihilated. After killing Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Zhang Yan casually soared up into the sky like nothing had happened and took down the exquisite box that was embedded at the top center of the cavern. He was in no rush to open the box. Through a strange coincidence, his gaze unconsciously landed on the hundreds of water concept fragments that were mixed with the stone gravels on the cavern ground. According to my previous experience, the profundity fragment that's contained in this box must be the water profundity fragment. Zhang Yan's breathing turned rapid immediately the moment he thought of this. The fire concept fragment was useless to him. However, the water profundity fragment was extremely meaningful to him. He could use it to comprehend water profundity in the future. After all, he could easily condense water into ice and transform ice into water because he had cultivated the supreme emotion-forsaking technique. To him, comprehending the water concept and water profundity were equivalent to comprehending the ice concept and ice profundity. Zhang Yan inhaled deeply as he opened the exquisite box. Almost at the same time as the moment the box was opened, Zhang Yan could not help but narrow his eyes instantly. A fragment that was gleaming with aqua blue chi appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! This 8th level Monarch Stage water profundity fragment is now yours. At the same time, a familiar yet foreign voice entered Zhang Yan's ears. Moreover, it had a terrifying penetrating energy that spread out to the distance. Shit! Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yan did not dare to slack and hurriedly flew out from the cavern as fast as he could. After the lesson last time, he did not dare to take any more risk. Previously, he finally got his hands on a fire profundity fragment, but due to Feng Tianwu's appearance, it had fallen into her hands instead. Just as the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. In order to not repeat the same mistake again, Zhang Yan immediately took his leave without wasting any time. Swish! Swish! The moment Zhang Yan left, two foreboding figures appeared inside the cavern at the same time. The two of them frowned when they saw the water concept fragment on the ground. In the next second, the two of them exchanged glances tacitly and asked in unison, "Is the water profundity fragment in your hand?" The two men looked at each other meaningfully before they left to find the person who had obtained the 9th level Monarch Stage water profundity fragment. Inside the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, in one of the caverns. Swoosh! A purple lightning-like figure entered the cavern nimbly and carefully and studied the surrounding. Not letting any details off, it was as though he was searching for something. The owner of the figure was none other than Duanling Tian. It had been around 10 days after he had made a breakthrough to the 2nd level void transformation. During this period of time, Duanling Tian held 2 concept fragments in his hands to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time while he searched everywhere inch by inch for the person who had the tricolor fruits. Even if I manage to find that person now, I'm afraid it's very likely that he had already consumed 2 of the spirit fruits. After searching the cavern and finding nothing, Duanling Tian flew off and entered another cavern. Duanling Tian searched through the caverns one by one patiently. Very soon, he entered a cavern that was relatively remote and started his search again, not leaving any nooks and crannies unsearched. In an inconspicuous corner at the top of the cavern where a tiny dark cave was situated, a white-clad young man sat cross-legged as he cultivated quietly. Xianxia lad. It looks like you and this Duanling Tian always run into each other. All of a sudden, a gloomy, hoarse, and ancient voice echoed in the white-clad young man's mind, slapping him awake from his cultivation. Duanling Tian? The white-clad young man was none other than Xianxia. After hearing the voice in his mind, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes in the dark, as though he was about to devour a certain somebody. Naturally, the name Duanling Tian was no stranger to him. From the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom until now, that guy was like his mortal enemy. No matter where he went or how high he stood, he would always appear before him. Moreover, it drove him crazy that he was always in a disadvantageous position in all the repeated confrontations with that opponent. Originally, he stood a chance to obtain great power since he had a powerhouse's remnant soul attached to his own body. But he was restrained by a stone tablet that this person held. This was already more than enough to drive him crazy with frustration. Duanling Tian, it's really you. Sitting in the dark small cavern, Xianxia's gaze immediately landed on the purple figure outside of the cavern. His eyes were filled with extreme hatred. Ha! The moment when Xianxia's narrowed eyes landed on Duanling Tian frowned as though he could feel that he was being closely watched by someone. At the same time, he lifted up his head without warning and looked at the remote corner on top of the cavern. A dark hole that was big enough to accommodate one person entered his line of vision. Just as Duanling Tian was about to use his spiritual energy to probe inside the cavern, he suddenly saw a white figure flew out from inside the cavern and descended before his eyes. Xianxia. Upon seeing the white-clad young man, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked in bewilderment, "Why you're not dead?" At this moment, Duanling Tian was completely engulfed in shock. That time, when they had just entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Xianxia sneaked, attacked him on the high platform and fell into the bottomless abyss with him. Apart from that, both of them had even dueled in the bottomless abyss. In that battle, he used the strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons to suppress Xianxia's strength of 878 ancient horn dragons and almost killed Xianxia. At the crucial moment, Xianxia took out the Devil Seal Tablet's lost fragment to distract him before falling into the bottomless abyss on his own. Duanling Tian thought that he would have certainly died. However, who knew that not only did Xianxia manage to survive, he even appeared right before his eyes. "You're still not dead, so how can I, Xianxia, possibly be dead?" Xianxia smirked. "Duanling Tian, looks like we really do run into each other quite a lot. I can't believe that I would actually meet you here. Today I, Xianxia, will settle all old scores with you. I, Xianxia, will make sure you die a graveless death." As Xianxia reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with confidence and killing intent gleamed in his eyes. In this instance, he was like a bloodthirsty beast that might pounce on Duanling Tian at any given time. Die a graveless death. Duanling Tian was stunned by Xianxia's confident words. He did not know where Xianxia's confidence came from. It was only when he extended his spiritual energy out that he finally got the answer that he was looking for. First-level void transformation. This Xianxia actually made a breakthrough to the first-level void transformation. Upon discovering Xianxia's cultivation base, Duanling Tian could not help but gasp out loud. An unnoticeable hint of shock appeared in his eyes instantly. He knew about Xianxia's cultivation base very well. That time, when they had just entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, although Xianxia had demonstrated quite an extraordinary strength, the strength mainly came from his two void transformation concepts. His cultivation base was only at the 7th level void transformation. It had only been a short period of time, and Xianxia had already crossed over 3 levels and broke through to the first level void transformation in just one go. Impossible! Duanling Tian was bewildered when a pang of realization suddenly hit him hard in the head. He immediately remembered the reason why he came here in the first place. This Xianxia is hiding inside such a secluded small cavern. Was he cultivating inside there? He easily crossed over 3 levels in such a short period to make a breakthrough to the first level void transformation. Don't tell me that he's the one who obtained the tricolor fruits. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, he could not help but narrow his eyes immediately. What a coincidence! At this time, Duan Tian could not help but recall the scene that he saw inside the wet cavern where he found the tricolor plant. The scars on the two bodies were inflicted by the same person. Moreover, that person actually used a spear-like weapon. And the weapon that Zishang used was none other than a spear. What a fate this is! Not only are Zishang and me enemies who run into each other a lot, it looks like the thing that I've been searching for more than 10 days is actually with him as well. As Duan Tian thought of this, his gaze as he looked at Zishang became colder in an instant. Since you want me to die a graveless death, bring it on then. I'll make you realize that I can kill you today even though I let you escape the last time. Duan Tian scoffed as he responded to Zishang's provocation. Colors of disdain filled his entire face. Haha. Duan Tian, do you really think I'm still the same person as I was before? Zishang burst out laughing like a maniac when he saw the disdain on Duan Tian's face. As he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned ruthless. Today, I, Zishang, will send you up to heaven. You, Duan Tian. Better remember to not provoke me. Zishang. Again when you reincarnate, Zishang snarled out loud. The moment the words left his mouth, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his Grade 2 Spirit Spear. The instant the Grade 2 Spirit Spear appeared, it immediately became entangled with a milky origin energy that merged with his fire concept nimbly before transforming into a vast flame that danced around the spear like a fiery dragon. Very soon, the wind concept transformed into wind chi and surged into the fiery dragon and made it soar up without warning and radiated a stronger aura, fueling fire concept with wind concept. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy in the sky world as the heaven and earth phenomenon emerged. Finally, it gathered into over 1,050 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that writhed as they descended in an imposing manner. Initially, when Zishang's cultivation base was still at the 7th level void interpretation, he had relied on his 3rd level advanced wind concept, 1st level advanced fire concept, and the technique of fueling fire concept with wind concept to demonstrate the strength of 876 ancient horned dragons along with the help of his Grade 2 Spirit Spear. At this moment, his cultivation base had already made a breakthrough to the 1st level void transformation, and when he unleashed his full origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. It was 100 ancient horned dragons more than the strength he possessed when he was still at the 7th level void interpretation. Coupled with the 78% strength boost given by the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, his current strength was 178 ancient horned dragons more than the strength that he possessed previously. Due to this reason, Zishang's cultivation base that broke through to the 1st level void transformation had a strength that was equivalent to over 1,050 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full power. Zishang's confidence was clearly written on his face as he held the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand. In his opinion, the strength that Duan Tian unleashed previously was only equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. It was over 50 ancient horned dragons fewer than his. It would be as easy as snapping fingers for him to kill Duan Tian. Duan Tian, die! As Zishang's eyes turned colder and killing intent filled his face, he roared out loud. The Grade 2 Spirit Spear that was intertwined with wind and fire energy suddenly quivered as it stabbed toward Duan Tian. Whoosh! As Zishang flew forward and the Grade 2 Spirit Spear quivered, the spear ray that blotted out the entire sky showered down like meteor rain and was aimed toward the place where Duan Tian was at. Faced with the vast spear ray that blotted out the sky, Duan Tian did not even bat an eyelid as he asked with his expression unchanged, "You're no longer the same person that you were, so what makes you think that I'm still like my former self? You're just acting." When Zishang saw Duan Tian still remained unperturbed by his attack that contained the strength of over 1,050 ancient horned dragons, a brilliance flashed across Zishang's eyes. The strength of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hands burst out even more. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The windfire spear ray that spread all over the sky showered down and fully enveloped Duan Tian. It was apparent that he intended to annihilate Duan Tian. You'll find out very soon whether it's just an act or not. Duan Tian scoffed. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in it. A sword that faintly emanated a destruction aura, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, the origin energy on Duan Tian's body surged up and transformed into a khaki energy that was tangled with purple lightning and blue wind chi before merging with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Swish! In an instant, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword burst out and emitted a series of crisp sword whirring sound. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Tian mobilized and began to brew into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Before the heaven and earth phenomenon could solidify into form, Xianxia's encompassing spear ray attack had already reached and landed on Duan Tian's head in an overbearing manner. Apart from setting off a series of ear-piercing wind-whistling sound, the place where the spear rays passed by also set of numerous rolling waves that produced a flurry of hurricane that wreaked havoc in the cavern as it stirred up dust all over the place. The hurricane swept out, it made Duan Tian's purple clothing flutter in the wind, and it resulted in him looking even more dapper in appearance. Faced with the invading hurricane, Duan Tian did not even flinch. His gaze was fixed upon the encompassing spear ray that was falling down on him. At this moment, all that was left in his vision was only the spear ray. When Xianxia saw how Duan Tian was shrouded in the encompassing spear ray and was about to be blasted to death, a wanton smile appeared on Xianxia's face as he cried out loud in excitement, "Die!" The power of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand continued to surge out. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze instantly. He could clearly see that Duan Tian had made his move in the face of the encompassing spear ray that he had cast. Like a flash of lightning, a sword lashed out, and in the place where the sword passed through, the spear ray was completely wiped out. Impossible! Upon seeing this scene, Xianxia quickly shook his head. He refused to believe this to be true. However, when he inadvertently saw the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that had already completed its solidification process above Duan Tian's head, he froze and was completely stunned. It did not cross his mind that Duan Tian's improvement would actually be greater than his in just such a short time. The strength Duan Tian displayed this time was 200 ancient horned dragons more compared to last time. It was a lot more than his own improvement. Naturally, Xianxia was not aware that even with the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons that Duan Tian had, Duan Tian still did not unleash his full power yet. Otherwise, if he used his earth concept to borrow the earth energy, he could still have an additional strength of 50 ancient horned dragons. It was 50% more than the earth concept energy that he possessed currently. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword and without casting any technique, Duan Tian easily shattered each and every spear ray that was falling down on him in an overbearing manner as though he was playing some game. In the face of absolute power, no technique could make an impact no matter how powerful the technique was. At this moment, the strength that was contained in Duan Tian's sword was 140 ancient horned dragons more than Xianxia's full power. Both of them were at totally different levels. Xianxia, after crushing the encompassing spear ray, the power of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Tian's hand did not diminish as it charged toward Xianxia swiftly. No technique was used at all in this process. Whoosh! The sword that contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons slashed forward and caused the air flows in the air to whirl and set off a series of ear-blasting explosion sound as airwaves and hurricanes swept out all over the place. Swish! In the face of Duan Tian's sword, Xianxia did not dare to be reckless. With a solemn face, he went head-to-head with the spear in his hand. Wind and fire energy surged up from the spear as the spear ray whisked out like a divine dragon with its mouth wide open, as though wanting to swallow the sword in Duan Tian's hand. Clang! Finally, the sword in Duan Tian's hand and the spear in Xianxia's hand collided. Two waves of blood-curdling energy clashed and produced an appallingly loud noise. Boom! 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 A series of thunder-like explosions reverberated in the air and roused a rolling airwave that resulted in a flurry of hurricanes sweeping out and wreaking havoc in the cavern. No corner could escape the wanton persecution at all. Crack, 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 crack. Xianxia's face was awfully pale. His body shuddered without warning as countless of cracks began to appear from the place where his feet stood like a horrendous spider web. On the other hand, Duanling Tian flew down to a lower altitude with a calm look on his face before he casually used the quasi-royal grade in his hand to obstruct the tip of the grade 2 spirit spear in Xianxia's hand. Scram! All of a sudden, Duanling Tian roared out loud as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand burst out with a great force before sweeping out and enveloping Xianxia entirely like crushing dead leaves. Wham! In the next moment, Xianxia flew out along with his spear and forcefully slammed into the wall at the side of the cavern. After he landed on the ground, he was only able to stand back up firmly with the help of the spirit spear in his hand as a support. Elder Ghost. Although Xianxia had a grade 2 spirit spear supporting him, he could not stop spitting blood from his mouth as he kneeled on one knee on the ground. As his blood flowed, a dazzling river was formed on the ground before him. All he could feel at the moment was that all of the strength in his body had been exhausted. He no longer had any strength left to fight Duanling Tian. Under such a circumstance, the only thing that he could depend on was Ghost Flame, who was lurking in his body. However, Ghost Flame did not respond to Xianxia this time. Elder Ghost, Elder Ghost? Xianxia proceeded to call out worriedly. However, Ghost Flame did not respond to him as though he had completely vanished. At that moment, Xianxia noticed that something was wrong. He lifted up his head with difficulty and looked at the purple-clad young man walking toward him step by step. His heart jolted when he saw the chipped tablet in the purple-clad young man's hand, and he did not know when it had appeared. He finally figured out why Ghost Flame had ignored him. Duanling Tian took out the Devil Seal tablet that was able to suppress Ghost Flame. Naturally, that would mean that it was impossible for Ghost Flame to show himself and help him. Duanling Tian. Xianxia could not help but clench his teeth as he stared at the purple-clad young man nearby. Apart from anger, there was a mix of bitterness in his eyes. He knew he was doomed. With the grudge between him and Duanling Tian, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to let him go even if he surrendered and begged. Therefore, Xianxia stood up and strenuously relied on the grade 2 spirit spear. He glared at Duanling Tian with his eyes that were filled with grudge. Duanling Tian, I won't forgive you even if I'm dead. I won't forgive you even if I become a ghost. Duanling Tian held the Devil Seal tablet in one hand to prevent Xianxia from obtaining help from what seemed to be a martial emperor's soul remnant in his body to fight, and a sword in the other hand as he looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia would definitely die as soon as Duanling Tian swung the sword in his hand. He heard what Xianxia said and could not help but laugh. Soon, he glared at Xianxia with disdain and said calmly, Xianxia, is that what you really think? I'm not afraid of you when you're alive. Why would I be afraid of you when you're dead? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Xianxia began to laugh. It was strange, and his laugh was delirious and without pretense. What are you laughing at? Duanling Tian frowned and stared at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia's laughter gradually died down. However, he still had a smile on his face. It was a cold and cunning smile. Xianxia looked at Duanling Tian as though he was looking at a dead body as he grinned. Duanling Tian, so what if you kill me? As long as the Skywolf Fort's senior officials find out the Devil Seal tablet is in your hands, they'll never let you go. I'll be waiting for you in hell. I'll definitely be waiting for you. Xianxia began to laugh again as he spoke. It was as if he could see the scene where Duanling Tian was being killed by a group of senior officials from the Skywolf Fort. You take your time and wait then. Duanling Tian grinned. He lifted his arm and swung his sword toward Xianxia. The swing of the sword caused the relief expression on Xianxia's face to change dramatically, and he could not help but groan in a deep voice. Duanling Tian did not kill Xianxia immediately. The sword in his hand landed on Xianxia's right wrist, and he swung it down all of the sudden. Pooh! Blood spewed out when Duanling Tian broke Xianxia's tendon with a swing of the sword. Xianxia's body that was left with one hand was trembling. Fortunately, Xianxia could use the other hand to hold on tight to the grade 2 spirit spear. Otherwise, he would have definitely fallen head first on the ground. Whoosh! Unfortunately, Zishang could not endure it anymore as Duan Ling Tian swung his sword for the second time and broke the tendon in his remaining hand, and he fell on the ground. It was unbearable to watch. Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, kill me once and for all. If you don't, you're a bastard raised by a whore. Zishang groaned again and stared madly at Duan Ling Tian, who was looking at him as he lifted his head. He shouted loudly with the intention to provoke Duan Ling Tian, so that he would kill him once and for all. After Zishang spoke, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were covered with a layer of red all of a sudden. Zishang could insult anything about him, but it was unforgivable for him to insult his mother. You want to die once and for all? I'm not going to doing that. I'll let you die a long and torturous death. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian's voice was extremely cold, as though it came from a thaw hole. Anyone would have goosebumps hearing that voice. Zishang's expression changed dramatically. He wanted to provoke Duan Ling Tian initially, but he did not expect it to backfire. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian swung his sword once again in an arc as he chopped off one of Zishang's legs slowly. During the procedure, Zishang could not endure it any longer and wailed in devastation. Duan Ling Tian, you're a devil. You're a devil. Zishang yelled loudly when he had a respite as Duan Ling Tian put his sword away. Whoosh! However, Duan Ling Tian swung the sword in his hand once again. Zishang shrieked agonizingly as his other leg was chopped off. His face was pale, but it regained its color soon after he used origin energy to staunch the bleeding from the wound. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's expression was cold as he swung the sword in his hand again as his eyes gleamed. He broke Zishang's dantian instantly. Ah! At this moment, Zishang passed out immediately after releasing a shriek. At the same time, the origin energy that was used to staunch the bleeding on Zishang's body vanished. Blood was flowing out continuously from the wounds on his 4 limbs. Very quickly, it turned into a river and drowned his body in it. Up until that moment, the fierce gleam in Duan Ling Tian did not fade away at all. In his past life on Earth, he was an orphan who had no parents. He had a mother named Li Ro when he arrived in this world. The love that Li Ro gave him had caused him to treat Li Ro like his birth mother. If he was asked who mattered the most to him in the world, it would undoubtedly be Li Ro, his mother in this life. As the saying went, every dragon has a reverse scale. One would definitely die if one touches it. His mother was his reverse scale. He was enraged when Zishang insulted his mother earlier. He was so angry that he could no longer suppress his emotion. Fu! Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed fiercely when he noticed that Zishang would soon die from blood loss while he was passed out. He lifted his arm and took out a bottle of hard liquor that had never been opened from his spatial ring. After opening the seal on the hard liquor bottle, Duan Ling Tian then poured the hard liquor on Zishang's head. Zishang was passed out, but he woke up with a jerk from the ice-cold hard liquor. However, the only thing Zishang could feel was a devastating pain all over his body when he woke up, and he began to wail in pain. How could he maintain his composure from earlier? Zishang's cultivation base was completely destroyed and he could no longer use origin energy to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. The only thing he could do was to look at the blood flowing out his body. Very soon, Zishang closed his eyes and passed out again. Duan Ling Tian patiently poured the hard liquor on Zishang's head again, and again, waking Zishang waking up over and over again in return. He would let out devastating wails repeatedly before passing out again. Duan Ling Tian, please just kill me. I beg you. I'm begging you. Zishang's face was ashen, and his breath was weak, but he could not stop begging. You should have known this would be the consequence from the moment you insulted my mother. Duan Ling Tian ignored Zishang and continued to torture him. Half an hour later, Zishang's head fell hard onto the ground. He had lost his breath completely and died of blood loss. Zishang was dead. He was really dead. Duan Ling Tian's rage faded gradually when Zishang died. He looked into Zishang's eyes again. Although there was still cold gleam shining in his eyes, there was no longer unforgivable hatred like before. Duan Ling Tian became a little absent-minded as he stared at Zishang's body. At this moment, he could not help but recall the time when he first saw Zishang. Zishang was riding on a flying beast when he landed on the peak of 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He had intended to have an affair with his fiancée, Ku Er. Conflict sparked between him and Zishang after that, and they established a 2-year agreement. Throughout the 2 years, he defeated Zishang, whose cultivation base was a couple of levels higher than him, easily with his soul skill 1,000 illusions. Zishang left unwillingly. That time when he met Zishang again was at the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. The conflict between him and Zishang rose up. Duanling Tian looked at Zishang's dead body calmly as he conveniently took Zishang's spatial ring. Puff! In the next moment, a purple flame with golden edges burned on Duanling Tian's hands. He was ready to pour the hard liquor on Zishang's body so that he would vanish completely from this world. Wait! Wait! At this moment, a cold, husky and old voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. It was filled with concern. Duanling Tian, don't burn just yet. Don't burn just yet. Oh, why? Are you scared, old fellow? Duanling Tian said calmly with a grin on his lips and a gleam in his eyes. Duanling Tian, if you're willing to let me go, and let me live in your body temporarily, I'll pay you back in the future. As long as you have me in the future, you'll definitely. Naturally, the voice came from what seemed to be the sole remnant of a martial emperor powerhouse in Zishang's body. It was Ghost Flame's voice. When he saw his host, Zishang, was killed, he was desperate to look for his next host. Otherwise, his sole remnant would vanish completely. However, he stopped suddenly before he could finish speaking. He then said in panic after pausing for a second, What are you doing? No. 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 Unfortunately, it was Ghost Flame's fate that he could not finish what he was going to say. That was because the flame that was on Duanling Tian's hand was poured onto Zishang's body at the moment Ghost Flame paused earlier. It ignited the hard liquor on Zishang's body. As Zishang drowned in the flame that rose rapidly, Ghost Flame could not speak at all, and he vanished from the world just like Zishang did. Zishang, Ghost Flame, die. Duanling Tian maintained his cold expression from the beginning until the end. Naturally, he had heard Ghost Flame's voice loud and clear, but he ignored it completely. He had no idea what this Ghost Flame was, and he had no idea what kind of latent risk there might be in the future if he allowed Ghost Flame to attach himself to his body. Therefore, he did not dare to take the risk. The Spirit Fruit. Duanling Tian performed blood ownership claim on Zishang's spatial ring after he snapped back to his senses. It was just like what Duanling Tian had speculated. Only one out of the 3 spirit fruits that grew on the tricolor plant was left at the moment. Zishang had consumed 2 of the spirit fruits. Zishang should have only digested 1 spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have definitely ascended to the 2nd level void transformation if he had digested the 2nd spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. When Duanling Tian thought about this, he felt fortunate. To him, Zishang would undoubtedly be a tough opponent if he had broken through to the 2nd level void transformation. The reason he managed to defeat Zishang directly earlier was due to his power that suppressed Zishang in all aspects. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it so smoothly. If I didn't find out about the tricolor plant and made my way here, or if Zishang took the tricolor plant along with him when he took the 3 spirit fruits, I would definitely not be here in time to find him hiding here. Duanling Tian could not help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes when he thought about this. As soon as Zishang absorbed and digested the 3 spirit fruits, he would definitely break through his cultivation base to the 2nd level void transformation. I would definitely be defeated if I bumped into him at that time, and I probably would have to use the amulet to kill him. The more Duanling Tian thought about it, the more fearful he became. He really felt he was fortunate, and it showed on his face. He felt fortunate that he did not have to use the amulet that his father only in name left him. Soon after, Duanling Tian's attention was diverted. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed when he looked at the spirit fruit in his hand that was so red that it was as though it was dripping blood. I'll eat the spirit fruit and wait until my cultivation base ascends. After that, I'll continue to figure out where the central area is. He looked at the corner on top of the secluded cave subconsciously as he thought about it. The inconspicuous dark cave in the corner was where Zishang was hiding in earlier. I'll cultivate here then. Duanling Tian flew and entered the dark cave. He found the place empty and it could easily contain his entire person. It's obvious that this tiny cave had just been opened up not long ago. Seems like it was done by Zishang, Duanling Tian muttered to himself softly. He was relieved that Zishang was dead. Otherwise, he would suffer like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. That ghost flame is just too strange. Luckily I killed him so he's no longer a threat to me, Duanling Tian said to himself softly as a gleam flashed in his eyes. All 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples died in my hands this time. I can consider this as earning back some interest from Skywolf Fort for myself. If the few Vice Fort Masters at Skywolf Fort know about all this, I'm afraid they'll be so angry that they'll vomit blood. Duan Tianlang was secretly glad when he thought about this. Back then, the people from Skywolf Fort almost killed him because they coveted the Devil Seal tablet in his hands. It had caused an innocent person to die because of him. From that moment onward, his hatred toward Skywolf Fort was deep-rooted in his heart. In the future, he would definitely travel to Skywolf Fort in ancient Desert City to teach them a good lesson when he achieved a boost in his ability. Moreover, he would definitely kill the 4 Vice Fort Masters who led a team to chase after him. Mengli, Ningcan, Yukong, and Fengwei. Duanling Tian uttered the 4 Skywolf Fort Vice Fort Masters' names loudly and clearly as his eyes gleamed coldly. A moment later, Duanling Tian finally calmed down and popped the red spirit fruit into his mouth and swallowed it down into his stomach. The medicinal efficacy turned into a warm current and merged with his body immediately. Very quickly, the origin energy in his body began to churn. The overbearing medicinal efficacy from the rebirth pill that was hiding deep in his dantian was released and integrated completely with the origin energy. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roving dragon form. At this moment, Duanling Tian was completely immersed in his cultivation. His cultivation base was ascending at a terrifying speed from the double boost of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy and the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy. Bang! 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 That noise reverberated in one of the caves in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure's outer ring while Duanling Tian was deep in his cultivation. Loud bangs were heard over and over again. The entire cave was filled with gusts of strong wind, and sand and dust were flying everywhere. It was difficult for one to see what was happening in there. There were 2 silhouettes flashing past each other continuously in the cave. The battle seemed like it was stuck in a stalemate. An overbearing saber glow would form whenever one of them swung the saber in his hand with the might of splitting a mountain. Meanwhile, the other person had spirit weapon gloves on both of his hands. Whenever he punched, purple lightning would surround his fists and a thunderous sound would reverberate. Peng Bao, give me that profundity fragment, otherwise, I'll definitely kill you today. The muscular young man whose punches were like thunder had thick brows, big eyes, and his voice was loud and clear. Lei Jun, everyone can boast. If you're really capable, go ahead, kill me and take the profundity fragment in my hands. Although the profundity fragment I have is an 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment, it suits you. However, from what I know, there are many senior officials in your Izumo sect who has comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept, right? You'll just benefit someone else even if you manage to obtain this profundity fragment. Why would you go all out for this? The young man who was shooting a domineering saber glow from his hands did not care when faced with Lei Jun's threat. Instead, he was advising Lei Jun. If Duanling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize the person immediately. He had met this young man once, and they had traded before. He was a Nika sect's disciple, Peng Bao. The situation at the moment was easy to understand. Peng Bao had obtained one of the profundity fragments at the Martial Emperor's secret treasure's outer ring, and it was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment. It had piqued Lei Jun, the Izumo sect disciple's interest to fight for the fragment. It was difficult to determine who was winning since it was a draw between him and Lei Jun. As they battled for a while, Lei Jun seemed to notice that it was difficult for him to defeat Peng Bao. He then changed his tone to one that was calmer. Peng Bao, from what I know, none of the senior officials in your Anika sect has comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept. The senior officials in your Anika sect won't be able to use it even if you bring it back. Why don't we make a deal? As long as you're willing to give me this 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, I'll agree to your condition as long as it's something our Izumo sect is capable of doing. Lei Jun's tone became desperate as he reached the end of his sentence since he was desperate to obtain the profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hands. Unless you can trade a profundity fragment that can help our Anika sect's senior officials. Otherwise, don't think about taking the thunder profundity fragment from me. Peng Bao said calmly. What kind of joke is that? The Anika sect that he was in and the Izumo sect that Lei Jun was from had always been incompatible like fire and water all these years. If he was to give up the thunder profundity fragment that he had, another monarch powerhouse would undoubtedly be born in Izumo sect. At that time, Izumo sect would beat Anika sect. Therefore, although none of them could use the thunder profundity fragment at the moment, it was impossible for him to give it up to the people from Izumo sect. Lei Jun wore a solemn expression on his face when he heard what Peng Bao said. He moved suddenly and retreated quickly. Peng Bao did not chase after him when he saw Lei Jun retreating. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at Lei Jun calmly. Peng Bao, I can promise you this. Lei Jun took a deep breath and promised. From this moment onward, you and I will collaborate to look and fight for the second profundity fragment. A smile appeared on Peng Bao's face when he heard that. Lei Jun was the second most powerful person among the current Izumo sect's disciples. His ability was not any lesser than Peng Bao's. He would definitely be able to overcome all obstacles to obtain the profundity fragment that Anika sect needed if he collaborated with Lei Jun. From this moment onward, apart from looking and fighting for other profundity fragments in the Outer Ring, we also have to figure out the directions to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure's central area and head over there, said Peng Bao. After that, the small team that Peng Bao and Lei Jun established temporarily began to move swiftly at the Outer Ring. Unfortunately, their dream to look for the other 4 profundity fragments in the Outer Ring could not be realized. The 4 profundity fragments had found masters of their own. When Peng Bao and Lei Jun were looking for the directions to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure's central area, a group of survivors in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure was looking for the fragments as well. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure's central area was the place where the Martial Emperor, who had left this secret treasure behind, ended his life. According to the Martial Emperor's message, his body should be located there. Apart from the ample treasures that might be there, the 3 profundity fragments in the Martial Emperor's body alone were sufficient to drive someone crazy to look for them. Those were Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. While they were looking for the Martial Emperor's secret treasure's central area and heading there, Duanling Tian remained immersed in his cultivation. He seemed to have forgotten about time. 9 dragons were sovereign technique, the roving dragon form. The origin energy in his body was circulating rapidly to boost his cultivation base quickly. It was unknown how long had passed when Duanling Tian finally opened his eyes that gleamed in the dark. Almost there. Duanling Tian woke up when the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy returned to his dantian, and he did not continue to cultivate. Meanwhile, he had exhausted the red spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy completely. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 3rd level void transformation, and he had reached the 4th level void transformation's plateau, and it was still unstable. Wind. Suddenly, a rapid wind whistling noise arose in the tiny, dark cave. Soon, the noise became louder and louder. 3rd level advanced wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. At that moment when Duanling Tian was mumbling to himself, he flew out of the tiny, dark cave as if he had transformed into a gust of wind. He then appeared in the spacious cave outside that was as bright as day. I should continue to look for the directions to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure's central area, Duanling Tian muttered. Once he finished speaking, he was nowhere to be seen. Duanling Tian had broken through his cultivation base and comprehended the 3rd level advanced wind concept, and he rushed out like lightning. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head followed him like his shadow. When the khaki energy rumbled below Duanling Tian's feet, it was as though he resonated with the ground. He traveled across a few caves after he stepped out. Apart from the bolts of rampant purple lightning rumbling around the khaki energy, There were waves of green energy following it. Moreover, there was a faint layer of energy on his body that acted as a pathfinder as Duanling Tian was rushing. Upon closer inspection, it was a wave of sword-shaped energy. Meanwhile, ancient horned dragon silhouettes flew above his head when he was rushing. He looked menacing. Due to the rapid speed, it was difficult for one to see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes were there. As soon as Duanling Tian halted his movement, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head would be crystal clear. There were a total of 1,150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. A third-level void transformation with an origin energy boost that was as powerful as the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The third-level advanced wind concept also had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The combination of the three remaining types of ninth-level void interpretation concepts was as powerful the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Altogether, it had the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. The extra 50 ancient horned dragons' strength came from Duanling Tian's resonation with the earth energy with the help from earth concept and the earth. It was half the power of the earth concept. Duanling Tian was driven by the strength of the 1,150 ancient horned dragons, and he was as fast as wind and thunder. Many martial artists would not be able to catch up with his speed due to how fast he was. It was unknown how long had passed when Duanling Tian stopped moving, and he did not look too good. Qinwei. Duanling Tian revealed a cold gleam in his eyes that seemed as though he was going to devour the next person he saw alive when he saw the body lying on the ground. It was Qinwei, a person that he knew. He had already known Qinwei before he joined Five Elements sect. Although their first meeting ended on an unpleasant note, it was actually caused by Qinwei being deceived by his birth brother. Duanling Tian actually liked Qinwei as a person. Before entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Qinwei was an active person. However, he was now just a cold body. Moreover, it was obvious that he had been dead for many days. Bang! Duanling Tian was solemn as he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble! Rumble! All of a sudden, a ferocious crack appeared on the ground where Duanling Tian stomped on. It only stopped cracking when it spread to Qinwei's body, causing Qinwei's body to fall. As Duanling Tian lifted his arms, the origin energy merged with earth energy and rushed to the side of the cave wall. The rocks began to chip from above and gravels began to fall. Whoosh! Duanling Tian lifted his arms once again as he controlled the chips and gravels with his energy to fill the gaps for Qinwei's burial. He wanted Qinwei to be buried under the ground in peace. Rest in peace. Duanling Tian muttered to himself with his head lowered as he looked at the cracks that were spread all over the place. What's he doing? I happened to see it because I came earlier. He seems to be burying a person's body. It should be a brother of the same sect that he's close with. It was unknown when it happened, but the scene Duanling Tian created had attracted many to watch. They were standing far away and talking among themselves. Duanling Tian frowned as he was getting ready to leave. It's Duanling Tian. Two people entered the cave to watch, and they could not help but exclaim when they saw Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian looked over when he heard the voice. He recognized the duo at first glance. They were the two monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple. Although he did not know the duo, he had some impressions of them. Duanling Tian nodded at them. He thought it was fate that they managed to meet each other here since they came from the same entrance. He was ready to leave again after he greeted and nodded at the duo. However, before he could move, he realized that he had been surrounded by three people who approached him like three bolts of lightning. As the three surrounded him, their eyes gleamed as they stared at him with greed written all over their faces. They were looking at him as though he was some precious treasure. You're Duanling Tian? The most powerful person among the current Five Elements sect on the eastern side of the northern desert? I heard that you obtained a profundity fragment? As the three of them surrounded Duanling Tian, they took turns to speak as their breaths quickened. Oh, how can I forget? Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. I heard from someone that he obtained a profundity fragment earlier. I heard about that too. Duanling Tian, the most powerful person among the current Five Elements sect's disciples. He just obtained a profundity fragment not too long ago. Oh, so he's that Duanling Tian. Apart from the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples who had a faint change of expression, the others were staring at Duanling Tian menacingly. They could not wait to kill him right away and take the profundity fragment from him. Duanling Tian frowned when he heard the discussion around him. He immediately looked at the two monk disciples from the Empyrean Temple. Suddenly, the two Empyrean Temple monk disciples' expressions changed dramatically and spoke immediately in panic as they shook their heads. Duanling Tian, I know nothing about you obtaining the profundity fragment. That's right. If we knew you obtained the profundity fragment and spread the news, we definitely wouldn't have exposed your identity earlier. The two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples seemed to be a little panicked when they spoke. They had witnessed Duanling Tian's ability previously. As long as Duanling Tian was willing, one blow was all that he needed to kill the both of them instantly. Duanling Tian's frown grew deeper. He did not blame the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples for exposing his identity. Rather, he was curious how the others knew he had obtained a profundity fragment. Most importantly, these people knew his name as well as his background despite the fact that they had never seen him before. When I obtained that 7th level Monarch Stage Earth profundity fragment, I've taken special care to use spiritual energy to probe my surroundings. Apart from myself, there was definitely no other living human that knew about me obtaining the profundity fragment. Duanling Tian recalled the scene when he obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth profundity fragment, and he was absolutely certain of that. There was definitely no other living person who knew he had obtained the profundity fragment. It meant that there was only one possibility. Someone intentionally framed me in an attempt to make me the common enemy among the group of young people who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. That person wants me dead. Duanling Tian figured it out immediately after he gave it some thought. A layer of red appeared in his eyes as soon as he figured it out. He could not hold back the rage that was rising in him at this moment. The thing that he wanted to do most at this very moment was to find the person who started the rumor and kill him. Although he was not concerned about the consequences of the rumor, he was extremely irritated that person framed him while hiding in the dark. Apart from the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples who were so scared that they were trembling while standing far away, Duanling Tian realized that another 4 people had come up to him and surrounded him, excluding the 3 people who surrounded him earlier. There was a total of 7 of them surrounding him. At this moment, Duanling Tian figured out the situation. Apart from the 3 people who were together in the beginning, the other 4 were separated into 2 small teams. There were 2 of them in each small team. With that said, the 7 of them came from 3 different forces. There was a total of 6 forces that came from entrance number 2. Apart from the 20 Skywolf Fort disciples who died in his hands, although he did not know the remaining people from the 5 forces, he had a rough idea of who they were. However, he did not have any impression of the 7 people before him. Are all of you the disciples from Enika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect? Duanling Tian asked with his deep voice and focused his vision as he faced the 7 young powerhouses whose origin energies were rising as their concepts followed closely. They were all poised to attack. That's right. Why? Are you afraid? When they heard what Duanling Tian said, a couple of young powerhouses surrounding him wore a prideful smile on their faces. As disciples from second-rate forces, they had a sense of superiority when they encountered disciples from third-rate forces such as 5-Element sect. It seems like there really are 2 entrances in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. People from the Enika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect all came from entrance number 1, while the others and I came from entrance number 2. Until now, I've yet to meet anyone who came from the 3rd entrance. Duanling Tian thought to himself and secretly confirmed the fact. Although Duanling Tian was surrounded by the 7 of them, he was not afraid at all. He asked slowly, "Which one of you are Enika sect's disciples?" At this moment, Duanling Tian's eyes were calm and his face was relaxed. His expression would not change even if Mountain Tai was to collapse before him. "We're Enika sect's disciples," a young man and lady responded calmly after Duanling Tian spoke. The young man wore a cold expression as he stared at Duanling Tian greedily. Meanwhile, the young lady had a calm expression and nobody could tell if she was happy or angry. "For the sake of me being acquainted with Peng Bao, I'll advise you to retreat." Duanling Tian glanced at the 2 Enika sect's disciples calmly. His tone was peaceful without any emotions. Peng Bao was the Anika sect's disciple that he met earlier. He had a tremendous ability with a third-level void transformation cultivation base. When the both of them met, all he did was trade with Peng Bao since it was beneficial to both parties. They only met once, but he liked Peng Bao's straightforward character. When he found out the duo before him were Anika sect's disciples, he was willing to let them live when he recalled Peng Bao. Otherwise, he would definitely not waste his breath on them. The Anika sect female disciple who had a calm face since the beginning could not help but said out loud, "You know senior brother Peng Bao?" "Yes, I know him." Duan Ling Tian nodded. The Anika sect's female disciple heard what he said and retreated after she nodded. "Senior brother Peng Bao saved my life. Since you're his friend, I won't give you a difficult time today." "Humph. So what if you know senior brother Peng Bao? I must take the profundity fragment from you." However, the Anika sect's male disciple did not appreciate Duan Ling Tian's mercy. Duan Ling Tian seemed like he did not hear what the male disciple from Anika sect said. He gazed at the other 6 who were surrounding him and said, "The 6 of you, just come at me together." When the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces heard what Duan Ling Tian said and saw the disregard on his face, their faces changed dramatically. And all of them were completely enraged by it. A disciple from a third-rate force challenging the 6 of them from second-rate forces? Provocation. Direct provocation. Since you wish to die, we'll help you with it. We'll let you know, disciples from third-rate forces like you are similar to ants in the eyes of disciples from second-rate forces like us. It's as easy as killing chickens or cutting grass for us to kill you. 6 of the disciples from second-rate forces attacked simultaneously as they struck at Duan Ling Tian. They fully exerted their origin energies, and their concepts followed like shadows as they released the spirit weapons in their hands and gave it their best shot. They charged toward Duan Ling Tian with great momentum. Each of them had several hundreds of ancient horned dragons silhouettes at the space above them as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded in the middle. More than 3,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes formed a siege and lunged toward Duan Ling Tian's position with their fangs and claws bared. Boom! 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 The full force from the 6 second-rate forces disciples caused the air to compress rapidly, and a series of air explosions that sounded as loud as exploding mines resounded. When the air explosions sounded, jets of airwaves rolled out in all directions and turned into gusts of strong wind. Everyone's robes billowed and fluttering sounds could be heard. Kill! The spirit weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples from second-rate forces seemed to turn into death sides at that moment as they headed for Duan Ling Tian, trying to reap his life. The female Anika sect's disciple looked on calmly from the side. In her opinion, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian, to survive the attacks of the 6 young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. However, when her gaze inadvertently landed on the other 2 bystanders, she realized they were looking sympathetically at the 6 young powerhouses from the second-rate forces that were with her. And her heart immediately sank, and she had an ominous premonition. Was the purple-clad young man strong enough to deal with the 6 of them? She felt a little absurd on second thought. A disciple from a third-rate force, even if he was the number 1 among the youths, it was still impossible to fight 6 young powerhouses who were not inferior to her. Nevertheless, she was stunned in the very next moment. Her face turned red as if her throat was being choked. Her eyes were wide as she stared at the scene before her. Incredulity and amazement filled her eyes. Oh God! What did she just see? Under the siege of the 6 young powerhouses as strong as him, the purple-clad young man casually stepped upward. A sword that exuded a devastating aura then appeared in his hands. This is definitely not a grade 2 spirit sword. A thought instantly appeared in her subconscious mind. What surprised her the most was the subsequent move from the purple-clad young man. He exerted his origin energy that continued transforming into a vast amount of khaki energy entwined with bolts of purple lightning along with gusts of green wind that were solidifying. Apart from that, there was a swift and piercing aura on the purple-clad young man. Sword concept. The female Anika sect disciple was very familiar with it since she was a martial artist who had comprehended the sword concept. He has comprehended so many concepts? All of them seemed to be at a high level too. Within a few breaths' time, The female Anika sex disciple only had time to figure out this much. In the next moment, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. It was a scene that haunted her for the rest of her life and made her feel grateful for the choice she made today. The female Anika sex disciple clearly saw as the purple-clad young man raised his hand and swung his sword. A frightening sword she turned around as fast as a flash of lightning, and it lasted very briefly. Shortly after, all the 6 young powerhouses, who were charging toward him with great momentum, were slashed at their waists into 2 halves. Their incomplete corpses smashed together due to inertia. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. All 6 of them died without time for any one of them to even scream. The female Anika sex disciple completely froze. She only realized what had happened after a while. Her face was filled with horror as she muttered, "Senior brother Peng Bao, I owe you my life once again." She knew if she did not back down when the purple-clad young man mentioned Peng Bao, there would have been more than 6 deaths. She would not have been able to stay alive. Boom, 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 boom. Pieces of incomplete corpses fell on the ground and quickly dyed the ground red like a river of blood, and it was dreadful. The 2 Empyrean Temple's disciples were shocked and pale as their bodies trembled. Although they had expected the scene before them would happen, they still could not help but feel frightened when they witnessed it. The 6 young powerhouses might be disciples from second-rate forces, but to them, the strength of Duanling Tian from 5-element sect had surpassed ordinary disciples from second-rate forces. They were no match for Duanling Tian's strength unless they were the best among the younger generation from the second-rate forces. As for the best among the younger generation from second-rate forces, although they had never seen any, they could still identify that the 6 people who attacked Duanling Tian were not at that level. The 6 of them would have been at most the better ones among the youths from the second-rate forces. However, Duanling Tian's ability to instantly kill 6 first-level void transformation disciples from second-rate forces with one move had struck fear into their hearts. Duanling Tian's strength seems to have increased. They came to the same conclusion as they looked at each other. The depths of their eyes were filled with a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. "You've overestimated yourselves." As Duanling Tian's coolly glanced at 6 of the incomplete corpses on the ground, a hint of coldness hung on the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy had identified the level of cultivation of the 6 of them. They were all first-level void transformation martial artists who were nothing before him. Waves of origin energy rolled out as Duanling Tian raised his arms. He kept the Grade 2 spirit weapons and spatial rings that belonged to the 6 of them. These were the trophies and fruits of his labor. Then, Duanling Tian casually glanced at that female Anika sex disciple and 2 of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples. "Duanling Tian, we won't tell anyone that you've acquired a profundity fragment," the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples hurriedly said when they saw Duanling Tian's gaze. They bit their fingers and quickly made an oath with their blood on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duanling Tian was speechless when he saw that. When did he ask them to make an oath? He knew in his heart that the news of him acquiring a profundity fragment was intentionally leaked. It was safe to assume that most of the young powerhouses in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure already knew about it. Apart from those uninformed, everyone else must have known. No matter who it is, those who hit below the belt must be repaid with my endless anger. Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold as the anger in his heart skyrocketed. "Show!" Under the watchful gazes of both of the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and the female Anika sex disciple, Duanling Tian moved and disappeared before their eyes in just a second as if he had vanished into thin air. Only then did the 3 of them heave a sigh of relief. In front of Duanling Tian, they felt oppressed from the bottom of their hearts. He was a chilling god of slaughter. When they looked at the 6 incomplete corpses before them, their faces paled again, and a hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts shone in their eyes. The female Anika sex disciple looked at the 2 Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and asked calmly, "Both of you knew that he was so strong?" "Of course. He killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with only 2 swords when he entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He's a freak. I have to say, you made the right choice. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them." said the two Empyrean Temple's monk disciples as their gazes landed on the remains stacked in a river of blood in front of them and involuntarily shuddered again. Killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with 2 swords? The female Anika sex disciple could not help but narrow her eyes. Those who were sent into the Martial Emperor's secret treasure would have been the stronger ones among the younger generation of third-rate forces disciples. They would not be weak. However, to kill 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with merely 2 swords, she knew she would not be able to achieve that with her strength. Even if she was able to kill them all, she would not be able to do it so simply and swiftly. Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Peng Bao, what kind of freak did you meet? A bitter smile hung on the corner of the female Anika sex disciple's mouth. If Duan Lingtian did not mention Peng Bao in a timely manner, and she did not withdraw from the battle because Peng Bao had saved her life before, she would have been more than dead. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to figure out the Empyrean Temple's monk disciples and the female Anika sex disciple's state of mind. He continued to search for the directions to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Obviously, he was also trying to deduce who was the person that framed him. Knows my name and my background. The person who framed me must have been from one of the 6 major forces that entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure with me. 19 disciples from Skywolf Fort was killed by me as soon as we entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Could it be Zishang who spread the news? Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows as the thought arose. In his opinion, this was the most viable possibility. Although he had killed Zishang, who knew if Zishang had already framed him by spreading the news of him possessing a profundity fragment before that. No! Very soon. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and shook his head. The soul remnant that was hidden in Zishang's body is most likely from the Devil Seal tablet. After all, he did own a Devil Seal tablet fragment. More importantly, the soul remnant that was hidden in Zishang's body seems to be a Martial Emperor powerhouse who recognized the Devil Seal tablet. It's possible that he knew the background of the Devil Seal tablet. Then, he should know the value of the Devil Seal tablet. This also means Zishang wouldn't have framed me. Otherwise, if I'm killed, the Devil Seal tablet will fall into other people's hands. Duan Lingtian thought a lot in just a few minutes. First, he was certain Zishang knew the value of the Devil Seal tablet. Back when he was hunted by the Skywolf Fort's 4 vice fort masters, it was led by Zishang with the Devil Seal tablet. It could be that Zishang wanted Skywolf Fort to obtain the Devil Seal tablet first before he steals it back with other methods. He had aid from a soul remnant that seems to be a Martial Emperor powerhouse. It wouldn't be difficult to obtain strength that surpasses Skywolf Fort in the future. However, it's different in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Once he spreads the news that I have a profundity fragment, he wouldn't be able to find out who killed me, let alone retrieving the Devil Seal tablet from the person who killed me. With this line of thought, Duan Lingtian confirmed that the person who framed him was not Zishang. Since Zishang was interested in his Devil Seal tablet, he would not do such a stupid thing. But if not Zishang, then who is it? Duan Lingtian frowned as he flew. He still could not figure out who was trying to frame him. Could it be that 2 disciples from Sun Moon sect? Soon, Duan Lingtian thought of the remaining Sun Moon sect's disciples. They had the largest motive since the other 18 Sun Moon sect's disciples died in his hands. If the 2 of them wanted revenge, then they would have the motive. Apart from them, the people from Emotion Severing sect would also have a motive. When he first entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, he had killed 19 disciples from Skywolf Fort, 17 disciples from Sun Moon sect, and 12 disciples from Emotion Severing sect. It's possible that among the remaining Emotion Severing sect's disciples, there are a few who wish to avenge the dead Emotion Severing sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian murmured. Shortly after, Duan Lingtian let out a bitter smile. There's also the Blade sect's disciple, Lian Xiong. His arm was severed by Tian Wu before entering the Martial Emperor's secret treasure because of me. Although he reattached his arm, I'm pretty sure he hates me. Duan Lingtian thought as he continued to search for possible suspects. As he analyzed, he realized that no matter if it was the Blade sect's disciple, Empyrean Temple's disciples, or even 5 Element sect's disciples, all of them seemed to have the possibility of framing him. This is a headache. Duan Tian shook his head and stopped thinking. However, his eyes revealed a harsh and cold light. It doesn't matter who it is. They dared to frame me. I'll kill you and let you die horribly once I catch you. Duan Tian moved rapidly, as fast as the wind, as he traveled across caves. Along Duan Tian's journey, he heard chatters about him from a lot of the surviving young powerhouses. They were discussing the issue of the profundity fragment. After half a month's time, Duan Tian finally confirmed the directions to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure and headed there. Finally confirmed the direction. That Martial Emperor Powerhouse's palace is there. Duan Tian flew toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. His speed was at the maximum. All that was left to be seen by young powerhouses along the way was a purple lightning-like figure. That person is moving so fast. Yes, I couldn't catch up with his trail at all. Such a speed. He must at least be at the 4th level void transformation or above. The young powerhouses along the way could not help but sigh and admit defeat when they saw the flashing purple figure. As Duan Tian headed toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, a lot of young powerhouses scattered about the Martial Emperor's secret treasure had also figured out the directions to the central area and were traveling there. Brother Ling Tian obtained a profundity fragment. 2 figures were rapidly moving toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. One of them was surprised by the talks they had heard along the way. Peng Bao, you know that Duan Tian? The other person was Lei Jun. He was the 2nd strongest powerhouse of the younger generation from Izumo sect. The former figure was Peng Bao, the 2nd strongest powerhouse of the younger generation from Anika sect. I know him. He can be considered a friend. But I did not realize he has the ability to obtain a profundity fragment. Peng Bao nodded. Surprise showed on his face when he spoke. He did not think that the young man he had seen once had such a strength. As someone who had obtained a profundity fragment at the outer side of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, he clearly knew that one needed sufficient strength and luck to obtain a profundity fragment. The puppets guarding the profundity fragment was already troublesome enough. Apart from the puppets, the boxes that contained the profundity fragment would release an extremely penetrating sound to attract people nearby. If one could not overpower those who were attracted, the profundity fragment would have to be given away. Hence, to obtain a profundity fragment, luck was secondary, and strength was the most important factor. If I meet him, I'll snatch the profundity fragment from his hands. You won't interfere, will you? Lei Jun's eyes flashed as he asked quietly. If I meet him, I'll ask him which type of profundity fragment he has. If it's the one Anika sect needs, I'll try to exchange my profundity fragment with his. Peng Bao said calmly. He did not answer Lei Jun. Lei Jun's eyes brightened when he heard his words. Peng Bao's profundity fragment was the one he desperately needs, but he could not obtain it from Peng Bao. If it fell into the 5-element sect's disciple's hands who was from a third-rate force, it would be easily snatched by him, right? A young disciple from a third-rate force, even if he was the strongest person among the younger generation of the third-rate forces, he would not be better than the 2nd strongest person from Izumo sect, a second-rate force. Lei Jun was very confident of his strength. Now, I hope the profundity fragment in Duan Tian's hands is the one Anika sect needs. Even if it's not, I'll still snatch the profundity fragment from his hands. Lei Jun mumbled as a cold light gleamed in his eyes. An ant from a third-rate force isn't qualified to own a profundity fragment. Show. Peng Bao and Lei Jun moved very fast as they headed toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. At the same time, there were also a lot of other people who were traveling to the central area. Show. A red-hot figure surrounded by a burning aura flashed by several caves in a blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that several young powerhouses along the way felt ashamed. Big Brother Duan should also be on his way to the central area, right? The figure that flashed by was a red-clad girl. She was like an elf dancing in the fire when she flew, drop-dead gorgeous and alluring. She looked around 20. There was a bit of expectation between her eyebrows as she hurriedly traveled. In her mind, the figure of a purple-clad young man appeared. It made her blushed, and it looked ravishing. Show. On the other side of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, 2 shadows flew side by side at an extremely high speed. There was a young man in red and a young man in blue who looked identical. It was obvious that they were twins. However, they had entirely different expressions on their faces. The red-clad youth was expressive with constantly changing expressions, whereas the blue-clad young man's face was extremely cold and remained the same from the beginning. Duan Ling Tian has obtained a profundity fragment? There was a hint of surprise on the red-clad young man's face. When you look at it, he's as lucky as us. The blue-clad young man raised his eyebrows but stayed silent. The profound assimilation formation we found in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure is way more powerful than the one we experienced in the sect. Judging from how our concepts have improved, you can tell the profound assimilation formation has a lot of concept fragments that are of better grades, the red-clad young man exclaimed. This pair of twins was the Nangong twins from Five Element sect. The blue-clad young man with a stony face was Nangong Chen, and the red-clad young man who looked fascinated was Nangong Yi. The brothers were polar opposites. One was quiet and the other was lively. Ever since they entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, they had each acquired a Grade 1 spirit weapon in addition to entering an automatically activated profound assimilation formation. They were inside the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours and their concepts had improved tremendously. The improvement compared to the improvement they experienced in the profound assimilation formation in Five Element sect was like comparing heaven and earth. Five Element sect's profound assimilation formation was nothing before the profound assimilation formation in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Too bad the profound assimilation formation can only be activated once. Otherwise, we could have comprehended the 9th level advanced concept if we're allowed to enter again. Nangong Yi sighed and said with pity all over his face. Greedy. Nangong Chen said coolly. You don't want to? Nangong Yi glanced at Nangong Chen scornfully. Nevertheless, our encounter is better than Duan Ling Tian. Although he obtained a profundity fragment, he would have to hand it over to the sect. Hey, very hard to stay alive, Nangong Chen said a few words. He cherished his words as though it was gold. Yes, we did not expect those who entered from the other entrance of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure are from second-rate forces. Nangong Yi nodded with an apprehensive face. Since they had heard about Duan Ling Tian obtaining a profundity fragment, the young powerhouses from the second-rate forces had to have also heard of it. Duan Ling Tian had to be everyone's target. It was not difficult to guess. Although Duan Ling Tian is strong, I'm afraid he's no match for the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Nangong Yi took a deep breath. His tone was filled with fear for the several few top young powerhouses from second-rate forces. With his current strength, he could easily take on the average young powerhouses from second-rate forces. However, he had no confidence to win against top young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Apart from having a Martial Emperor powerhouse in their sects, second-rate forces were second-rate forces because the young powerhouses' cultivations were far better than the cultivation by third-rate forces like Five Element sect. For once, Nangong Chen nodded and agreed with Nangong Yi. Meanwhile, all around the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, more and more people had figured out the directions to the central area and were traveling there. And, on his way to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Duan Ling Tian, who was hurriedly traveling, had just flown through a cave and saw 3 extremely familiar figures appearing in the distance. The 3 of them were flying in the same direction as he was. They were obviously heading toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Dainyu Suli, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Ling Tian's speed was as fast as lightning. He caught up like a ghost. He smiled and said hello when he arrived at their side. The 3 of them were none other than Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to meet them here, let alone to see the 3 of them together. Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's appearance was a huge surprise for Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Seeing Duan Ling Tian again brought excitement to their eyes. Duan Ling Tian. Good for you. I thought you're already killed by the hands of the others. Huang Dainyu said in jest. Duan Ling Tian. Did you really obtain a profundity fragment? Su Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a piercing gaze. Zhang Shouyong also looked at Duan Ling Tian. If I say no, will all of you believe it? Having heard Su Li's question, Duan Ling Tian knew the 3 of them must have heard about the rumor that he had obtained a profundity fragment. He could not help but smile bitterly. Although he had obtained a profundity fragment, that was something no other living person knew. As for the widespread rumor, it was just a setup. No, having heard Duan Ling Tian's respond, not only Su Li and Zhang Shouyong, even Huang Daniu was surprised. Someone's trying to set me up. There was a flash in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashed past as though waiting for a chance to devour someone. I still don't know who it is, but one thing's for sure, that person must have entered from entrance number 2 with us. I'll surely kill them once I find out who it is. Huang Daniu threw a punch and said in anger. His face sank when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. By framing you like this, he obviously wants to get you killed. That person must hold a grudge against you. Could it be the 2 remaining disciples of Sun Moon sect? Su Li speculated. It could also be Lian Xiong. There was a flash in Zhang Shouyong's eyes, who stood at the side. He quietly said, in Blade sect, everyone knows Lian Xiong always holds grudges and seeks revenge. He certainly wouldn't give up so easily after such a big loss to brother Ling Tian. I've thought about these people that you all mentioned. I did consider the emotion-severing sect's disciples. After all of them have the motive. The one who framed me doesn't necessarily have to hold a grudge against me. It may be pure jealousy, and they just don't want me to survive this expedition in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Duan Ling Tian said slowly and shared his deduction. Huang Daniu and the rest immediately fell silent. That person is really insidious. With one phrase, he put you in danger. Now, those young powerhouses from second-rate forces must be looking for you. Huang Daniu said with an alarmed expression. Second-rate forces? Duan Ling Tian lifted his eyebrows when he heard what Huang Daniu said. None of the disciples of second-rate forces he had met and battled was a match for him. All of them died in his hands. Even if it's that Peng Bao from Anika sect. With my current strength, it shouldn't be hard to win him. Duan Ling Tian unconsciously thought of Peng Bao, whom he had met once previously. At that time, his spiritual energy discovered Peng Bao was a third-level void transformation martial artist. He did not have much confidence in winning a battle against Peng Bao then, but things have changed. Unless Peng Bao had a fortuitous encounter, he would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. The 4 of them traveled to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure together. Along the way, Huang Daniu asked curiously, Duan Ling Tian, did you gain anything else along the way? It's not too bad. I obtained a 9th-level Earth concept fragment and a spirit fruit, Duan Ling Tian said as he smiled. He did not mention the incident with the 7th-level Monarch stage Earth profundity fragment. Otherwise, he would be admitting the rumor was true. Then, that person would not be framing him but would have spoken the truth instead. That was not something he was willing to see. What about all of you? After Duan Ling Tian told them about his acquisition, he looked at Huang Daniu and the other 2 others and asked, how did the 3 of you meet? I met Su Li first, Huang Daniu said. Yes. Su Li nodded. After that, Daniu and I met Big Brother Zhang together, and we decided to travel together. We did acquire some things. So far, we managed to collect all the 9th-level concept fragments that are usable for the 3 of us. Looks like it's a fruitful trip for the 3 of you, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, you don't know. Apart from those, we encountered a profundity fragment. It was an 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment. Huang Daniu said and sighed at the same time. Hints of regret filled his face. 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Huang Daniu's statement. Although he had a Monarch stage wind profundity fragment, it was just a 3rd-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment. It was incomparable to an 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment. You all didn't get it? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed when he saw Huang Daniu's sigh. He asked curiously, since you all didn't manage to obtain it. This means the person who obtained the profundity fragment is stronger. But why did he let you go? Isn't he worried that you all will spread the news that he had obtained a profundity fragment? He wanted to kill us, but we narrowly escaped. Besides, he doesn't seem to care about us spreading the news that he got a profundity fragment, Zhang Shouyong said with a bitter smile. What does that mean? Duan Ling Tian was stunned, his face filled with questions. In his opinion, since the person tried to kill Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, That means he was worried the three of them would spread the news that he had obtained a profundity fragment. However, why did Zhang Shouyong say he did not care? Was that not contradictory? Shortly after, Duanling Tian finally understood after listening to Su Li's explanation. What you mean is, he just stomped his feet, and several disciples from Izumo sect and Anika sect was killed. Duanling Tian could not help but inhale sharply. Based on Su Li and the others' explanation, he gathered that the several Izumo sect and Anika sect's disciples were the weakest among the disciples of second-rate forces that entered the martial emperor's secret treasure. However, that black-clad young man was able to kill them with just a stomp of his feet and almost killed Su Li and the rest. He felt shocked from the bottom of his heart. Huang Dania's face was filled with fear as he said that person's strength should be at least at the second or third level void transformation. More importantly, he comprehended the Earth concept and can draw support from Earth energy. According to what you've said, he's at least a third-level void transformation martial artist. Additionally, the Earth concept he has comprehended would be at least at the third-level advanced or higher, Duanling Tian guessed as he referred to the experience in the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Forget it, don't mention him. Makes me feel unlucky. Huang Dani shook his head. Duanling Tian, the news of you obtaining a profundity fragment has spread. Maybe you should stay away from the central area of the martial emperor's secret treasure. That's right, Duanling Tian. What you should do now is protect yourself. Su Li agreed. Brother Ling Tian, I think you shouldn't go too. Once you're there, human greed will make you an obvious target for everyone. Zhang Shouyong added. Duanling Tian's heart warmed after listening to the concerns of the three of them. Just when he wanted to say something, Hang, you're Duanling Tian? A cold humph sounded from the opening of a cave in front of them, and it spread clearly into Duanling Tian's ears. Following that, Duanling Tian saw a black figure appeared on the path they were headed toward. It was a black-clad young man with an indifferent expression. His eyes seemed dull, but in fact, it hid a murderous intent and gave out an invisible sense of oppression. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows and extended his spiritual energy. He intended to identify his opponent's cultivation. It's you! At that moment, the screams of Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong shocked Duanling Tian. His spiritual energy almost collapsed, and his heart was filled with curiosity. Did they know the black-clad young man? Duanling Tian, he's the person we previously mentioned, but we didn't expect him to be nearby and to be eavesdropping on our conversation. Su Li answered the question in Duanling Tian's mind using voice transmission. Then, that 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment is with him. Having heard what Su Li said, Duanling Tian stared at the black-clad young man who was blocking their way with a piercing gaze. His killing intent showed in the depth of his eyes. As Duanling Tian looked at the black-clad young man with killing intent flashing in his eyes, the gaze the black-clad young man used to look at him was also filled with the same aloof killing intent as though he was about to devour a certain somebody. Apart from killing intent, greed could also be seen in the black-clad young man's gaze. Looks like he has also heard the news about me obtaining the profundity fragment. Duanling Tian was astute, so he did not miss the greed in the depth of the black-clad young man's eyes. With just a beat of his heart, he faintly came to a conclusion. At the same time, Duanling Tian extended his spiritual energy and immediately probed the black-clad young man's cultivation base. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately after he discovered the black-clad young man's cultivation base. I didn't expect to come across the three of you again. You three were lucky last time, so I spared your lives. However, this time you can all die together, since you're on the same side as Duanling Tian. The black-clad young man's cold gaze landed on Duanling Tian for a moment before sweeping across Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. His tone was cold and aloof. As soon the words left his mouth, the black-clad young man raised his foot. The origin energy on his foot soared up before merging with Earth concept and transformed into a gust of vast khaki energy that slammed mightily on the ground. Bam! A loud noise reverberated in the air. It shook the entire cavern as the earth trembled, and the mountains swayed. A hideous crack spread out beneath the black-clad young man's feet and continued to spread out in 4 cracks, heading to where Duanling Tian, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were standing. The speed of the crack spreading was as fast as lightning. It's so fast that it was absolutely terrifying. Horror dawned on Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong at once. At this moment, they could clearly sense that the attack launched by the black-clad young man was more than 50% stronger than the attack that he cast previously. Looks like he held back last time. This thought flashed across the three of their minds at the same time. However, right at this moment, three cracks that contained blood-curdling energy had crept out and already arrived before them. It left them with no time to resist nor escape. For a time, despair rose up from the bottom of their hearts. Are we going to die now? In a flash, three pairs of eyes dimmed down a little. Boom! 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 At the crucial moment, for loud bangs exploded and clearly entered their ears and woke them up from their trances. In the next second, they saw with their own eyes that the three vile cracks containing horrendous energy that spread out toward them were suppressed by a more powerful force within a foot from them. Apart from the three cracks that crept out toward them, the crack that was heading toward Duanling Tian was suppressed by an even more powerful force. The person who made the move was none other than Duanling Tian. Nobody noticed when, but Duanling Tian was already standing high in the air. With his purple robe fluttering in the air, he appeared incredibly elegant with his graceful bearing. Empty-handed, he stood there watching the black-clad young man calmly, as though the person who made the move earlier was not him at all. The black-clad young man stood in the air as well. The heaven and earth energy above his head swirled and gathered into 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that writhed as they descended, vivid and lively. Third-level void transformation. Earlier, when Duanling Tian had extended his spiritual energy out, he immediately discovered the cultivation base of the black-clad young man. Third-level advanced earth concept. Presently, he could even read the level of the earth concept the black-clad young man had comprehended when the black-clad young man launched his attack. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. And this is before he borrows the earth energy by resonating with the earth using his earth concept. If he borrows the earth energy, he can cast out the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons even without relying on the spirit weapon. Although Duanling Tian's gaze remained calm and collected, he could not help but be taken aback in his heart. If the third-level advanced earth concept was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. If he borrowed the earth energy, he would have an additional 50% strength that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Along with his fourth-level void transformation's origin energy that had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the black-clad young man possessed the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without adding in the spirit weapon yet. Oh! The black-clad young man's originally aloof and calm expression changed slightly after Duanling Tian suppressed his 4 waves of energy. The other party's move was as fast as lightning. Without the need to mobilize his heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, he had already suppressed his own energy. It was safe to assume that this person's strength was far greater than the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that he had demonstrated earlier. Although the other party did not use any spirit weapon like him, he was not afraid at all. This was because he did not borrow the earth energy to make his move. If he had borrowed the earth energy, his earth concept would have an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. He believed at that time this purple-clad young man before him would no longer be his opponent and would be stepped beneath his feet. No wonder you could obtain a profundity fragment. Looks like I've underestimated you. When the black-clad young man looked at Duanling Tian once again, his face had regained its calmness, but there was still some solemnness in the depth of his gaze. He had truly taken Duanling Tian seriously as his opponent now. Duanling Tian's strength. When Huang Daniu saw the 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that appeared above the black-clad young man's head, his eyes could not help but narrow. However, the moment he returned to his senses, his attention immediately shifted to that purple figure hovering in the air. At this moment, just a purple silhouette was already enough to appear majestic in Huang Daniu's eyes. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons could actually be suppressed by Duanling Tian with just a lift of his hand. Moreover, he's not using any spirit weapon at all. All that Huang Daniu could feel was his alarmingly fast heartbeat. For a long period of time, he could not accept this shocking fact at all. Although he did not know much about Duanling Tian's background, he could feel that the strength Duanling Tian displayed today was entirely different from the strength that he had demonstrated previously. It was as though the strength was from an entirely different person. It had only been such a short time, and Duanling Tian's strength was so strong now. Before this, Duanling Tian did say that he obtained a spirit fruit. Could it be that it was the spirit fruit that helped him with this breakthrough? At the same time, Huang Dania could not help but speculate on his own. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's gazes landed on Duanling Tian in unison as well. Their eyes were shining with a complicated light. Compared to Huang Daniu, both of them knew Duanling Tian earlier, and they practically watched him grow up day by day. At this moment, the gap between them and Duanling Tian had become even wider. Such a gap almost made them suffocate. However, although your strength is quite impressive, you'll still have to die today. Not only you, your 3 other friends will have to die as well. As the black-clad young man's gaze turned colder, the khaki energy on his body trembled violently before forging a special connection with the entire cavern. After a moment, the khaki energy on his body sizzled. At the same time, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. The moment the scene entered Huang Daniu and the other 2 persons' sights, they were overcome with astonishment. The strength from the earth energy is not a part of the 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he demonstrated earlier? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed instantly. After he borrows the earth energy, his full strength is equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. And all this is without the help of his spirit weapon. Once he uses his spirit weapon, I wonder how strong he'll be. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang narrowed their eyes. Their heartbeats increased, and the pace became faster as time went by. They were not able to calm down for a long time. Nobody knew when, but a wry smile had already crept up on the corners of their mouths. No wonder after he saw his strength being suppressed by Duanling Tian. Not only did he not retreat, there's no shock on his face at all. As it turns out, he didn't borrow the earth energy yet. Despair rose up in Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang's hearts. Although the strength Duanling Tian demonstrated earlier was very strong, they did not think Duanling Tian could defeat the black-clad young man who was able to demonstrate the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without the help of any spirit weapon. Nobody realized when, but a gigantic hammer had suddenly appeared in the black-clad young man's hand. As soon as the gigantic hammer appeared, it was immediately entangled by the khaki energy as it emanated waves of tyrannical aura. Whoosh! In the next moment, the heaven and earth above the black-clad young man whirled once again, and an additional 350 over silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared again very quickly by the side of the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The black-clad young man had a cultivation base at the 3rd level void transformation. When he unleashed all his origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. This gigantic hammer gave a boost of 350 ancient horned dragons to the black-clad young man based on the 400 ancient horned dragons. One could easily make out the grade of this weapon. A boost of 88%. That's a grade 1 spirit weapon. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes at once. He could instantly see through the grade of the gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon. The black-clad young man stood there as he held the gigantic hammer. Vast khaki energy emanated out of his body. With the gigantic hammer in his hand as the center, it turned into a vortex. As the vortex expanded, it set off a series of faint explosion sound. When the vast energy spread out to the ground of the cavern, the ground started to crumble and dense cracks spread out like a huge spider web. Apart from that, flurries of hurricanes swept out in all directions with the black-clad young man in the center, and it spread throughout the cavern in just a blink of an eye. It caused the robes on Duanling Tian and the other 3 to flutter loudly in the wind. Leave first. Duanling Tian did not turn his head. He ordered unhurriedly as he stared at the black-clad young man calmly. Naturally, this sentence was not aimed at the black-clad young man at all. The moment Huang Daniu and the other 2 heard this, they exchanged glances before heaving a sigh of relief and left the cavern. They stood at the entrance of the cavern as they watched Duanling Tian and the black-clad young man who was at a stalemate from a distance away. They were aware that not only would they not be able to be of any help to Duanling Tian in the face of this strong black-clad young man, they might become a burden to him instead. Duanling Tian hovered in the air. Faced with this black-clad young man who had over 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, a calm look still remained on his face as he asked indifferently, "You're a disciple of the North Nether sect?" Previously, he had heard from Huang Daniu that this black-clad young man did not even bat an eyelash when he killed the disciples from Anika sect and Izumo sect. Due to this reason, this person was most likely not a disciple of Anika sect or Izumo sect. With the gigantic hammer in his hand, the black-clad young man was like an unparalleled war god. His eyes gleamed coldly as the black robe on his body fluttered loudly in the wind. His voice was as cold as ice as he spoke unhurriedly. "Dead man, there's no need for you to know my identity." "That's right. Why do I need to know the identity of a dead man?" Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned before he burst out in a hearty laughter. Duanling Tian's laughter immediately made Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong stared at each other speechlessly. Duanling Tian can still laugh out loud at this moment? Could it be that he has faith in himself to defeat that black-clad young man? Su Li muttered in a low voice with his eyes narrowed. That black-clad young man displayed a strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons with the help of his spirit weapon. If Duanling Tian can defeat him, then it means that his strength is actually... A gasp escaped from Huang Daniu's throat before he could finish his sentence. Zhang Shouyong stared intensely at the purple figure hovering in the air as he muttered. "I've known Brother Duanling Tian for a long time now, so I know his conduct pretty well. If he can laugh at this time, it's obvious that he has faith in winning this battle and mowing that black-clad young man down." Upon hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Huang Daniu and Su Li's hearts that were hoisted high instantly eased. Anticipation could be seen in their eyes as they eagerly waited to watch Duanling Tian make his move. "Go to hell." Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words and seeing the bright smile on Duanling Tian's face, the black-clad young man could not contain his temper any longer. He glowered before he disappeared from the spot where he was standing. Whoosh! The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand tore through with him in tow and charged at Duanling Tian like an exploding cannonball in an overbearing manner. The airflow in the air began to tremble and set off a thunderous explosion in the places that it passed by. As they exploded, invisible airwaves quivered and compressed the airflow in the air before it set off a vast hurricane that swept out in all directions that resulted in dust covering the entire cavern. Apart from that, a series of ear-piercing wind whistling sound echoed in the cavern too. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand contained a strength of 1,350 ancient horned dragons, and was like a meteorite that was falling down with the speed of lightning as it slammed down toward Duanling Tian's head mercilessly. What a powerful force! Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face darkened a little when he saw the airflow dispersing as the gigantic hammer slammed down. In the face of the gigantic hammer that the black-clad young man wielded, a sword appeared in Duanling Tian's hand out of thin air. It was a sword that emitted a sharp and jagged aura. A milky white origin energy soared out of Duanling Tian's body and transformed into a khaki energy that rushed into the sword. Moreover, bolts of purple lightning that were as thick as electric snakes wrapped around the sword as well. Boom! 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 A series of faint explosions erupted in the air. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, gusts of speedy blue wind chi appeared and intertwined around the sword as it exuded waves and waves of sharp aura. In just a flash, Duanling Tian's hands lifted the quasi-royal blade spirit sword above his head and his entire body exuded an awfully sharp and serrated aura. The energy of the sword in Duanling Tian's hands spread over his entire body, and it made him look as though he had become one with the sword. The khaki energy entwined with purple lightning and blue wind chi spread out from the surface of his body and the sword in his hand as it enveloped both him and the sword and transformed into a giant sword. Whoosh! As the khaki energy that was intertwined with purple lightning and blue wind chi exploded, the giant sword soared up into the sky and charged toward the gigantic hammer that was slamming down in an overbearing manner like a meteor. When the giant sword soared up into the sky, the sharp and serrated aura filled the entire cavern. Even Huang Daniu and the other two who were standing by the entrance could clearly feel this aura. What a powerful sword concept! Su Li's eyes narrowed instantly. As a sword cultivator, Su Li had a keen sense when it came to the sword concept. His perception of this was far better than that of Huang Dania and Zhang Shouyong. Swoosh! At this moment, his attention suddenly shifted and landed on the giant sword that was about to clash with the gigantic hammer. He could see that Duanling Tian was not using any other martial skills at all, and similarly, the black-clad young man was not using any other martial skills as well. It was a direct confrontation between the both of them. They forsook all those complex skills and merely fought with each other using their brute strength, fully demonstrating the enthusiasm and passion of a martial artist. Wham! Like Thor's hammer. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand crashed down without warning and continuously dissipated the airflow in the air. Like a humongous stone that dropped into a calm lake, it set off numerous ripples that spread out. The strength of over 1350 ancient horned dragons endowed the gigantic hammer with an enormous power, and it elicited confidence that rose from the bottom of the black-clad young man's heart. Swoosh! The gigantic sword that Duanling Tian and the sword transformed into suddenly swept out and intercepted the falling gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand without an ounce of fear. Unlike the 1350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were gathered by the heaven and earth energy and mobilized by the black-clad young man and his hammer, from the moment Duanling Tian made his move until now, it had only been a few seconds since then. The heaven and earth energy was still whirring above the place he passed by and had not formed the heaven and earth phenomenon yet. What a futile effort! In the face of the giant sword that both Duanling Tian and his sword transformed into, the black-clad young man's face was filled with disdain. The khaki energy wrapped around the gigantic hammer slowly expanded and traversed the sky before slamming down on the giant sword. Once again, the gigantic hammer flew and dropped down from the sky. It was only a mere foot away from the giant sword. Whoosh! Without any fear, the giant sword intercepted it directly. The expanding sword ray clashed violently with the gigantic hammer and set off a series of ear-deafening noise. Boom! 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 As though it contained an endless amount of power, the sword ray on the giant sword continued to expand and soar when it was in a deadlock with the gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand dropped down and a khaki energy swept out. The third-level advanced Earth concept that borrowed the Earth energy swept out without any reservation. However, the black-clad young man turned pale quickly. This was because he noticed the energy on the giant sword that Duanling Tian and his sword into continued to rise and strengthen. In just a blink of an eye, it suppressed the energy that was contained in the gigantic hammer. The moment he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that had finally solidified into form above Duanling Tian's head, he was so stunned that horror dawned on his face right away and he became distracted. When two powerhouses were locked in a battle, the greatest mistake one could make was to be distracted. At this moment, this black-clad young man made the biggest mistake, and it resulted in the energy of the gigantic hammer in his hand coming to a halt for a split second. Swoosh! When the gigantic hammer's energy had a sudden change due to the black-clad young man's loss of attention, the energy that continued to rise from the giant sword swept out like it was crushing dead leaves and slammed down on the gigantic hammer violently as it enveloped the black-clad young man entirely. Wham! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black-clad young man and his hammer were sent flying backward all at once. Like an arrow that was shot out of a bow, they slammed toward one of the cavern walls by the side and hung on the wall. Naturally, this was because the gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was embedded in the cavern wall while he hung on the gigantic hammer. Barf! The black-clad young man's vital energy and blood churned. His throat tightened, and he could not stop himself from coughing out a mouthful of blood. To his surprise, after he threw up blood, everything became out of control. Every time he opened his mouth, spurts of vicious-looking blood would stream out from his mouth. In just a blink of an eye, a small stream of blood began to flow on the ground. It was only after a while that he finally regained his senses and stared at the purple-clad figure hovering in the air in the distance with a ghastly pale face. Duanling Tian. When the black-clad young man was sent flying away, the giant sword that Duan Ling Tian and his quasi-royal grade spirit sword transformed into had disappeared without a trace. Apart from that, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword had also been put away by him. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air. The heaven and earth phenomenon gradually dissipated from above his head. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually dissipating had a total of 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, over 140 ancient horned dragons, more than the black-clad young man's strength. Overpowered. Completely overpowered. And this was the strength Duan Ling Tian had before he communicated with the earth using his earth concept to borrow the earth energy. Otherwise, the number of silhouettes that were slowly dissipating would not be limited to only 1,500 ancient horned dragons, but 1,550 ancient horned dragons instead. However, even if it was only 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, it was still enough to greatly shock Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. A strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons? Huang Daniu's eyes were as wide as saucers. He was completely stunned. Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely shaken them. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian strode out, and in just a flash, he arrived before the black-clad young man hanging from the cavern wall with the gigantic hammer in his hand. He calmly stared into his eyes. Colors drained from the black-clad young man's face instantly. A hint of fear was obvious in his eyes. Long before he was sent flying, he had already seen the 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons solidifying above Duan Ling Tian's head. At that moment, he already knew that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Are you really a disciple from a third-rate force, the Five-Element sect? The muscles on the black-clad young man's face continued to quiver. A hint of disbelief could be heard in his voice. Dead man. There's no need for you to know my identity. Duan Ling Tian repeated the words the black-clad young man had uttered to him before, and horror immediately dawned on the black-clad young man's face. The khaki energy on his body rolled out as he struggled to escape. However, when Duan Ling Tian was speaking, one of his hand was already accumulating power, and the instant the last word left his mouth, a palm that was filled with thousands of ancient horned dragon strength charged out and landed on the black-clad young man. Wham! Right away, the khaki energy that was just rising from the black-clad young man instantly shattered as his entire being was smashed into the cavern wall by Duan Ling Tian with just one blow. He looked like a wall mural stuck onto the wall. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, Duan Ling Tian raised a hand and took off the spatial ring from the black-clad young man's finger. Without any hesitation, he performed a blood ownership claim on the ring. 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Duan Ling Tian's heart leaped, and he became completely consumed with excitement. Soon Duan Ling Tian's mind was jolted, and he saw a fragment gleaming in blue-colored chi within the spatial ring. It was none other than the Wind Profundity Fragment. The gleaming blue chi that surrounds this piece of Wind Profundity Fragment is even more intense than the one that I previously obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with raised eyebrows. Back then, he obtained 3 pieces of Profundity Fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure, all of which were 3rd-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments except for one, which was a 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. However, compared to the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment he had just found, that piece of 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was not even worth mentioning at all. Now that I've had my hands on this 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, that 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment can now be given to the sect. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind with a leap of his heart. This time, any of the 5-element sect disciples who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure would have to hand over the Profundity Fragment to the sect if they managed to get their hands on it. If one obtained the 2nd or 3rd piece of the Profundity Fragments, they would be allowed to put those away for their own use. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was going to hand over the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment that he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure in the past to the sect as repayment for their graciousness in nurturing him. For he who had already obtained the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was something that he could discard now. Duan Ling Tian. You bastard! Since when have you become so strong? At this moment, among the three people who stood in the distance by the cavern entrance with their bodies completely stunned, Huang Daniu was the first person to return to his senses. As he walked towards Duanling Tian, he watched at him with bewilderment suffused onto his face. A gleam of disbelief was still apparent in his eyes. Everything that had just happened was like a dream to him. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were also awakened by Huang Daniu's voice. Entering the cavern once again, they walked towards Duanling Tian. A hint of skepticism and disbelief could also be seen in their gaze when they shot a glance at Duanling Tian. In their opinion, the strength that Duanling Tian had just displayed was exceedingly impossible and was completely beyond their imagination. In the face of these three astonished faces, Duanling Tian merely smiled and held his tongue. Whoosh! At the same time, Duanling Tin shifted his attention to the black-clad young man whom he had just killed and was mounted on the cavern wall before he shifted his attention to the gigantic hammer beside him once more. A Grade 1 spirit weapon. Lifting his hand, Duanling Tian held up the gigantic hammer, which was a Grade 1 spirit weapon, and casually weighed it in his hands. It's quite heavy. Duanling Tian, you usually use a sword. So, regarding this gigantic hammer, I really don't think it would suit you at all. How about this? Why don't you, hee. He suggested with his gleaming eyes gawking at the gigantic hammer in Duanling Tian's hand while rubbing his palms together. Nobody had noticed, but Huang Daniu had already arrived by Duanling Tian's side. What? Are you trying to say that this gigantic hammer doesn't suit me but you instead? Duanling Tian could not suppress the smile that crept upon his face. How could he not possibly see through what Huang Daniu had in mind? It was obvious that he was interested in the gigantic hammer, a Grade 1 spirit weapon, and was trying to get his hands on it. Heh! Huang Daniu, whose intentions had been revealed by Duanling Tian, smiled in embarrassment while rubbing the side of his face, exposing a beaming smile that seemed rather unusual on his face. Just take it if you want to. Shaking his head, Duanling Tian casually threw the gigantic hammer to Huang Daniu as if he was throwing out the trash. It had never crossed Huang Daniu's mind that Duanling Tian would give him the gigantic hammer, a Grade 1 spirit weapon, so readily. Flustered, he took hold of the gigantic hammer and beamed at Duanling Tian with intense fire in his eyes. Duanling Tian, are you really giving me this Grade 1 spirit weapon? What? Don't you want it? Fine then. I'll just give it to Big Brother Zhang if you don't want it. I'm sure Big Brother Zhang would be very interested in this Grade 1 spirit weapon as well. Duanling Tian smiled teasingly. I want it. Of course I want it. How could I not want it? When Huang Daniu heard those words coupled with the sight of Zhang Shouyong walking slowly toward them with his gaze stuck on the gigantic hammer in his hand, he immediately became panic-stricken. He truly feared that Duanling Tian would make him return the gigantic hammer and give it to Zhang Shouyong instead. Big Brother Zhang, I'll help upgrade your wine gourd to a Grade 1 spirit weapon later. The Grade 1 spirit weapon that I can refine is far superior to this hammer. Looking at the interest Zhang Shouyong was showing in the gigantic hammer, Duanling Tian made an offer to him using voice transmission. Be it Huang Daniu or Zhang Shouyong, they were both friends of his, so he did not want to favor one more than the other. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Zhang Shouyong narrowed his eyes a little before replying in his voice transmission in shock. Brother Ling Tian, why you can refine Grade 1 spirit weapons now? Naturally, he understood the significance of being able to refine Grade 1 spirit weapons. This meant that Duanling Tian was now a Grade 1 weapon craftsman. A third-rate force like the Blade sect that he was a part of did not even have a Grade 1 weapon craftsman at all, let alone even a second-rate force. There was no guarantee that a first-rate force would have someone like this in it as well. For this reason alone, one could easily imagine just how respected and honorable a first-rate weapons craftsman was on the Cloud Continent. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. Will the Grade 1 spirit weapon that you're going to refine for me be stronger than the hammer in Huang Daniu's hands now? Zhang Shouyong's breathing hastened from not being able to help himself as he asked with his voice transmission. That old hammer? Duanling Tian shook his head as he smiled wryly. Isn't Big Brother Zhang underestimating me a little too much now? Old hammer. Zhang Shouyong was immediately taken aback by Duanling Tian's words. By the time he regained his senses, A twitch could be seen at the corner of his mouth. That was a grade 1 spirit weapon, for goodness sake. Yet, it was labeled as an old hammer by Duanling Tian. Don't you think that was a little too harsh in ridiculing people? He asked. Well, it's only a grade 1 spirit weapon that provides an 88% boost. What else could it be if not an old hammer? Duanling Tian answered matter-of-factly. Why, you mean you can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that can provide a boost beyond 88%? Zhang Shouyang's eyes lit up immediately as his breathing became even more rapid. If I can't come up with a grade 1 spirit weapon that provides a 90% boost, I wouldn't even dare to call myself a grade 1 weapon craftsman at all. Duanling Tian continued his reply with his voice transmission. A 90% boost? Zhang Shouyang was stunned and was completely dumbfounded. Even though he only had a grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in his hand, it was still a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost. It was refined by Duanling Tian in the past and could already be considered to be the best of the best among grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, he was already blown away by the fact that a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duanling Tian could provide such a powerful boost. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duanling Tian could actually craft a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost. Spirit weapons of this caliber could be considered to be the best of the best among all grade 1 spirit weapons. However, looking at the confidence within Duanling Tian's eyes, Zhang Shouyang could not bring himself to doubt his words. After letting a hearty smile out on his face, he no longer had his eyes on the gigantic hammer in Huang Daniu's hand. From what he could see, the gigantic hammer was similar to trash that was not even worth mentioning compared to the grade 1 spirit weapon wine gourd that he would obtain in the future. Duanling Tian. Staring at Duanling Tian, a smile filled with intense bitterness crept up upon the corner of Su Li's mouth. This man that he had come to know since he was 18 years old had grown so much to the way he is today. In his opinion, the fact that he could walk out from a tiny kingdom in the Darkhan dynasty by himself, along with his achievements to this date, was already quite unimaginable. Yet, compared to this purple-clad young man in front of him, his achievements were not even worth the mention now. Let's go! Duanling Tian called out to the three people with raised brows and continued to move towards the central zone of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Whoosh! 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 Four figures flashed across at breakneck speed. It was as though they had transformed into 4 bolts of lightning as they disappeared through one of the exits in the cavern with just the blink of an eye. Not long after Duanling Tian and the other 3 left the scene, 3 other figures passed through the cavern swiftly with the aim of moving toward the central zone of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Similar to Duanling Tian and the other 3, it was apparent that these 3 were also heading towards the central zone of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. As the 3 of them passed through the cavern, they suddenly came to a halt one after the other. This revealed their faces. It was as though they had discovered something. All 3 of them appeared to be young men who were about 35 years old. That is. The next second, the 3 young men noticed the body embedded in the cavern wall on one side of the cavern. One by one, they narrowed their eyes immediately. I'm quite sure that the person who put this body into such a thick cavern wall must have a strength that's at least 1,000 ancient horned dragons and above. One of the young men gasped in surprise. The moment the other 2 young men heard this, their expressions turned gloomy immediately. Shortly after, another young man muttered in surprise, "Even among the most outstanding young powerhouses currently in our Izumo sect, or the Anika and that North Nether sect, there's probably no more than 10 people who possess such immense power even with the usage of a spirit weapon, right?" From what he said, it was apparent that he and the other 2 young men by his side were all disciples from a second-rate force in the northern desert, the Izumo sect. Why does this person seem rather familiar? The last young man shifted his attention to the body of the black-clad young man embedded within the cavern wall. He found this black-clad young man to be rather familiar as he raised his brows. "You know him?" Immediately, the other 2 young men looked at the one who had just spoken with curiosity written all over their faces. At the next moment, the man who found the black-clad young man embedded in the cavern wall to be familiar gradually inched his way to the body in the wall with curiosity in his heart. The closer he got, the more familiar the black-clad young man seemed. When the other two saw this, they followed suit behind the young man. They walked toward the cavern wall step by step as they stared at the body of the black-clad young man embedded within the wall like a mural. Upon seeing clearly the face attached to the body, the young man who was leading the group immediately narrowed his eyes. Lungji? Within mere moments, horror dawned on his face. With his eyes gleaming in disbelief, it was as though he had witnessed something that had completely blown his mind. After the Izumo sect's disciple who identified the black-clad young man mounted on the wall spoke, the other two Izumo sect's disciples narrowed their eyes. Shocked, one of them took the initiative to ask, "What did you say? Lengji? Did you say he's Lengji? Maybe you got the wrong person? How? How is it possible that Longji is killed?" Longji was easily in the top 6 when compared to the top 3 young men in the second-rate forces from the northern desert. The other person wore an expression of disbelief as well. The Izumo sect's disciple who identified Longji shook his head and said affirmatively, "It's impossible that I got the wrong person. I met Longji once. He might not know me, but I definitely recognize him." When the other Izumo sect's disciple saw that the Izumo sect's disciple was very certain about it, he dismissed his doubts completely even though he was initially skeptical and thought that the other disciple had gotten the wrong person. He could not help but frown as he mumbled among those who entered the martial emperor's secret treasure. Perhaps only senior brother Mo from our Izumo sect and the other two from Enika sect and North Nether sect have the ability to kill him. The one from North Nether sect? He's from the same sect as Lingji, it's impossible that he would kill him. Could it be senior brother Mo or the one from Enika sect who killed Longji? The Izumo sect's disciple could not help but speculate as he spoke with gleaming eyes. That's the only possibility. Apart from senior brother Mo and the one from Enika sect, I really can't think of anyone who's capable of killing Lingji. The last Izumo sect disciple agreed wholeheartedly. After all, even our senior brother Lei Jun, the second most powerful powerhouse in the current Izumo sect, and Peng Bao, the second most powerful young man in the current Enika sect, might not be able to defeat Lingji who had comprehended Earth concept in this place since he could get a boost from the Earth energy. I did not expect Lingji, the most powerful person among the current North Nether sect, would die here just like that. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Longji could not help but sigh as he spoke about how fragile life could be. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was heading toward the Martial Emperor's secret treasure in the central area with Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, had no idea that 2 scapegoats took the blame for him. Huang Daniu, who was traveling Duan Lingtian, and the other 2 frowned a little and said with concern, "I wonder how's Chun Wei doing?" Chun Wei. When Duan Lingtian heard what Huang Daniu said, he could not help but sigh and muttered, He's dead." "What?" Although Duan Lingtian's voice was soft, Huang Daniu heard what he said. His expression changed dramatically. "Duan Lingtian is what you said the truth?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and he quickly told the story of him discovering Qin Wei's body and burying him. He did not leave out any details at all. "Damn it!" Huang Daniu's face turned ashen while his eyes turned red. He could not help but shook his fists in the air. "If I find out who killed Qin Wei, Huang Daniu definitely won't let him go." He was closer to Chun Wei than Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian could not suppress his rage when he saw Qin Wei's body, let alone Huang Daniu who was hot-tempered. It was only natural for him to be so enraged. Duan Lingtian sighed and shook his head. He knew very well in his heart that it was almost impossible to find out who killed Qin Wei. It did not matter if the person was still alive. Even if the person was alive, it was impossible for them to find out who killed Qin Wei if the person did not bring it up himself. Duan Lingtian and the other 3 continued on their journey. They were getting closer and closer to the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. "Brother Lingtian." When Duan Lingtian and the other 3 entered a spacious cave a couple of days later, they heard a voice that came from the other side of the cave that contained a hint of surprise. Duan Lingtian thought the voice sounded a little familiar when he heard it, but he could not pinpoint where he had heard that voice before. His eyes could not help but lit up when he saw one of the 2 young men who was approaching from afar as he turned his head around. Peng Bao. The person who called out his name was none other than the Enika sect's disciple, Peng Bao, that he had met once. Although he only traded once with Peng Bao, The frankness that Peng Bao revealed subconsciously made Duanling Tian like him genuinely. Very quickly, the smile that appeared on Duanling Tian's face froze. That was because at that very moment, he realized that the muscular young man next to Peng Bao was glaring at him menacingly. There was a hint of greed in the depth of the muscular young man's eyes. Duanling Tian instantly figured out something. He surmised that this muscular young man had also heard the news that was intentionally spread to frame him. It was the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Otherwise, that person would not glare at him in such a way, considering it was the first time they met each other. Since the muscular young man knew about it, it was only natural that Peng Bao knew about it as well. Duanling Tian's eyes landed on Peng Bao again. He wanted to see what kind of emotion Peng Bao had when he looked at him. However, he noticed that there was no hostility in Peng Bao's eyes at all. Seems like I'm right about Peng Bao being a good person after all, Duanling Tian thought with a jolt in his heart. Perhaps Peng Bao heard about him obtaining the profundity fragment, but it did not rouse the greed in him. It could be considered rare. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't expect for us to meet here. Who are these three people? Peng Bao greeted Duanling Tian while he looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong standing next to Duanling Tian. They're my friends. Duanling Tian smiled lightly. Peng Bao nodded and smiled at Huang Dani and the other two in a friendly manner. Huang Dani and the other two were much relieved since Peng Bao did not show any superiority for being a second-rate force and Nika sect's disciple. Duanling Tian looked at the muscular young man next to Peng Bao again. He asked Peng Bao as his eyes gleamed, "This is?" The spiritual energy that he sent out told him that this muscular young man was at the third-level void transformation, just like Peng Bao and the black-clad young man that he killed not too long ago. This Anika sect has so many talents hiding in it. Peng Bao aside, it's a surprise that they have another disciple who is in no way inferior to Peng Bao. Duanling Tian could not help but exclaim inwardly. However, Duanling Tian soon found out that he misunderstood the fact. Brother Ling Tian, this is Lei Jun from Izumo sect. He's the second most powerful powerhouse in the current Izumo sect. Peng Bao introduced Lei Jun to Duanling Tian with a smile. Izumo sect disciple? When Duanling Tian heard Peng Bao's introduction of Lei Jun, he knew that his guess was wrong. This muscular young man was not a disciple from Anika sect but Izumo sect. Although Duanling Tian was not interested in getting to know Lei Jun, he had to show respect to Peng Bao since he was introducing Lei Jun to him. He only smiled lightly at Lei Jun courteously and considered that a greeting. However, the smile on his face froze once again. That was because Lei Jun ignored the charming smile on his face completely, as though he did not see it at all. Duanling Tian could not help but feel unhappy about it. Brother Ling Tian. At that moment, a clear voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. He could tell it was Peng Bao performing voice transmission. Duanling Tian looked at Peng Bao immediately when he heard the voice. He could not help the doubt that appeared on his face since he did not know why Peng Bao used voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I heard that you've obtained a profundity fragment? Peng Bao's voice entered Duanling Tian's ears, and his breath was shorter this time. Profundity fragment? Duanling Tian could not help but frown when he heard what Peng Bao said. The first thought that popped into his mind was Peng Bao believed the news that was meant to frame him, and he wanted the profundity fragment as well. Soon, Duanling Tian realized that he had misunderstood Peng Bao. Brother Ling Tian, don't take it the wrong way. Peng Bao seemed to be able to guess what Duanling Tian was thinking about when he saw him frowning. He explained through voice transmission immediately, I just want to know which profundity fragment you obtained. I happen to have an 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment, and our Anika sect's senior officials can't use it. I'm thinking perhaps we can trade again if the profundity fragment that you have is useful to Anika sect's senior officials. Peng Bao revealed his plan without pretense. Trade. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard Peng Bao mention the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment. Desperation filled the depth of his eyes. His interest sparked as soon as Peng Bao was done speaking. I have a total of 5 profundity fragments in my hand, but I definitely won't trade the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth profundity fragment and the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment with him. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. That said, I'm only left with the 3 profundity fragments that I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure earlier. The 3 profundity fragments are all 3rd-level Monarch Stage profundity fragments. Perhaps I can try trading the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment with him. As long as he's willing, I want the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment that he has. At that time, the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragments that I have are dispensable, and I'll give them to the sect. Duan Ling Tian had a string of thoughts at that moment. When he was pulled back into reality, Duan Ling Tian looked at Peng Bao immediately and said via voice transmission, "I'm just worried that you won't want to trade with me. The profundity fragment that I obtained is just a 3rd-level Monarch Stage profundity fragment." 3rd-level Monarch Stage profundity fragment? As expected, Peng Bao could not help but frown when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. The difference between a 3rd-level Monarch Stage profundity fragment and an 8th-level Monarch Stage profundity fragment was like heaven and earth to a Monarch Stage martial artist. However, for a peak void martial artist who wanted to use the profundity fragment to break through to the Monarch Stage, the difference between the 2 types of profundity fragments was minor. When Duan Ling Tian saw Peng Bao frowning, he could not help but feel as though his heart was being suspended at that moment. Although he was confident he could kill Peng Bao and take the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment from him, he did not even think of doing that. He thought to himself, he might not be able to defeat Peng Bao if he did not use the amulet when he first met Peng Bao. Moreover, to Peng Bao at that time, he was just an ordinary disciple from a 3rd-rate force, and taking the concept fragment from him would be easy. However, Peng Bao did not do that and traded his concept fragment the right way instead. That was why he genuinely liked Peng Bao. Now that the situation had turned around, it was only natural for him to treat Peng Bao the same way instead of robbing him. He made this decision despite acknowledging that he himself was a scoundrel, since he did not have any qualms about snatching treasures away from people he did not know. However, the person he encountered this time was Peng Bao. The Peng Bao who did not rob the concept fragment that he had just because he was a disciple of a 3rd-rate force. Naturally, Peng Bao had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was thinking at the moment. If he knew Duan Ling Tian's current ability and his thoughts at the moment, he would definitely feel fortunate that he managed to escape the threat. "What kind of profundity fragment do you have with you?" Just when Duan Ling Tian was hesitating, Peng Bao's voice entered his ears again. It was crystal clear. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He could tell Peng Bao was interested in the profundity fragment he had. Duan Ling Tian looked at Peng Bao and said with voice transmission word by word, "It's the wind profundity fragment." Very quickly, he saw the joy that flashed in Peng Bao's eyes. He was excited when he saw that and could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Here's my chance." It was natural that he was in a difficult situation before joy flashed in Peng Bao's eyes. Speaking of value, the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment that Peng Bao possessed was undoubtedly much higher than the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment that Duan Ling Tian had. However, none of the Anika sect's senior officials could use the Thunder profundity fragment, since none of them had comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Thunder concept. Only martial artists who had comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Thunder concept could comprehend Thunder profundity from the Thunder profundity fragment to achieve the Monarch stage. Meanwhile, the Anika sect leader, the second most powerful powerhouse in Anika sect who was his master as well, could use the Wind profundity fragment. As soon as master obtains the Wind profundity fragment that Duan Ling Tian has, he can definitely break through to the Monarch stage instantly and become the second most powerful Monarch stage powerhouse in Anika sect. Peng Bao's heart thumped with excitement as he thought about this. However, although he was excited, he could not help but think of the grade of the Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment that Duan Ling Tian possessed. Out of nowhere, a hint of bitterness appeared at the edges of his lips. Finally, Peng Bao made up his mind. Trade. For the most part, the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment that he had was much more precious than Duan Ling Tian's 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind profundity fragment. However, the problem was even if he brought the 8th-level Monarch Stage Thunder profundity fragment that he possessed back to Anika sect, it was impossible for Anika sect to produce a Monarch Stage powerhouse in such a short period of time. It would take ages for anyone in Anika sect to comprehend the 9th-level Advanced Thunder concept and ascend to a 9th-level Void Transformation martial artist by comprehending the Thunder profundity with the help of the Thunder profundity fragment. To the current Anika sect, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment's value was much higher than the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Peng Bao looked at Duanling Tian with desperation written in his eyes and asked through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, I'll trade the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that I have with your 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Are you willing to do that?" Duanling Tian did not say a word and lifted his hand as quick as lightning. A fragment that shone with green energy was thrown from his hand toward Peng Bao. He used his straightforward action to answer Peng Bao's question. Peng Bao did not expect Duanling Tian to be so outright and trusted him to the extent where he just tossed the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to him just like that. Isn't he afraid I'll leave with the Profundity Fragment? Although Peng Bao thought of that, he, naturally, did not delay his action at all. He took out a fragment that was shining with purple energy and tossed it to Duanling Tian at the same time he caught the Wind Profundity Fragment. It was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that Duanling Tian wanted. Pa! Duanling Tian extended his arm like lightning and caught the Thunder Profundity Fragment tightly in his hand. What a steal! At this moment, although Duanling Tian tried his best to maintain the calm expression on his face, he could not help the excitement that filled his heart. He traded his 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment for an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Many people's jaws would drop if the news spread out. The trade of the profundity fragments between Duanling Tian and Peng Bao was quick like lightning. Even Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not see their movements clearly. However, there was another person there apart from the duo Huang Daniu and the other two. It was Lei Jun, the 2nd most powerful powerhouse in the current Izumo sect. He saw everything Duanling Tian and Peng Bao did from the beginning until the end before his eyes. The way he looked at Duanling Tian was filled with greed, especially when he traded the profundity fragment with Peng Bao. If it was not for Peng Bao's sake, he would have taken action. Naturally, Duanling Tian saw how Lei Jun was looking at him, but he ignored it. His mind was occupied with the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand. He put the precious treasure that he had just obtained away in his spatial ring as he thought to himself, now the 3 concepts of nature that I comprehended have their relative high-grade Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. As soon as I comprehend them to the 9th advanced level, I can use the 3 profundity fragments to elevate them further to the Monarch Stage Profundity. When Duanling Tian thought about this, a rush of excitement filled his body. Even if he only had 1 profundity fragment that he could use, it meant that he was 1 step closer to achieving Monarch Stage. However, he had now obtained the relative profundity fragments for the 4 types of concepts that he comprehended. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. As for the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, I'll give that to the sect. Duanling Tian planned secretly. Initially, he had planned to give the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to the sect after killing the black-clad young man he suspected to be a North Nether sect's disciple and obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment from him. Unexpectedly, his meeting with Peng Bao presented him with such a great opportunity. Trading a 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment with Peng Bao's 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment was such a steal. Naturally, it was impossible for him to give the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to the sect since it was with Peng Bao now. Therefore, he could only give another profundity fragment that he possessed. Coincidentally, since he obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, the other 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he possessed became dispensable. He could give that to the sect. There are a total of 5 profundity fragments in the outer ring of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Now that I have 3 of them, who could have obtained the other 2? Duanling Tian could not help but wonder as his eyes gleamed. Brother Ling Tian, I supposed you are all heading to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure? Suddenly, a voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. After he was pulled back to reality, he turned toward the source of the voice and saw Peng Bao smiling as he looked at him. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. If that's the case, let's go there together. We're going there as well, Peng Bao suggested. Sure, Duan Tian agreed instantly. However, Lei Jun, who was standing at the side, looked extremely unpleasant after hearing what Peng Bao said. The reason Peng Bao did this was naturally to protect Duan Tian, so Lei Jun would not be interested in robbing the profundity fragment from Duan Tian. Peng Bao, since you have gotten what you need, then there's no need for us to work together anymore. A menacing gleam flashed in Lei Jun's eyes as he looked at Peng Bao. The glare soon shifted to Duan Tian. The killing intent was rising. It was as though he could not wait to kill Duan Tian to have a peace of mind. Whoosh! Lei Jun dashed out as soon as he was done speaking. He was headed in the direction of the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He disappeared before Duan Tian and the other's eyes in an instant. Peng Bao did not care much about Lei Jun's departure, and Duan Tian naturally did not care at all. After asking Hua Daniu and the other two to come along, they headed toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure together. The objective of their journey was to search and fight the other young powerhouses for treasures when they arrived at the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. If they managed to live, each of them would have to exit from the cave that they entered. Whoosh! 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 The five of them were quick, and they were getting closer and closer to the central area. Peng Bao, since you're an Anika sect's disciple, you must know something about the disciples from North Nether sect? Duan Tian asked Peng Bao curiously while they were on the way. North Nether sect's disciples. I know a few of them who are rather remarkable. Peng Bao said. Why did you ask that out of nowhere? Do you have friends from North Nether sect? No. Duan Tian shook his head and casually said, I'm just asking, is there a young powerhouse who comprehends the third-level advanced Earth concept and achieved third-level void transformation in North Nether sect? Are you talking about Lang Ji? Peng Bao could not help but be stunned as soon as Duan Tian was done speaking. Lang Ji? Duan Tian raised his brows. The silhouette of the black-clad young man he killed not too long ago appeared in his head. Seems like he's really a disciple from the North Nether sect. Yes, Peng Bao nodded. Among the young men in the current North Nether sect, a disciple who comprehended the third-level advanced Earth concept as well as being a martial artist at the third-level void transformation. Lang Ji is the only one who achieved all that. There was fear in Peng Bao's tone when he said, Lang Ji is the second most powerful powerhouse in the current North Nether sect. His ability is extraordinary. We're on equal standing if we're to fight in a high altitude. But if I encounter him in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, I'm nothing compared to him. Duan Tian nodded. Naturally, he knew the reason why Peng Bao said that. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was made of hidden caves deep underground. Each and every corner allowed martial artists who had comprehended Earth concept to connect and get a boost from the Earth energy as much as they wanted. So that fellow was called Lang Ji. At that moment, Huang Daniu nodded at the side in realization. After a while, he could not help but sneer. So what if he's the second most powerful powerhouse in the current North Nether sect? Duan Tian killed him just like that. There was pride on Huang Daniu's face the more he spoke, as though it was him who killed Lang Ji instead of Duan Tian. What Huang Daniu said did not receive any reactions from Duan Tian, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong. However, Peng Bao was stunned. It was as though he was struck by lightning when he heard what Huang Daniu said. He immediately stopped moving. When Duan Tian and the others saw Peng Bao had stopped, they followed suit. Brother Ling Tian, you killed Lang Ji. Peng Bao looked at Duan Tian. His eyes were wide open as shock and disbelief filled his tone. Although he could faintly guess Duan Tian had an extraordinary ability when he found out that he had obtained the profundity fragment, Duan Tian was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he did not expect Duan Tian to possess the ability to kill Lang Ji. Lang Ji had the same cultivation base as he did, while the concepts that he had comprehended were similar to him as well. However, he would definitely be defeated if he fought Lang Ji in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Lang Ji had comprehended Earth concept, and he could use Earth energy in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure as much as he wanted. That meant he was able to boost his Earth concept by half. Duan Tian only nodded lightly in response to Peng Bao's questioning. His face was relaxed as though killing Lang Ji was nothing worth mentioning to him. Naturally, it was indeed nothing worth mentioning in reality. If he chose to attack first and the energy in his body was unrestrained, he could display the strength of ancient horned dragons that was 200 times more powerful than Lang Ji. One blow was all he needed to kill Lang Ji. When he saw Duanling Tian's casual nod in response to his question, the edges of Peng Bao's lips twitched, and the first thing that popped into his mind was, monster! Such a terrifying disciple had appeared in the third-rate force, the Five-Element sect. A hint of shock rose from the bottom of his heart. The purple-clad young man before him was only 25 years of age at most. Even if he managed to slow down aging with his high cultivation base and took good care of his body, his real age definitely would not exceed 30. Peng Bao was certain of that. That was the reason why he found it shocking and even unbelievable. Let's go. Peng Bao continued on their journey together to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure with Duanling Tian, and the others after Duanling Tian called out to him. However, he would occasionally look at Duanling Tian along the way. This young man could be considered as the ultimate freak for being able to kill Lang Ji, who could utilize the earth energy. How powerful is his ability exactly? Luckily, I didn't think of robbing the 9th level saber concept from him back then. Otherwise, I'll be the one who's dead instead of him. Peng Bao's heart could not help but beat faster when he recalled the scene when he first traded with Duanling Tian when they first met. He remembered the trade clearly until today. He traded his 9th level Earth concept fragment with Duanling Tian's 9th level Saber concept fragment. At that time, to him, Duanling Tian was just a naive boy from a third-rate force whose ability was weak and not worth mentioning. His face was a little flushed when he recalled advising Duanling Tuan before they parted ways. This time as well. Luckily, I wasn't greedy for Brother Ling Tian's third-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Fighting for the Profundity Fragment for the sect aside, I might not even come out alive. Peng Bao was hit with a wave of anxiety when he thought about this. It's silly that I was afraid Lei Jun would attack Brother Ling Tian for the Profundity Fragment. That Lei Jun's ability is on par with me, but he's nothing compared to Lang Ji in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Peng Bao mocked himself for underestimating Duanling Tian earlier. Brother Ling Tian even managed to kill Lang Ji. If Lei Jun dares to offend Brother Ling Tian, he'll undoubtedly die. Naturally, Duanling Tian had no idea what Peng Bao was thinking about. His mind was currently occupied with getting to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. That place was an unknown existence to him. The unknown was also the most terrifying since nobody knew what could happen in there. According to the Martial Emperor's message, there's a palace in the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It's the place where he ended his life. Duanling Tian recalled the information in the message the Martial Emperor left after they entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It's definitely going to be a difficult task to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body from the palace. Duanling Tian had a strong gut feeling about that. Naturally, he had such an instinct due to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories that he had merged with. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's thoughts that he retrieved from the memory, if a Martial Emperor really did leave behind the place that he died in and an Emperor stage profundity, he definitely would not let anyone reach it easily. To a Martial Emperor, only the most outstanding person was worthy of his Emperor stage profundity. 3 days later. Duanling Tian stopped moving, the 4 people following him stopped as well, and they stood next to him. When they stopped, they realized that there was no way ahead of them. They were currently in a spacious cave. There were 3 paths each on both sides of the cave connected to the other cave. They looked lost. They had no idea which path really led to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Should we split up? Huang Daniu took the initiative and suggested. I guess that's the only way to do it. Duanling Tian nodded, and his eyes landed on the entrance of the cave that was further on the left side. I'll go there. Duanling Tian then looked at the cave entrance that was further on the right side and said to Peng Bao, Peng Bao will go there. Peng Bao nodded, he did not have any opinion on that. Daniu, Su Li, and Big Brother Zhang. 3 of you will stick together and investigate the other cave entrance. No matter what we find, we'll meet here again after a day. Duanling Tian looked at Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Their abilities were the weakest among the 5 of them. For their own safety, Duanling Tian had them work together. Sure. Huang Daniu and the other 2 responded immediately. Duanling nodded at the 4 of them and turned into a bolt of purple lighting immediately. He then dashed into the cave entrance that was further on the left of the cave in an attempt to explore the situation there. Peng Bao was the next one who dashed away and entered the cave entrance that was further on the right side. Meanwhile, Huang Daniu and the other 2 entered the other cave entrance. As the 3 of them moved, a silhouette appeared at the cave entrance outside. It was the silhouette of a muscular person. Peng Bao, let's see how you're going to protect that Duanling Tian this time. The muscular silhouette belonged to Lei Jun. Ever since he parted ways with Duanling Tian and the other 4 the other day, he had been heading toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure on his own and arrived here. Since he had gotten here with the help of 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength, he found the correct path leading to the central area in an instant. The correct path was behind the cave entrance on the further right of the cave. It was the one Peng Bao was checking out. After determining the correct path to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, an idea popped into his head when he was going to continue on his journey. He realized that this place was the only opportunity for him to kill Duanling Tian and obtain the profundity fragment from him. 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. An avaricious glow flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. As he sprinted, his body was filled with purple lightning that surrounded him. He sprinted and disappeared into the cave entrance that was on the further left in the cave. His target was none other than Duanling Tian. To be exact, the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in Duanling Tian's hands. Naturally, Duanling Tian had no idea Lei Jun was hiding in there. Neither did he know Lei Jun was on his way to him. Whoosh! Origin energy ran rampant in Duanling Tian's body as he dashed into the cave entrance on the left side of the cave. The 4 concepts followed him like shadows, and it also complemented his body that looked like it transformed into a gigantic sword that was covered in khaki energy, purple lightning, and green energy. Whoosh! The gigantic sword dashed from one cave to another in an attempt to find the path to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Time passed by silently, and soon, half a day had gone by. At this moment, Duanling Tian had investigated the situation on his side thoroughly. It was an unsolvable maze, and there was no other way to proceed apart from turning back. I'll head back first. Perhaps they'll have some clues on their side, Duanling Tian thought to himself and began to turn back. Just when he was nearing the cave entrance that he entered from earlier, Duanling Tian, who was sprinting, suddenly halted his movement. A cold gleam filled his eyes as he stared at the muscular young man not far away. Lei Jun. Lei Jun, the second most powerful powerhouse in the current Izumo sect. When he bumped into Peng Bao a couple of days ago, he had formed a small team with the objective of finding and fighting for profundity fragments. Duanling Tian noticed the greed that Lei Jun had revealed in his eyes when he first met Lei Jun. It was the kind of greed that spoke of how he could not wait to kill Duanling Tian and take his spatial ring as his own. However, Duanling Tian did not care about Lei Jun, and he did not consider Lei Jun a threat. Lei Jun fell out with Peng Bao when he realized Peng Bao was on Duanling Tian's side and had intentionally protected him. He left and continued the journey on his own. This man sure knows how to linger. Duanling Tian narrowed both his eyes and stared at him calmly as he stood far away. Meanwhile, Lei Jun, who seemed to have waited for him for a long time, mumbled as the edges of his lips moved lightly, Duanling Tian, if you're smart, give me the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that you traded with Peng Bao. If you do so, perhaps I'll keep your dead body in one piece. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Duanling Tian appeared before him. He flew and was soon near Duanling Tian. He stared into his eyes, and his tone was filled with superiority. The arrogant way he was looking at Duanling Tian seemed like he was looking at a dead person rather than a living human. Perhaps in his eyes, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to walk out from this place alive today. Give you the profundity fragment, and you'll keep my dead body in one piece? When Duanling Tian heard what Lei Jun said, he was stunned at first, but very quickly he smiled. His smile was charming. Lei Jun, since you said that, should I thank you for the mercy you showed me? Of course. Lei Jun did not seem to understand the sarcasm in Duanling Tian's words, as he said with arrogance. The people that I've killed, if I'm gentle, they would be blown into a few pieces. If it's severe, they would turn into pieces of meat that fly all over the place. Of course, you'll have to thank me for showing you mercy by keeping your dead body intact. Lei Jun wore a maniacal smile on his face as he spoke. His eyes gleamed coldly with a killing intent, as though he would devour anybody who approached him. Duanling Tian's face did not reveal even a hint of fear, contrary to Lei Jun's expectation. Instead, he looked at Lei Jun as though he was an idiot and took his time to remark, "Dumbass." Dumbass? Lei Jun was stunned. He was completely stunned. This Duanling Tian was only a third-rate Force disciple. How dare he called him a dumbass? You bastard! Lei Jun, who snapped back to reality, shouted suddenly, and his rage soared to its peak. At the same time, origin energy swept over his entire body and turned into bolts and bolts of purple lightning. They were similar to thick purple electric snakes that surrounded and lingered on his body. Bang! 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 Almost as soon as the origin energy on Lei Jun's body turned into bolts of purple lightning, a thunderous rumble was created. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy was rumbling in the sky above his head and proceeded to transform into heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 800 ancient horned dragons silhouettes hovering in the sky. They looked alive, as though they would charge at Duanling at any given time. Third level void transformation. Third level advanced thunder concept. Faced with the thunder concept, Lei Jun integrated with his origin energy that resulted in bolts of purple lightning energy surrounding his body. Duanling Tian asked slowly with a relaxed expression. That's all you have. Duanling Tian's voice had a hint of insult in it. Duanling Tian, since you're asking for it, I'll make your dream come true. Lei Jun was initially provoked by Duanling Tian, but his rage had subsided a lot when the energy swept through his body. However, after hearing what Duanling Tian said, his emotion that had only just calmed down could no longer be restrained, and it completely exploded. Bang! Lei Jun stomped both feet on the ground, creating ferocious cracks on the ground. They spread out fast like a gigantic spiderweb. With the help of the momentum from his stomps, his entire body flew out like a bolt of lightning and dashed toward Duanling Tian. Bang! 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 A deafening sound of thunder mixed with air explosion sound trailed after Lei Jun in the places he passed by. At the same time, waves of invisible air currents spread out as a gust of strong wind blew from all directions. Sand and dust were flying everywhere around the cave. Bang! Lei Jun arrived before Duanling Tian in an instant, and he punched with his fist without using any spirit weapon. The punch was like a bullet shooting at Duanling Tian with the intention to kill him. The punch that contained 800 ancient horned dragons' strength and intertwined with purple lightning rushed toward Duanling Tian as though it was going to destroy him. At the same time, Lei Jun smirked as he looked at Duanling Tian, who stood unmoving before his eyes. To him, the reason Duanling Tian was unresponsive was due to his alarming speed. Faced with his attack, this young disciple from just a third-rate force had yet to respond to such a speed. Indeed, a disciple from a third-rate force has a third-rate ability. You're like an ant before me. Just when Lei Jun expressed his disdain and thought that the punch that he had thrown was going to end Duanling Tian's life immediately, he was shocked to find a terrifying resistance when his fist was just a stone's throw away from Duanling Tian. Bum! A light noise was heard. The sound came from Lei Jun's fist that was filled with rampant energy, and Duanling Tian caught it easily with his lightning-fast hand when it was about to land on him. Lei Jun's fist that contained 800 ancient horned dragon strength was like a meteor falling when he threw that punch out. However, it was similar to falling on a bale of cotton when it landed in Duanling Tian's hand. There was no force behind the attack at all. Lei Jun's expression changed dramatically when the fist he threw out menacingly was easily caught by Duanling Tian's bare hand. At this moment, no matter how dumb he was, he came to a clear conclusion that the power this purple-clad young man before him possessed was far above what he had. Just when Lei Jun planned to retract his fist from Duanling Tian's hand that was like a pincer, so that he could turn around and leave, his eyes narrowed instantly. At this moment, He was shocked to see the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above the purple-clad young man's head without him knowing when. There was a total of 1,100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes writhing as they descended. What he was seeing with his eyes gave him a great shock. 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength without using any spirit weapon. Compared to the energy he had on his fist, that was 300 ancient horned dragon strength more than what he had. When Lei Jun saw the 1,100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before his eyes, he completely lost his bravery. Shit! Very quickly, Lei Jun's facial expression changed again. It was filled with despair when he realized Duan Ling Tian's strength could end his life easily. At the same time, he instinctively tried to retract his fist from Duan Ling Tian's hand. However, his fist seemed to be rooted in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He could not get it out at all. Ah! In the next second, an intense pain that came from his fist and permeated his entire body caused Lei Jun to release a devastating shriek from the bottom of his lungs. The devastating shriek sounded like it came from his heart and lungs being torn apart, giving anyone who heard it a numbing sensation on their scalps. The arm that Duan Ling Tian used to hold Lei Jun's fist was merged with 4 types of concepts. It shook abruptly and destroyed all of the purple lightning that surrounded Lei Jun's fist. It was the resulting energy when Lei Jun merged his origin energy with thunder concept. After getting rid of the energy surrounding Lei Jun's fist, Duan Ling Tian pressed his hand on Lei Jun's body and the energy surrounding it swept through destructively. Ah! Lei Jun's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When Lei Jun had just caught his breath, he realized what Duan Ling Tian was going to do when he saw him launching his next move. His expression changed greatly, and he screamed in panic, "No!" Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lei Jun's scream as though he did not hear it at all. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to hold on to Lei Jun's fist tightly and lifted his arms suddenly. He lifted Lei Jun up entirely as he stared at the wall nearby with a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted Lei Jun up and spun him in the air a couple of times like he was a windmill. He then let him go and threw him against the wall nearby like an arrow that was shot out of its bow. Bang! A loud bang sounded as gravels from the wall flew out. Lei Jun smashed into the cave's wall and turned into a slab of meat. The scene of him hanging on the wall was a terrifying scene to behold. The scene before his eyes looked very much like an abstract painting on Earth where Duan Ling Tian used to live in his past life. Lei Jun had completely lost his breath. He could not be any more dead than this. Although Lei Jun tried to activate the energy in his body in an attempt to break away from Duan Ling Tian's control many times when he was being lifted and was about to be smashed, his energy would always be suppressed by Duan Ling Tian's energy mercilessly as soon as he mustered his energy out each time. Therefore, there was no energy of any sort to shield Lei Jun when he was lifted and thrown. His body was made out of flesh and blood after all. How could it possible for him to resist Duan Ling Tian's strength or being smashed into the wall that was as tough as steel? Thus, Lei Jun was smashed to death by Duan Ling Tian without any obstacles at all. From the beginning until the end, Lei Jun did not even have the chance to bring out the Grade 1 spirit weapon glove from his spatial ring. However, even if he managed to use any spirit weapon, he would not be able to escape the same ending because Duan Ling Tian did not use any spirit weapon either. Greed has caused so many deaths. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed in low spirit. He put Lei Jun's spatial ring away and proceeded to walk out of the cave entrance that he entered from previously without even turning his head. It did not matter if it was Lei Jun whom he had just killed or Leng Ji whom he had killed previously. Both of them faced the same ending because they were eyeing his profundity fragment. Soon, Duan Ling Tian returned to the spacious cave while he waited for news that Peng Bao, Huang Daniu, and the other two would bring. Shortly after, 3 figures flew out from the center-left entrance of the cave and appeared before Duan Ling Tian. They were Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he saw the 3 of them, and he asked with a hopeful face, "How is it?" The 3 of them shook their heads. It was an unsolvable maze. We traveled to every corner and found no other exit. Huang Daniu said with a bitter smile. It was apparent they were in the same boat as Duan Ling Tian. Looks like we'll have to wait for Peng Bao. When Duan Ling Tian heard Huang Dania's reply, he nodded with slight disappointment. If the path Peng Bao took isn't the way to the central area, we'll have to split up and check out the 3 remaining entrances. Having said that, Duan Ling Tian looked at the remaining entrances that had not been explored at both sides of the cave. So far, they still did not know the situation inside these 3 entrances. 1 hour passed quickly. Peng Bao's still not back? Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong could not help but furrow their brows. Here he comes. Duan Ling Tian focused his gaze and stared at the entrance on the furthest right. With his sharp hearing, he could clearly hear the rapid wind howling from inside. The sound got nearer and nearer. Show. Soon, there was dust all over the entrance. Following that, a familiar figure flew out from the entrance and appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was Peng Bao. As soon as Peng Bao appeared, he immediately smiled at Duan Ling Tian and the others before he said, "This is the road to the central area." When the 4 of them heard his words, their eyes lit up instantly. The 5 of them departed immediately. They entered the entrance at the furthest right and continued traveling toward the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. As time went by, they were also getting closer and closer to the central area. Meanwhile, a lot of people were also drawing closer and closer in every direction to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. 2 days later, we've arrived. When Duan Ling Tian saw the empty opening in the distance, his flashing figure gradually slowed down. He had successfully arrived at the location of the entrance. Duan Ling Tian stood before the entrance. What appeared before his eyes were different from the entrances he had seen countless of time. The entrance before him was huge and spacious. It revealed a completely new world. To compare the entrance with the huge cave outside, it was just a hole high up on one side of the cave. There were countless similar holes around the wall of this huge cave. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have time to ponder on that. His gaze immediately landed in the middle of the cave. A gigantic palace stood there. The seemingly magnificent and gigantic palace stood there like a sleeping beast that exuded an intimidating aura. This palace is the palace mentioned in the Martial Emperor's message? His final resting place when he died. Unknowingly, Peng Bao had caught up and stood beside Duan Ling Tian. He was surprised as he sized up the gigantic palace that stood in the middle of the huge cave. The Martial Emperor's body is inside this palace? Huang Dania had also caught up with them. His eyes were shining as he looked at the palace and his breath quickened involuntarily. According to the Martial Emperor's message, there was a total of 3 profundity fragments in his body. One of it was an Emperor stage profundity fragment and the other 2 were Monarch stage profundity fragments. Put aside the 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments, just the Emperor stage profundity fragment was enough to drive everybody crazy. Although Su Li and Zhang Shouyong remained silent, their burning gazes on the palace before them betrayed their inner thoughts. The palace stood in the huge cave as though it was a humongous statue. It exuded an ancient aura as though it had seen the vicissitudes of life, and it spoke of the history of its existence to the ones who came. Someone's there. Su Li's sharp eyes quickly spotted 3 figures standing slightly apart in the air on the other side of the palace. It was obvious the 3 of them had arrived before them. Since the palace mentioned in the Martial Emperor's message had appeared, this place was undoubtedly their destination. The central area of Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Senior Brothers Zhua. Peng Bao's low voice sounded in their ears once Su Li stopped talking. They followed Peng Bao's gaze to the distance and immediately saw a green figure hovering in midair. Originally, the green-clad young man stood there resting with his eyes closed. However, when Duan Ling Tian and the others' gazes were trained on him, he opened his eyes as if he was aware of their gazes. His razor-sharp gaze was immediately focused on the direction of Duan Ling Tian and the others. "Let's go. Let me introduce you to Senior Brothers Zhua." Duan Ling Tian and the 3 other people flew out along with Peng Bao. They stopped near the green-clad young man in just a moment. "Senior Brothers Zhua." Peng Bao's voice was laced with respect when he greeted the green-clad young man. It was the kind of respect that came from the depth of his heart. "Junior Brother Peng." The green-clad young man nodded at Peng Bao, but he did not acknowledge Duan Ling Tian and the others. Although it was not offensive, it showed his confidence and aloofness. In this regard, the four of them were not surprised. It seems this is Yu whom Peng Bao previously mentioned to us. At this moment, Huang Dania's voice transmission was clearly transmitted to Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Zhang Shou Yong's ears. They were communicating secretly. It should be him. Su Li and Zhang Shou Yong nodded. Yu. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose. The words that Peng Bao said while they were on the road seemed to echo in his ears. Among the younger generation in Anika sect, I'm only the second strongest. The strongest among the younger generation in Anika sect is my senior brother Zua. His full name is Yu and he's the Anika sect's supreme elder's only direct disciple. Anika sect's supreme elder is the only martial monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. The direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. Any one of the two titles was shocking enough. The combination of the two made Yu the brightest star in Anika sect. Peng Bao could not help but feel awkward when he realized Yu did not even deign to look at Duan Ling Tian and the others in the eyes. He smiled apologetically at them. Duan Ling Tian and the others returned a smile and expressed that it did not matter. Since he was Yu, he was entitled to be so arrogant. Senior brother Zua, these are my friends. These are Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou Yong. Peng Bao introduced them one by one to Yu. When he mentioned Duan Ling Tian, Yu, who was standing there indifferently and confidently, looked at Duan Ling Tian immediately. He did not even listen to what Peng Bao said after that. You're Duan Ling Tian? Yu stared at Duan Ling Tian. Even someone as aloof as him could not help but reveal greed in the depth of his eyes. That disciple from the third-rate force, the five-element sect? You're right. I'm that Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw the greed in Zuyu's eyes, he was certain, without the need to ponder on it. That's Zuyu had heard the news of him possessing a profundity fragment. Peng Bao's face changed dramatically when he sensed the smell of gunpowder between Duan Ling Tian and Zuyu. Although Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou Yong knew they were no match for Zuyu even if they joined hands, they still stood firmly behind Duan Ling Tian and looked at Zuyu fiercely. There was a flash in Zuyu's eyes. Suddenly, he glanced at the two young men, who was standing apart in the distance, as if he had thought of something. When he noticed their gazes were on him, he did not take any action nor did he attack Duan Ling Tian. He knew in his heart if they knew about Duan Ling Tian, it would be difficult for him to obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Ling Tian's hand even with his strength. And Zuyu's movement caught Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and it made him turn to look at the two young men in the distance. One of them was tall and strong. Physically, he looked almost similar to Huang Daniu. The other one was dressed in green with a sheathed spirit sword on his back. He was a sword cultivator. Duan Ling Tian was curious, so he extended his spirit energy toward them. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of shock and horror on his face as realization dawned on him. I see. They seem to be the strongest among the younger generation from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Ling Tian was certain of it after he probed their cultivation. Their cultivation was on par with Zuyu. As for Zuyu, Duan Ling Tian noticed the hint of hesitation in his eyes after he looked at them. That was why it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess Zuyu's thought process. Big brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice as beautiful as an oriole bird clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian stared intently at the place where the voice came from at once. There was a figure that flashed out like a fire elf toward him. Tian Wu. When Duan Ling Tian saw the approaching figure, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He controlled the air and flew toward her. The figure that looked like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. During Duan Ling Tian's journey, he was constantly worried about Feng Tianwu's safety. Now that he saw Feng Tianwu was safe and sound, the weight was finally lifted off his shoulders, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's pretty face blushed involuntarily when she looked at the purple-clad young man whom she had missed dearly and dreamt of. Her face was so red it was as if blood would drip out from it. Feng Tianwu's captivating and beautiful face revealed a hint of shyness. It made the people who saw it could not help but want to hold her in their arms and pamper her. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian smiled and locked eyes with the red-clad girl. His eyes were filled with deep affection. He was not certain of his feelings when he faced Feng Tianwu. There was no awkwardness that was present in the past, and they seemed to be closer now, but in comparison to the feelings between a couple, it was not there yet. However, whenever he thought of the time when they had just entered the martial emperor's secret treasure, and how Feng Tianwu followed after him and Zishang disregarding her own safety when they fell into the bottomless abyss, his heart could not help but feel moved. His heart was not made of steel or stones. Naturally, he would be moved by Feng Tianwu's sacrifice. Feng Tianwu's status in his heart certainly had an earth-shaking change after that incident. It was just missing the last step of putting a name to it before their hearts could completely be one. And Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy extended naturally to Feng Tianwu's body. He was startled when he realized something. Feng Tianwu's cultivation had progressed to the 4th level void interpretation. Although she had improved compared to her previous state at the 3rd level void interpretation, it was insufficient to startle him. What shocked him was the wave of burning aura from Feng Tianwu's body. The burning aura was hidden in Feng Tianwu's body, and it seemed ready to come out with just a command, as though it was ready to burn his spiritual energy. What happened? Duan Ling Tian's face immediately turned grave as he retracted his spiritual energy. The feeling he had gotten from Feng Tianwu was as though a dreaded flaming demon beast was sleeping in her body. Once that flaming demon beast woke up, Feng Tianwu would surely die. Duan Ling Tian was certain about this. Is it the fire spirit body's power? Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian vaguely made a guess. It seemed to be the only reason. But Tianwu is only almost 26 years old. There are still 4 more years before the fire spirit body's power will be activated. Duan Ling Tian was confused. I think Tianwu must have encountered something in the martial emperor's secret treasure that caused the fire spirit body's power in her to be unstable. Duan Ling Tian became more and more solemn as his train of thoughts grew longer. What a beautiful woman! Feng Tianwu's appearance caught the attention of Peng Bao, Zuiyu, and the 2 young men in the distance. At this moment, their gazes at Feng Tianwu revealed their fascination. They had seen a lot of beautiful women. However, it was their first time seeing one with such a temperament. They could not help but feel moved by her. Brother Ling Tian, you're really fortunate. Even Peng Bao was in awe of Feng Tianwu's beauty. He noticed Feng Tianwu's gaze toward Duan Ling Tian was filled with love and admiration. When he witnessed the scene, he was envious but also happy for Duan Ling Tian. Although he had just met Duan Ling Tian, they had become true friends because of their similar temperament. Hang! Zuiyu scoffed. There was a hint of jealousy in his stern gaze toward Duan Ling Tian. After he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity, his first thought was to kill him and snatch the profundity fragment in his hands. However, he gave up on that idea then because there were 2 other people present who was equally as popular as him in the northern desert. He knew that if he attacked Duan Ling Tian, it would attract both of their attention, and they would surely join in the fight. If that happened, it was very likely that he would end up with nothing. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to ask Feng Tianwu about what happened to her fire spirit body in the martial emperor's secret treasure, a loud voice came from afar and broke the silence. Duan Ling Tian, you're indeed alive. Who? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a bald young man dressed in a kasaya flew out from an entrance on one side of the huge cave. He was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he was standing in midair close to Duan Ling Tian. Xian Bei. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrow and smiled faintly when he saw the young monk before him. Of course I'm alive and well since we haven't fulfilled the agreement we have. Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation of Empyrean Temple's disciples, was the young monk who made a pact with Duan Ling Tian at Skywolf Fort. How do you feel about fulfilling the agreement we have now? Xian Bei narrowed his eyes and slowly said with a smile on his face the entire time, I'm very interested in the profundity fragment in your hands. Profundity fragment? Zuiyu, whose expression was already grim when he heard Xian Bei calling out Duan Ling Tian's name, became gloomier when Xian Bei finished his sentence. Earlier, when Xian Bei called out to Duan Ling Tian, he noticed the 2 other people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect respectively, who were equally as popular as him, instantly focused their gazes on Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not react at all even after a while. Then, as Xianbei carelessly said the word, profundity fragment, he could clearly see realization dawning on their faces as their gazes brightened suddenly. Oh no! Zuyu's heart sank. What he least hoped would happen had happened. Show! Show! Just as Xianbei finished his sentence, both of the young men in the distance finally reacted. Their robes fluttered, and they vanished into thin air in the very next moment. When they reappeared, they were near Duan Lingtian. They stared intently at him. At this moment, their eyes gleamed as they stared at Duan Lingtian. They did not look like they were sizing up a person. They looked more like they were inspecting a precious treasure. You're Duan Lingtian? That disciple from the third-rate force who obtained a profundity fragment? Both of them stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke almost simultaneously with a questioning tone. Originally, Feng Tianwu was quietly looking into the eyes of her sweetheart, feeling blessed at that moment. The two voices that sounded like the cawing of crows shattered the moment of peace and caused her face to change. When Feng Tianwu was about to react, a gentle voice transmission entered her ears and calmed her down. Tianwu, did you encounter anything in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure? Why do I feel like the fire spirit body's power in you isn't as calm as it used to be? A gentle voice filled with concern managed to completely calm Feng Tianwu's emotions. She blushed even harder. It was as if blood would drip from her face. The feeling of being cared for was nice. Not to mention being cared for by one's sweetheart. Feng Tianwu nodded and instantly responded via voice transmission. Not too long ago, I obtained a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed instantly when Feng Tianwu finished her sentence. The outer ring of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure had 5 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. Previously, he was curious, apart from the 3 that he possessed, who had obtained the 2 other fragments. Now he knew one of it was with Tianwu, and it's a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian was really shocked. It should be noted that the best one among the 3 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments that he possessed was merely an 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. It was incomparable to a 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. When I held it in my hands, it left my palms and entered my body after turning into liquid. Feng Tianwu's voice continued to be transmitted. Duan Lingtian suppressed his shock and continued listening carefully to Feng Tianwu's detailed experience in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. It was Feng Tianwu's biggest secret. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu divulged everything without reservation. Duan Lingtian's face turned more and more grave as Feng Tianwu's story progressed. Tianwu is able to comprehend the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. As a normal martial artist, being able to comprehend the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment might be a good thing. However, that was not the case for Feng Tianwu, the owner of a fire spirit body. If it's a normal martial artist, such an unusual change from using the 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment is impossible. Tianwu's fire spirit body must be the cause of the Profundity Fragment's unusual change. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. I don't know if there's a similar incident in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Duan Lingtian was stunned due to his concern, and he anxiously searched the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory from both lives and tried to get answers from it. He had a feeling the changes in the concept fragment in Tianwu's body, and her ability to comprehend the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment was not beneficial to her. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were communicating through voice transmission, and they stood there quietly and completely ignored the questions from the 2 people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. The faces of the tall and strong young man from Izumo sect and the green-clad young man from North Nether sect instantly darkened. Haha. Lei Zhong, Su Qing. They totally ignored the both of you. At this moment, Zuyu laughed uncontrollably as he looked at his old rivals with derision. Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation of Izumo sect, was the direct disciple of the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. On the other hand, Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation of North Nether sect, was a direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. Su Qing was unruffled when he heard Zuyu's sarcastic remark, since he knew Zuyu was intentionally provoking him. That was why he could quickly regain his composure and stay calm. Shua. Contrary to Su Qing, Lei Zhong's face changed dramatically. He had a bad temper and he could not stay calm after he heard Zuyu's sarcastic remark. He moved in an instant like a fierce goshawk. He flashed by and lunged at Duanling Tian with a great momentum. He was incomparably fast. Hua. As Lei Zhong flashed by, a milky white flame surged out from his body. When the milky white flame appeared, it instantly transformed into red flames that covered the entire sky. He looked like a vast flame as he swept toward Duanling Tian, intending to swallow Duanling Tian up. Shou. Lei Zhong, who was surrounded by flames, was like the god of fire came to life. When he punched, a burning fireball flew out. The airflow compressed and set off a series of air explosion sound. As the air explosion sounded, a scorching airwave spread everywhere. At the space above Lei Zhong, the heaven and earth energy stirred and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Initially, 600 ancient horned dragons silhouettes appeared before another 500 more appeared. 4th level void transformation. 4th level advanced fire concept. The gap between the 4th level void transformation and the 3rd level void transformation was like an impassable gulf and an insurmountable divider. A 3rd level void transformation martial artist who fully exerted his origin energy had a strength equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, a 4th level void transformation martial artist who fully exerted his origin energy had a strength equivalent to 600 ancient horned dragons. That was 200 more ancient horned dragons' strength compared to the former. Hua, 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 hua. The airwaves from the compressed airflow created a gust of fierce and burning wind. The people who were present at the scene felt as though there was heat wave coming their way. That feeling made them very uncomfortable. Lei Zhong attacked Duanling Tian quickly without even using a spirit weapon. Perhaps, in his opinion, a young disciple from a third-rate force had not earned the rights for him to use a spirit weapon. Apart from that, he thought it was pure luck that Duanling Tian managed to obtain a profundity fragment. Shou. The 1100 ancient horned dragons silhouettes above Lei Zhong as he punched his fist out like a cannonball shooting out of a cannon as the flames covered the sky. It headed straight for Duanling Tian as though it could destroy Duanling Tian with just a punch. Feng Tianwu reacted quickly. Her face changed dramatically as she yelled, "Big brother Duan, be careful." When she cautioned Duanling Tian, her eyes turned blood red and her body exuded waves of terrifying scorching aura that kept rising. Flames rose from Feng Tianwu's body, and at the space above her, the heaven and earth energy stirred as it seemingly gathered into 1,000 or even 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. "It's okay. I can handle him." As flames rose uncontrollably from Feng Tianwu's body, a voice transmission entered her ears and completely reassured her. She had unconditional trust toward the owner of that voice. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian, who seemed distracted and unprepared, turned around in an instant. He raised his hand and threw a punch to counter Lei Zhong's fiery punch with a great momentum. Shou. When Duanling Tian punched, milky white origin energy surged out. It immediately transformed into a vast khaki energy entwined with purple lightning and green wind. Additionally, his punch was followed by sword energy like a shadow. It contained sword concept that was extremely terrifying. Bang! 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 When Duanling Tian punched, the air compressed once again and set off another series of air explosion that sounded like exploding mines. Moreover, the mighty airwaves spread in all directions, resulting in gusts of biting cold wind that clashed with the scorching wind from Lei Zhong. Subsequently, another burst of air explosions sounded ceaselessly one after another. Everyone's robes rustled in the wind. However, no one was paying attention to that. Their eyes were locked on the two individuals' impending collision. More accurately, the impending collision of their fists. Shou. The flames on Lei Zhong's body surged and raged. His punch was like the god of fire's wrath. It tore through the sky and exuded an overwhelming scorching aura that shrouded Duanling Tian. Shou. Duanling Tian's robes were billowing and fluttering. his fist that contained all his origin energy and the four concepts punched out unreservedly. Bang! Both their fists collided in an instant. The force from the collision set off a deafening noise. The airwave could be clearly seen in the air as it rippled out in all directions. Those with weaker cultivation like the trio Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong paled one after another. They could feel their vital energies and blood surging up and down since they were faintly affected. So strong! When they saw how Duan Tian could match Lei Zhong's fist and did not lag behind even though he punched with his bare fist, the three of them, including Huang Daniu, calmed down their surging vital energies and blood as their eyes brightened. Bang! 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 In the center where Duan Tian and Lei Zhong's fist collided, ripples of airwaves spread out creating gusts of violent wind. Pa! Pa! At this moment, the hairbands on Duan Tian and Lei Zhong's head broke at almost the same time. Their long hair was billowing in the wind as though they were tiny black writhing snakes. Bang! 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 Their forces kept colliding where their fists met before they converged and set off a deafening noise. They were evenly matched. How's that possible? Zuyu's eyes narrowed when he witnessed the scene. His face was filled with incredulity. He found it hard to believe that the scene before him was real. That Duan Tian, a mere young disciple from a third-rate force who looked no older than 25 years old, was evenly matched with Lei Zhong? This Duan Tian is stronger than Lei Zhong? Su Qing, who was calm, could not help but move. He muttered, in their match, Lei Zhong took the lead and had the upper hand, and yet, Duan Tian, who hurriedly returned the punch, managed to counter Lei Zhong's punch. The strength of Duan Tian's punch is definitely more than Lei Zhong. If he's at the same level as Lei Zhong, his hasty punch would not be locked in a stalemate with Lei Zhong's punch. Compared to Zuyu, Su Qing had a more thorough analysis of the scene before him. Duan Tian was better. Seemingly set off by Su Qing's muttering, the heaven and earth energy that was stirring above Duan Tian finally formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes solidified into form and they descended majestically. The heaven and earth phenomenon indicated that Duan Tian's barehanded punch currently contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Lei Zhong's punch that contained the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons, there was 100 more ancient horned dragons' strength. 1,200 ancient horned dragons' strength. Duan Tian's third-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragon strength. Third-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragon strength. The ninth-level intermediate earth concept along with the sword concept was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength. In addition to the first-level advanced thunder concept that was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragon strength, there was a total of 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. That was right. Duan Tian's thunder concept had progressed. On the day he killed Lei Jun, he successfully progressed from the ninth-level intermediate to the first-level advanced. Bang! A loud bang sounded again as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed at the space above Duan Tian. The purple lightning entwined around his fist became more vivid as it raged even more. Meanwhile, Duan Tian recovered from the disadvantage of losing the lead and his hasty attack. He fully exerted his strength and charged with the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength. After he recovered from his disadvantage, the result was obvious when his 1,200 ancient horned dragon strength went against Lei Zhong's 1,100 ancient horned dragon strength. Crushed. Totally crushed. Impossible. Lei Zhong was lifted and smashed by just one punch from Duan Tian. When pain permeated the fist he attacked with, Lei Zhong did not scream. His eyes narrowed. He could not believe the scene before his eyes to be true. A mere disciple from a third-rate force had overpowered him with just a move when he had the advantage of attacking first? It did not matter if Lei Zhong was willing to believe it or not. The fact that he was weaker than Duan Tian and the fact that he was lifted and smashed until he was critically injured were true. Wah! Lei Zhong, who was lifted and smashed by Duan Tian with a punch, flew for more than 100 meters before he came to a halt. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of vividly red blood. I'm hurt? by a young disciple from a third-rate force. He extended his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed when he saw the blood on his hands. His expression immediately stiffened. However, he seemed to have noticed something shortly after. With a tremble, he suddenly recovered from his daze. It was because he realized Duanling Tian, who was from a third-rank force, the Five-Element sect, did not seem to have any intention of stopping after he was punched away. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold, and his face was frosty. He was stepping in the air with a moderate speed as he headed toward Lei Zhong. Cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, killing this opponent who was the strongest among the younger generation from Izumo sect was not only a payback of his recklessness. More importantly, he wanted to make a point. At this moment, there were more people entering this huge cave. Among them were disciples from Anika sect, North Nether sect, and Izumo sect. Pang! 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 At this moment, the scene was deadly silent. Every step Duanling Tian took caused the airflow to vibrate and echo. Every sound that fell into Lei Zhong's ears was as loud as thunder to him, and his face visibly paled immediately. Wham! Wham! Every step Duanling Tian took was akin to a giant hammer pounding on Lei Zhong's heart. His breathing quickened and he unable to calm down for a very long time. When Lei Zhong noticed the killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes, he turned ghastly pale and hastily took out a wound-curing medicinal pill for his own consumption. However, even if he consumed a wound-curing medicinal pill, it would take quite a while before he would recover from the injury that he currently suffered from, and it would undoubtedly affect the control of his strength. Whoosh! Nobody noticed when, but a thick and solid saber suddenly appeared in Lei Zhong's left hand that was still intact. As the flame in his hand soared, it continued to merge with the saber, and a saber ray appeared immediately. Swoosh! The heaven and earth energy once again solidified and formed 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head before another 520 over silhouettes of ancient horned dragons followed suit. Over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered and whirred above Lei Zhong's head, ready to attack at any given time. However, perhaps due to the fact that his injury was not fully healed yet, the over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Lei Zhong's head appeared extremely unstable. A moment later, it decreased to over 1,500 silhouettes, and another second later, it dropped down to become 1,400 silhouettes only. Eventually, it became less than 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, at this moment, Duanling Tian, who was striding forward, also had a sword in his hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, Duanling Tian merged his energy with it. And another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly appeared next to the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above him. 1,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was more than enough to amaze the others, but the majority of the people present at the scene could not help but feel momentarily stunned. Those people were none other than Zui Yu, Su Qing, Peng Bao, and the other disciples from the second-rate forces. This Duanling Tian only has the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he uses his spirit weapon. It's over 20 ancient horned dragons weaker compared to Lei Zhong when he's in his prime and using his spirit weapon. But when he's not using his spirit weapon, his strength is 100 ancient horned dragons stronger than Lei Zhong. What's going on? Or maybe he's concealing his strength? I think that's the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, won't Lei Zhong's defeat today become meaningless? Well, that's because after he's injured by Duanling Tian, Lei Zhong can no longer display the strength that he possesses during his prime. Even if he uses his spirit weapon, his strength is unable to go beyond 1,500 ancient horned dragons. The people who were busy speculating were none other than the Anika sect and North Nether sect's disciples, who managed to arrive at the central zone of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure alive. There were not more than 5 of them. Based on their words, it was apparent that they were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. In their opinions, if Duanling Tian dared to kill Lei Zhong would definitely die today. The faces of the remaining 2 Izumo sect's disciples were awfully pale at this moment. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the current younger generation in their Anika sect. In their eyes, he was their undefeated god of war. However, today, the undefeated god of war in their eyes was in a disadvantageous situation in the face of a third-rate forces disciple. Moreover, his life was in grave danger as well. Presently, almost everybody in the group of second-rate forces disciples knew who Duan Ling Tian was. Before they arrived, they had already heard of the name Duan Ling Tian. He was the strongest person among the current younger generation in Five-Element sect, a third-rate force, and had obtained a profundity fragment at the outer ring of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. And to think before this, I actually thought of killing him and snatching that profundity fragment from his hands if I meet him. Now that I look at it, thank goodness I didn't meet him. Otherwise, I'm sure I'll be among the dead right now. One of the Izumo sect's disciples smiled wryly. No doubt. If even senior brother Lei Zhong can be seriously injured by him, what do we have to go against his strength? With his strength, it's no wonder he's able to get his hands on that profundity fragment. The other Izumo sect's disciple was deeply impressed. In the next second, he added again, however, he won't dare to kill senior brother Lei Zhong unless he's crazy. Otherwise, not only him but Five-Element sect, that third-rate force that he's in, will have to bear the wrath of our Izumo sect. Exactly. Unless he slaughters all the eyewitness, he won't be able to live if he kills senior brother Lei Zhong. Moreover, he'll only be inviting trouble to the sect he's in. The former Izumo sect disciple expressed his agreement as well. At this time, the majority of the remaining people did not think Duan Ling Tian would kill Lei Zhong. After all, killing Lei Zhong was akin to making an enemy out of Izumo sect. Izumo sect was one of the three strongest second-rate forces in Cloud Continent. They only needed to dispatch a martial monarch powerhouse, and it was enough to annihilate the entire Five-Element sect, a third-rate force, from the northern desert without much effort. However, how could they know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking? When they saw Duan Ling Tian increased his speed and charged toward Lei Zhong again before he sent the thick and solid huge saber flying from Lei Zhong's hand in just 3 blows and wounded him severely again. All of them went crazy over it. How dare this third-rate force's disciple act so recklessly? When Duan Ling Tian raised a hand to strike with his sword, it was neither too slow nor too fast, and he was about to stab Lei Zhong's throat to kill him off. He's crazy. Duan Ling Tian's crazy. Isn't he afraid of Izumo sect seeking revenge on him? At this moment, other than the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect who were scared stiff, the Anika sect and North Nether sect's disciples could not help but mutter to each other. All they felt was a chill that ran down their spines. Was the purple-clad young man before them really a disciple from a third-rate force? Since when did a third-rate force's disciple become so daring? Suiyu, Su Qing, and Peng Bao were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's action. Peng Bao shouted anxiously, trying to stop him from killing Lei Zhong, Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, if Duan Ling Tian forced his sword forward, he would undoubtedly die. Moreover, the third-rate force Five-Element sect that he was in would definitely be annihilated as well. As an Anika sect's disciple, he was very clear about this. The wrath of Izumo sect was not to be trifled with. If a third-rate force's disciple dared to kill him, the result would be the same as well. The Anika sect he was in would spare no effort to kill the third-rate force's disciple and destroy the third-rate force completely. The pride of a second-rate force would never allow a third-rate force to trample on it. In the eyes of the people from the second-rate forces, the third-rate forces and their people were undoubtedly as feeble as ants. They were like an existence that would collapse at the first blow. Oh! Upon hearing Peng Bao's voice, Duan Ling Tian's right hand trembled for a moment before he moved the sword away. However, his left hand was not left idle, and once again, another palm struck out and inflicted another serious injury on Lei Zhong, who was already severely injured. Barf! Lei Zhong spat out another mouthful of blood. Ghastly pale, there seemed to be no colors on his face at all. His body swayed and faltered as though he was going to fall from the sky at any moment. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his left hand and gripped Lei Zhong's throat before he hoisted him up forcefully. Right now, he only needed to grip a little harder, and Lei Zhong would definitely die. As Duan Ling Tian gripped Lei Zhong's throat and lifted him up, He looked at Peng Bao and a hint of perplexity could be seen in his eyes. Yeah. Peng Bao did not beat around the bush and voiced his concern immediately. Duanling Tian, you can injure Lei Zhong but don't rashly kill him off. If he's not dead, everything can still be discussed. But if he's dead, not only you but the 5-element sect behind you will most likely be eradicated as well. He said such words because he regarded Duanling Tian as a friend and did not want to see Duanling Tian walk on the path of no return. 5-element sect? Upon hearing Ping Bao's words, Duanling Tian frowned before heaving a sigh. Oh yeah, I forgot. 5-element sect won't be able to survive Azumo sect's wrath. Duanling Tian's voice was not particularly loud, but everybody present at the scene heard his words. At once, almost everyone on the scene, including Feng Tian Wu, believed Duanling Tian would no longer kill Lei Zhong. This Duanling Tian's finally giving in. Of course. The wrath of Azumo sect is not something that he or the 5-element sect can fight against. A few young disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect buried their heads together in discussion. They were not surprised by this change at all. As for the 2 young disciples from Azumo sect, a smug smile crept up on their faces immediately. The fact that Azumo sect was such a powerful deterrent made them proud of being the disciples of Azumo sect. Cough. Diduanling Titian. You don't dare to kill me after all. For everything that you've done to me today, I'll definitely go to the 5-element sect one day and I'll return everything to you 10 or 100-fold. The eyes of Lei Zhong, who was lifted by his throat and humiliated by Duanling Tian, was completely cold. He glared at Duanling Tian and gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, it seemed as though Duanling Tian did not even hear a word of what Lei Zhong said. He continued to frown as if he was thinking about something. Finally, Duanling Tian returned to his senses after a while. Today, I hereby declare that from this moment on Duanling Tian, will leave the 5-element sect. From now on, everything about the 5-element sect has nothing to do with me and all of my business has nothing to do with the 5-element sect as well. Duanling Tian finally opened his mouth. The words that left his mouth was terrifyingly shocking and inexplicable. The moment Duanling Tian ended his speech, the entire place became deadly silent at once. What the hell was Duanling Tian thinking? This was the first thought that came to the minds of most people present at the scene. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was the first one to return to her senses. Her face immediately became solemn when she realized his next course of action. Very soon, Peng Bao regained his senses as well. Horror dawned on his face again, and he hastily advised, Brother Ling Tian, don't be so rash. Even if you leave 5-element sect, and Azumo sect doesn't go after them to maintain their image, you'll still have to bear the wrath of Azumo sect and suffer from being pursued by them. It's not worth it to go against the entire Azumo sect just for Lei Zhong. Duanling Tian, Brother Ling Tian. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong were looking at Duanling Tian with a worried look on their faces as well. They were afraid that he would really kill Lei Zhong and invite trouble for himself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian looked at Lei Zhong and asked calmly, Is your name Lei Zhong? That's right. I am Lei Zhong, the direct disciple of the only martial monarch powerhouse in Azumo sect. Lei Zhong spat out his words bit by bit. His hoarse voice was full of pride, and he was still oblivious to the impending crisis. Slap! Almost at the same time when Lei Zhong's last word left his mouth, a crisp slapping sound reverberated in the air and clearly entered the ears of everyone present at the scene. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian raised a hand and gave Lei Zhong a loud slap in the face. It left a visible palm print on one half of his face and made it swell instantly. For a moment, all the bystanders could feel was a chill running down their spines. This Duanling Tian was just too daring. How dare he gave Lei Zhong a slap even after he said he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. They had to admit they really admired Duanling Tian's courage from the bottom of their hearts. However, although they admired his courage, it did not mean they agreed with Duanling Tian's way of doing things. That's just searching for death. At the same time, the majority of the people felt Duanling Tian was merely looking for death. That included Zui Yu, the strongest person among the younger generations in Anika sect. At this moment, the gaze that Zuyu used to look at Duan Tian was like he was staring at a dead person. In his opinion, Duan Tian's action would undoubtedly provoke the pride of that martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect. Even if he made it out alive from the martial emperor's secret treasure, he would still, without a doubt, die eventually. That martial monarch powerhouse would never let him go. After slapping Lei Zhong, who glared at him fiercely and itched to smash him into powder, Duan Tian asked with a calm face and tone that was neither fast nor slow, "I only asked whether you're Lei Zhong or not. Did I ask you whose direct disciple you are?" "Why you? Why you?" Lei Zhong narrowed his eyes, and it seemed like he was about to open his mouth again. Slap. Another loud slap landed on the other half of Lei Zhong's face. The slap turned his face into a pig's face. "Did I ask you to speak?" Duan Tian gave Lei Zhong another slap and continued to look at him calmly. Thoroughly enraged Lei Zhong, with an even more intense hatred, he glared at Duan Tian, but he did not dare to utter another word. He believed that if he dared to say another word, the other party would definitely give him another slap in the face without any hesitation. This purple-clad young man was like a madman. A madman through and through. When the people at the side saw Duan Tian slap Lei Zhong again, chills ran down their spines again. All that was running through their minds right now was how big of a gut this Duan Tian possessed. He was so daring to make light of that martial monarch powerhouse. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" With the usual calm tone, Duan Tian questioned word by word as he stared at Lei Zhong. This time, Lei Zhong did not answer. However, the extreme coldness that could be seen in his eyes expressed the thoughts in his mind. Slap! Another loud slap resonated in the air. It gripped the bystanders' hearts so much that all of their heartbeats turned rapid instantly. Each and every one of them could feel their blood running cold. Duan Tian gave Lei Zhong another slap. Lei Zhong's eyeballs were almost bulging out due to the fierce and intense glare he shot Duan Tian. Duan Tian asked again, "Didn't you hear my question?" His tone was no longer calm but contained a hint of coldness now. Finally, Lei Zhong swallowed back the blood that rose up from his throat and asked in a hoarse yet cold voice, "Don't tell me you dare to kill me?" Ignoring his question, Duan Tian asked without caring, "Your name's Lei Zhong. I wonder what relationship you have with Lei Jun, the second strongest person or something among the younger generation in Anika sect." He had a feeling since Lei Zhong and Lei Jun's surname were both Lei, and both were the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Izumo sect, they must be related in some ways. "He's my younger blood brother, and also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect." The moment Lei Zhong heard Duan Tian mentioning Lei Jun, his pale face was suddenly filled with a sense of pride. "Your younger brother? What a coincidence!" Duan Tian laughed. The laugh was extremely hearty, but as soon as his laughter died down, his tone turned cold immediately as though it came directly from a thaw hole. "I've already killed your brother. So, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Clamor. The moment the words left Duan Tian's mouth, the crowd exploded in an uproar immediately. Duan Tian had killed Lei Zhong's younger brother? The Lei Jun who was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. Shit. He's doomed. The instant Peng Bao heard Duan Tian's words, he was initially stunned before a wry smile crept up on his face. He knew the moment Duan Tian made the announcement, him and Izumo sect were destined to be locked in an endless grudge. No wonder. I was just wondering why I didn't see Lei Jun at all. He should have arrived at the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure earlier than us. It didn't cross my mind that he might be dead. Apart from Peng Bao, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were also hit by a pang of realization. As for where and when Lei Jun died, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Some time ago, after the fallout between Lei Jun and Peng Bao, Lei Jun left on his own. While they were on their way to the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure with Duan Tian, they only separated once at the cavern with 6 entrances to explore separately. Now that they thought about it, it had to be during that time when Duan Tian met Lei Jun and killed him. This Duan Tian is dead now. A sneer crept up on the corner of Zuyu's mouth as he rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Su Qing's face remained calm, but a hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. He was astonished by Duanling Tian's courage. It looks like Lei Zhong is going to die this time. Su Qing sighed. Since Duanling Tian announced the fact that he killed Lei Jun in front of everyone, it meant that he was determined to kill Lei Zhong. What? You? You killed my brother? Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed. His ashen face darkened, and his body that was lifted by Duanling Tian on the neck was so agitated that he was trembling in anger violently. His eyes were filled with extreme chilliness. Why, you're dead? You're dead! Lei Zhong roared in his hoarse voice. You won't get to see whether I'll be dead or not anyway. Duanling Tian remained indifferent. As a cold gleam flashed across his eyes, the hand that was gripping Lei Zhong's neck suddenly tightened. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated in the air and entered everybody's ears. It made their blood run cold as chills ran down their spines. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lei Zhong, who was still glaring, did not even manage to let out a yell. Just like that, with his head drooping to one side, he went completely still immediately. The eyes that were originally filled with wrath turned bleak in an instant. Whoosh! With a lift of his hand, Duanling Tian took Lei Zhong's spatial ring from his hand and let go of his grip at the same time. Lei Zhong's body slipped and fell from hundreds over meters high from the sky and eventually became a puddle of bloody pulp on the ground. Silence. The entire scene was so quiet that it was terrifying, even though everyone present at the scene knew Duanling Tian was going to kill Lei Zhong when he announced that he had already killed Lei Jun. After all, after he admitted to killing Lei Jun, even if he did not kill Lei Zhong, he would still face the same outcome after he left the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Since the outcome would be the same after he made that announcement, he naturally would not let Lei Zhong go. Due to this reason, Lei Zhong was dead. Although it was within their expectations, they were still struck with fear upon seeing this. Especially the disciples from the three major second-rate forces. They knew very well about the position that both Lei Zhong and Lei Jun held in Izumo sect. Not only were those two the heads of the current younger generations in Izumo sect, the two brothers were also the pillars of Izumo sect's future. Moreover, they were also the direct disciples of the two strongest powerhouses in Izumo sect. The strongest person in Izumo sect was none other than Lei Zhong's master, the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, the Supreme Elder. As for the second strongest person in Izumo sect, he was none other than Lei Jun's master, the current sect leader of Izumo sect. The fact that Duanling Tian killed both Lei Zhong and Lei Jun was equivalent to giving a loud slap to the faces of the two most powerful powerhouses in Izumo sect and completely ignoring their pride. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few more people arrived at the central zone of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. They arrived just in time to witness the scene of Duanling Tian killing Lei Zhong and turning him into a pulpy mess. Who's the unlucky one who dared to provoke senior brother Ling Tian? There were many Five-Element sect's disciples among this group of people as well. They could not help but mourn for Lei Zhong. Naturally, they thought this way because they did not know of Lei Zhong's identity yet. Otherwise, they would not be so calm. He's actually still alive? When one of the few remaining Five-Element sect's disciples saw Duanling Tian, shock and disbelief filled his eyes right away, as though he had just seen something remarkable. Duanling Tian. At the same time, a fast figure appeared in time on top of the side of the central palace. Xianxia just arrived and immediately witnessed the scene of Duanling Tian committing a murder. That guy. Isn't he a young powerhouse who entered from entrance number 1? When Zhang Yan saw the body that had been smashed to a pulp, his eyes gleamed before his expression was replaced with a dumbfounded look. Since he did not enter from entrance number 2, it could only mean that he entered from entrance number 1. During his journey, he had learned about the group of young powerhouses who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. He knew that other than entrance number 2, there was one more entrance, entrance number 1, that allowed people to come in. The people who entered from the entrance number 1 was none other than the group of young disciples from the three major second-rate forces of the northern desert. Duanling Tian actually killed a second-rate forces disciple in the front of so many people? The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had also killed a few disciples from the second-rate forces in his journey, there was no one alive who knew about this at all. He did not have such big guts to kill a second-rate force's disciple in the eyes of so many people. Compared to a third-rate force like the emotion-severing sect that he was in, although there was only a one-word difference with the second-rate force, the differences in both their strengths and backgrounds were a whole world of difference. In the end, Zhang Yan could not contain his curiosity anymore and turned toward the young monk standing nearby and asked via voice transmission, "Xian Bei, what's going on?" At this moment, the young monk was staring dazedly at the purple-clad young man who stood a distance away. He was unable to return to his senses for a long time. Zhang Yan's voice transmission took him by surprise and woke him up instantly. A wry smile instantly crept up on his face as he replied through voice transmission, "What else? Duan Ling Tian just killed that Lei Zhong from Izumo sect." When Duan Ling Tian cast the strength of 1,200 ancient horn dragons without the help of any spirit weapon, he knew that he was far from being a match for Duan Ling Tian. Lei Zhong? This name sounds quite familiar. Zhang Yan frowned. Izumo sect, Xian Bei reminded. In the northern desert, the three second-rate forces, Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect, were undoubtedly at the highest position. As a member of the many third-rate forces in the northern desert, although there was not a lot of interaction with the second-rate forces, the third-rate forces people would still, to some extent, hear about some of the things going on in the second-rate forces. Lei Zhong? Izumo sect. The moment Xian Bei reminded him, Zhang Yan finally pieced the puzzle together. Within seconds, shock clouded his face, and his eyes narrowed as he muttered, "Don't tell me this Lei Zhong is that strongest powerhouse among the current younger generation in Izumo sect?" Immediately afterward, Zhang Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian. All he could feel was a chill that ran down his spine. This Duan Ling Tian's strength has risen to what level now? He can even kill the Lei Zhong from Izumo sect. He had long heard that Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the current young generation in Izumo sect. According to rumors, Lei Zhong's cultivation base had already made a breakthrough to the 4th level void transformation, and he had even comprehended the 4th level advanced fire concept. He could also be considered as one of the very best young powerhouses in the entire northern desert. It was far from what he himself could compare to. However, right now, such a strong young powerhouse had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not help but be consumed with shock by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Apart from feeling shocked, he also broke out in cold sweat for him as well. Duan Ling Tian really has balls. How dare he kill that Lei Zhong? It's said that not only was Lei Zhong the most powerful person among the current young generation in Izumo sect, he was also the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Killing a martial monarch powerhouse's disciple in front of so many people, Zhang Yan could basically see what was going to happen to Duan Ling Tian in the future. Duan Ling Tian actually killed Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the current young generation in Izumo sect. Duan Ling Tian has already announced that he's leaving our 5-element sect. Nangongchen, Nangongyi, Tan Huan, and Tianjin, who had rushed to the martial emperor's secret treasure in succession, were taken by surprise when they heard of the news from the other 5-element sect's disciples. Although Nangongchen remained cold and aloof as usual, the dread that rose from the bottom of his heart could be seen in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the limelight, ignored the gazes from the other people and immediately returned to stand beside Feng Tianwu. His face was solemn as he said through voice transmission, "Tianwu, the power in your body doesn't seem to be very stable. Previously, when you tried to mobilize and display the fire profundity, I could clearly sense that it's not under your control at all. Apart from that, if you cast your fire profundity, it might also set off the energy of the fire spirit body in your body prematurely and prompt it to erupt before the time is right. At that time, your life might be in jeopardy." When he reached this part of the sentence, a hint of worry was apparent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Feng Tianwu was enveloped by a sense of warmth when she saw the concern in Duan Ling Tian. Her delicate face was flushed as she answered softly and obediently, "Big brother Duan, don't you worry. I won't use my fire profundity unless it's necessary." "All right." When Duan Ling Tian heard her reply, he instantly felt relieved. As long as Feng Tianwu did not forcefully mobilize and cast her fire profundity, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would not erupt. In the meantime, Duanling Tian looked around and noticed that there were many familiar faces on the scene now, such as Zhang Yan, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen, and the other disciples of Five Elements Sect, Empyrean Temple, Blade Sect, and also the Emotion-Severing Sect. It's a pity that Chun Wei could not reach here alive. The moment Duanling Tian thought of Chun Wei, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. Looks like the show I put on earlier is somewhat effective, huh? When Duanling Tian cast a glance at the group of young powerhouses in his surroundings, he noticed the majority of the people had an intense hint of fear when they looked at him. Even Su Qing and Zuyu, the strongest people among the current young generation from North Nether Sect and Anika Sect respectively, also had hints of dread in their eyes when they looked at him. Xianbei, you said earlier that you're interested in the profundity fragment in my hands. Didn't you? Do you still want to try taking it away from me? As though he was reminded by something, Duanling Tian looked toward Xianbei with a half-smile playing on his face. The instant the words left his mouth, everyone present at the scene immediately shifted their attention to Xianbei. The monk from the Empyrean Temple instantly became the center of attention. Haha, bald donkey. I thought you wanted to snatch the profundity fragment from Duanling Tian earlier? Due to some interruption, you didn't get what you wished for. Now that nobody is interfering anymore, why don't you go ahead and snatch it from him now? Recalling the scene earlier, Huang Dania looked at Xianbei and burst out laughing with a ridiculing look on his face. What? Senior brother wants to snatch the profundity fragment from Duanling Tian earlier. The few Empyrean Temple's disciples, who were still alive to see the light of day, stood gazing at each other. All of them could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this time, they only had one thought in their minds. Is senior brother Xian Tian even sane? When Duanling Tian shifted his attention over to him, Xianbei immediately knew that thing was going to take a bad turn. After Duanling Tian repeated the words that Xianbei himself announced before this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch instantly. What a joke! Previously, he said such words because he thought his strength could overpower Duanling Tian. However, the moment he saw the strength that Duanling Tian displayed, he immediately dismissed his thoughts of dueling with Duanling Tian. He did not want to invite trouble for himself. Duanling Tian, let us draw an end to the promise that we made with each other. I acknowledge that I'm no match for you. Xianbei took a deep breath. He no longer cared about his pride or image. He had no regards for any shame now. Duanling Tian stared intensely Xianbei even though he did not plan to push this matter any further. Although he was not particularly fond of this little monk from the Empyrean Temple, he did not harbor any bad feelings toward him at all. As for the words the other party said, he did not take it to heart at all. If it was the other way around, and Xianbei was the one in his position with the profundity fragment in his hands, he would have said the same things as well if he was Xianbei. After all, as long as one was a martial artist, one would definitely be interested in the profundity fragment. Duanling Tian, after you leave the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, run as far as you can go. Since you've announced that you're leaving the Five Elements Sect in front of so many people, Izumo Sect would most likely not do anything to the Five Elements Sect due to their pride, but you're a different story. A concerned voice entered Duanling Tian's ears through voice transmission. In order to avenge the two brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, Izumo Sect will definitely kill you at all cost. However, it's fortunate that the entrance that you entered is different from ours. Otherwise, you won't even get a chance to flee. The owner of the voice transmission was none other than the Anika Sect's disciple, Peng Bao. Duanling Tian shifted his attention to Peng Bao, who was staring at him with a look of concern. Warmth spread out from his heart immediately, and he responded with a smile. Don't worry, I know what to do. Just as he said, he knew what to do. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, this meant that he had already prepared a way out for himself. Leaving the Five Elements Sect was merely the first step. Naturally, the most important reason for him leaving the Five Elements Sect was because he did not want to bring trouble to them due to his own matter. He could leave this place by himself but not the Five Elements Sect. If Five Elements Sect was annihilated by Izumo Sect because of him, he would not be able to feel at ease over it. Is this palace the one that was left behind by the Martial Emperor? The place where he passed away. Without warning, somebody asked out loud. Everyone's attention, including Duan Ling Tian, immediately shifted away from Xianbei and landed on the enormous palace one by one. Each of them was beaming brightly as they looked at it. The reason they came all the way here was none other than this palace that was left behind by the martial emperor. Casting aside the other treasures that were hidden in this palace, just the 3 profundity fragments in the remnant of the martial emperor's body alone was more than enough to make people go crazy over them. One of them was a freaking emperor stage profundity fragment, for goodness sake. The sides of this palace are surrounded by dense killing formations. How are we going to go in? Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy out. As soon as it enveloped the palace, he immediately noticed the endless killing formations that were laid upon it. These killing formations had a power that was not any weaker than the killing formation at entrance number 2. Profundity fragment. Although Duan Ling Tian was cautious about it, a blade sect's disciple suddenly cried out in a deep voice and rushed out toward the palace in an attempt to be the first person to enter the palace. As the saying went, the early bird gets the worm. Perhaps, in his opinion, the first person to enter the palace would have a greater chance of finding the martial emperor's body and obtaining the profundity fragment in his body. Swoosh! The blade sect's disciple was extremely fast. Within seconds, he arrived before the palace and charged straight toward the palace entrance. Haha! The blade sect's disciple laughed excitedly when he stood outside the palace. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed forward to the entrance. Upon seeing the blade sect's disciple making his move, the other young powerhouses from each sect was itching to make their moves as well. However, what happened next immediately took them by horror and rooted them to the same spot. As the blade sect's disciple flew out, before he even came close to the palace entrance, he was stopped by some invisible force that prevented him from going near it. Boom! In the next second, under the watchful eyes of the others, the blade sect's disciple exploded mysteriously and transformed into a shower of blood and flesh that rained in front of the palace entrance. It was completely dazzling to the eyes. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, all that could be heard at the scene was a series of loud gasps. It's an inscription formation. Soon, people began to realize what was going on, and the looks they cast toward the enormous entrance changed instantly. At this moment, the way they looked at the palace was no longer the look they used when they saw some treasure. Instead, it was like they were looking at a ferocious, vicious, and horrifying monster, as fear rose up from the bottom of their hearts. There's killing formations around the palace. How are we going to go in? Many young powerhouses frowned and looked deeply troubled. Although the treasure was just right before their eyes, the main problem was they did not know whether they could make it in alive. Somebody analyzed and voiced out his opinion. Since the martial emperor left the palace here and asked us to enter to take the 3 profundity fragments from his body, there's no reason for him to shut us off outside completely. Indeed, since the martial emperor left this place behind with his body in there, theoretically, it's impossible that he didn't want us to go in. Many people agreed with that. Just when everyone was at their wits' end about the killing formation before their eyes, Duan Ling Tian realized something when he released his spiritual energy. He found out that after the blade sect's disciple was killed by the explosion from the killing formation that covered the palace, the killing formation seemed to have accomplished its duty and gradually faded away before it vanished entirely. Could it be the killing formation the martial emperor set up outside the palace could be broken with a blood sacrifice from a human's life? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows as he secretly speculated. Since he had merged with the rebirth martial emperor's memories, he was no stranger to breaking a formation with a blood sacrifice. As long as the inscription master who set up the killing formation was willing, the killing formation could be broken with a blood sacrifice at any time. As long as somebody died from the killing formation would automatically be broken. Welcome, all of you lucky young people. When Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered everyone's ears. All of them were stunned by the voice. A polyphony formation was activated since the killing formation was broken. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy figured it out in just an instant. It's the martial emperor's voice. At this moment, the group of young powerhouses present at the scene identified the owner of the voice. They had heard that voice a couple of times ever since they entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Soon after, the Martial Emperor's message proceeded to play from the Polyphony formation. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the killing formation has been broken. Lucky young people, all of you can now enter. There was no emotion in the Martial Emperor's voice. It was extremely detached. The blood sacrifice is complete? When the group of young powerhouses present at the scene heard what the Martial Emperor said, they were initially stunned before they figured out what had happened. Their facial expression gradually changed. That means, the Blade Sect's disciple broke the killing formation with his own life. Based on what the Martial Emperor said in his message, it's clear that someone must die to break the killing formation with a blood sacrifice. Luckily, I didn't rush in. Otherwise, I could have been the one who performed the blood sacrifice. That's too brutal. A life has to be sacrificed to break the killing formation outside the palace. Perhaps the inside of the palace is filled with danger. The young powerhouses present at the scene discussed among themselves. There was fear between their eyebrows. They feared the possible dangers that existed in the palace that the Martial Emperor left behind. Even Zuyu and Su Qing did not dare to move as they pleased after listening to the Martial Emperor's message. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly at Feng Tianwu before he asked Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong to come along. He took the lead by dashing in after he nodded at Peng Bao. Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. She trusted Duan Ling Tian wholeheartedly. As long as Duan Ling Tian was by her side, she was not afraid even if they had to risk their lives. To her, as long as she could die by her lover's side, there would be no regrets even if she died. Let's go. Huang Daniu and the other two did not delay this time as they followed closely after Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and cleared the path with spiritual energy. He dashed toward the palace entrance directly, and soon after, he arrived before the big and magnificent door. Duan Ling Tian stood before the door and extended both his hands. He pressed them on the door and exerted his strength. Rumble. 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 At this moment, the door slowly opened. It was a glorious scene. Let's go. When the door opened, Duan Ling Tian called out to the four people around him and took the lead to dash in. Whoosh. 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 Feng Tianwu and the other three followed behind Duan Ling Tian. They vanished behind the door that was ajar and disappeared before the eyes of everyone who was outside. They're fine. Many people's eyes lit up suddenly. Let's go in, too. Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows and entered the palace through the wide-open door with Nangong Chun. Let's go. Both Zhang Yan and Xian Bei led the emotion-severing sect and Empyrean Temple's disciples who survived into the palace. Subsequently, Peng Bao, Zuyu, and Su Qing led the Anika sect and North Nether sect disciples into the palace. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian was the first one to enter the palace. As soon as he entered, his spiritual energy discovered the place was densely filled with an inscription formation's aura. There was an inscription formation that encompassed the ground and air wherever he went. It's the illusory realm formation. Duan Ling Tian halted his movement. His face became solemn as he mumbled, It's the illusory realm formation. He realized the inscription formation that he noticed earlier was the illusory realm formation. They had to pass through this if they wanted to enter the palace. As soon as they entered the illusory realm formation, they would enter an illusory realm. It was out of their control where they would end up after passing through the illusory realm. Illusory realm formation? Feng Tianwu and the other three who were next to Duan Ling Tian heard his words and could not help but feel surprised. They did not doubt what Duan Ling Tian had said at all. Yes, it's the illusory realm formation. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said with all seriousness, This illusory realm formation isn't harmful at all. It's similar to the illusory formation that we experienced earlier. It'll just separate us, and we'll have to look for the treasures in this palace on our own. The illusory formation was an abbreviation for the illusory realm formation. We'll have to pass through it if we want to enter the palace. I'm afraid we'll have to part ways again, Duan Ling Tian said. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said reluctantly, What the hell was that Martial Emperor trying to do? He keeps wanting to separate us. I want to be with you. There are so many benefits when I'm with you. How would I know what the hell he was thinking? Duan Tian was a little speechless when he looked at Huang Dania complaining to him, and he rolled his eyes in irritation. Everyone, please be careful, Zhang Shouyong said. All right. Su Li nodded. Tian Wu. Duan Tian looked at Feng Tian Wu next to him and solemnly said through voice transmission. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't ever use and perform fire profundity again. Otherwise, the fire spirit body's energy in your body will erupt and harm your life. Yes. Feng Tian Wu understood the concern in Duan Tian's words and revealed a rare smile on her gorgeous face that could win many people's hearts. At this moment, Duan Tian became a little distracted. When Feng Tian Wu noticed Duan Tian was distracted by her, both of her beautiful cheeks were flushed. They were so red that they looked as though they were going to drip blood since she was extremely shy. Duan Tian looked away, embarrassed, as he awkwardly rubbed his nose. He then quickly changed the subject. You guys can go in first. Let's go. Let's go find the martial emperor's body. I'll be rich if I find it first, Huang Daniu said excitedly before he dashed in. Almost at the same time when Huang Dania dashed in, his body was shrouded in black fog that appeared out of thin air. He then disappeared before Duan Tian and the others' eyes. He had officially opened the illusory formation. Duan Tian, I'll go ahead first. Su Li went into the illusory formation after speaking to Duan Tian. Soon after, Zhang Shouyong followed suit. Big brother Duan, please be careful too, Feng Tian Wu said to Duan Tian. She only entered the illusory formation after hearing Duan Tian's response. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another two silhouettes appeared next to Duan Tian. He could not help but use his peripheral vision to look at them. Duan Tian recognized the duo in just one glance. They were Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Duan Tian nodded at the both of them and considered that his greeting. Without waiting for the duo to respond, he dashed into the black fog and vanished before the Nangong twins' eyes. It's the illusory formation again. Nangong Yi frowned when he saw the familiar black fog before them. That means the both of us will be separated again? Earlier, when they had just entered, he was separated from Nangong Chen due to the illusory formation surrounding the stone staircase by the side of the platform. They only reunited again after venturing into the Martial Emperor's secret treasure for half a month. Even that was the doing of the telepathy between the both of them. As twin brothers, as long as the distance between Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen was not too far apart, they could sense each other's rough location. Telepathy, Nangong Chen reminded while keeping his cool. Yes, telepathy. How can I forget such an important thing? This palace is just the size of a palm. With our telepathy, we'll be able to sense each other's location in an instant. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up after being reminded by Nangong Chen. Idiot! Nangong Chen responded coolly and dashed into the illusory formation surrounded by black fog and disappeared before Nangong Yi could say anything. You're the idiot, Nangong Yi rebuked with irritation written on his face. Soon, Zhang Yan and Xianbei had also arrived. It's the illusory formation again. Although they were surprised at the illusory formation before their eyes, the duo did not delay any further and dashed into it directly and was shrouded within the illusory formation. Later on, the five-element sect, Blade sect, Empyrean Temple, and emotion-severing sects disciples entered one by one. Disciples from the 6 forces who entered from entrance number 2 were only left with disciples from the 4 forces that survived. Meanwhile, all of the disciples from the other 2 forces were killed. As the group from entrance number 2 entered the illusory formation, the group who came from entrance number 1 arrived later in the palace one by one. They were led by Su Qing and Zuyu. Let's go! Su Qing called out to the 3 remaining disciples from North Nether sect and dashed into the illusory formation. Duan Tian, I really hope that you have something you've yet to display when you used your spirit weapon earlier. Otherwise, if I find out the 1600 ancient horned dragon's strength with the help of the spirit weapon is all you got, I'll definitely kill you. Zuyu's eyes gleamed coldly after Su Qing and the others went in. Until now, Zuyu could not forget about the profundity fragment in Duan Tian's hands. If Duan Tian had revealed all he had and only had 1600 ancient horned dragon's strength with the help of a spirit weapon, Zui Yu was completely confident he could kill Duanling Tian. With his comprehension at the 4th level void transformation concept and cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation, his strength was equivalent to more than 1620 ancient horned dragon strength. He would be ashamed to be called the most powerful young man in a Nika sect if he could not kill Duanling Tian when he had 20 more ancient horned dragon strength than what Duanlien Tian possessed. Duanling Tian seemed to have performed a few high-level concepts when he fought Lei Zhong. Zui Yu's eyes gleamed when he recalled the scene of Duanling Tian fighting Lei Zhong and thought to himself secretly, perhaps among the 1200 ancient horned dragon strength that he displayed without using a spirit weapon, concepts contributed more to his strength than origin energy did. That means even if he gets a boost from a spirit weapon, it wouldn't be much. Zui Yu became even more certain of that fact when he thought about it. Now the only thing that's left is to confirm my speculation. As soon as I determine Duanling Tian's full strength is equivalent to 1600 ancient horned dragon strength, I'll kill him before the people from Izumo sect can kill him. Naturally, Duanling Tian was oblivious to the thoughts running through Zui Yu's mind. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked by his speculation. Just as Zui Yu had speculated, Duanling Tian's strength was largely occupied by concepts and less by origin energy. 1600 ancient horned dragon's strength was the current limit that Duanling Tian could perform. It was a grassland earlier, and now it's a desert. Duanling Tian was in a vast and endless desert in the illusory formation. Sand filled the endless desert. There were no greens or blues to be seen at all. Young man, head to the east. Just as Duanling Tian was looking around and did not know which way to go, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears. It was a message from the martial emperor who left the secret treasure behind. To the east. After hearing the hint, Duanling Tian figured out the direction of his destination. He leaped into the air and flew to the east at an alarming speed. Duanling Tian thought it would be similar to the previous time when he arrived at the destination directly by going straight. However, he soon realized that it was a silly thought. Young man, head north. Young man, head west. Young man, head southwest. The martial emperor's message that played from the polyphony formation, combined with the illusory formation, entered Duanling Tian's ears clearly, and he rushed here and there. Finally, Duanling Tian arrived at the end. Where is that martial emperor leading me to? I had to change directions so many times. Questions filled Duanling Tian's head as he walked out of the illusory formation. As soon as he walked out of the illusory formation, a long and spacious corridor appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. There was an entire row of stone room on both sides of the corridor. Sculptures of a human or a beast were presented on each of the stone room's entrance. It was disconcerting since they looked very lifelike. These stone rooms. Duanling Tian was curious, so he approached the first stone room and looked in to see what was inside. In just a glance, he saw there was a stone platform in the stone room that could not be considered as spacious. There was a sword that was stabbed into the stone platform. The sword seemed extraordinary. A grade 2 spirit sword. Duanling Tian possessed the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories and inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's eyes of a royal grade weapon craftsman. He could tell a spirit weapon's grade just by looking at it, while ordinary people would have to test it to determine the grade. There's a grade 2 spirit sword in here? Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned before he stepped into the stone room. Although this sword is a grade 2 spirit weapon, the material that was used is great. It's worth keeping. Duanling Tian's interest grew and he prepared to enter the stone room to grab the grade 2 spirit sword. However, his expression changed drastically as soon as he stepped into the stone room. Whoosh! An ear-piercing whistling noise entered his ears almost immediately, and a heavy fist followed suit. To be exact, it was a stone fist. The human sculpture that was standing at the stone room's entrance moved. It punched at Duanling Tian as quick as lightning as soon as he stepped into the stone room. A wave of blue energy surrounded the human sculpture's fist. The magnificent energy rumbled and seemed capable of destroying everything. However, Duanling Tian lifted his arm with lightning speed, and the human sculpture's stone fist was unfortunately caught by him easily without any obstacles. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian had a calm expression on his face, and he did not feel any pressure at all. Bang! At this moment, the human sculpture moved again. With a loud thud, its foot stepped out and landed on the ground. Subsequently, the other foot extended like a lightning and attacked Duanling Tian's lower body. The blue wave turned rampant like a terrifying ocean wave that swept toward Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy rumbled above its head and eventually formed 180 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. That meant the human sculpture's strength was equivalent to 300 ancient horned dragons' strength. 7th level Void Interpretation. 1st level Advanced Water Concept. Although the human sculpture's speed was fast, in Duanling Tian's eyes, it was as slow as a turtle that it was not even worth mentioning. Duanling Tian kicked a foot out casually that only contained origin energy and broke the human sculpture's leg that was closing in on him. Bang! The human sculpture's leg broke. It was thrown out and smashed on the ground. It had currently turned into a pile of gravels and powder. Bang! At the same time, Duanling Tian shook his hand and punched his fist out. The glorious energy swept toward the human sculpture and smashed it completely into powder. At this moment, 10 origin stones and a blue fragment appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes. The blue fragment was naturally the water concept fragment. The inscription formation in the human sculpture was hidden deeply. I didn't use my spiritual energy to investigate earlier, so I didn't manage to detect anything at all, Duanling Tian mumbled. 10 mid-grade origin stones, and a first-level water concept fragment. The reward isn't too bad. Duanling Tian was quite satisfied with the reward he received from just a casual punch and kick. After taking the Grade 2 Spirit Sword away from the stone room, Duanling Tian proceeded to the next stone room. There was a medicinal pill bottle in the next stone room. I wonder what medicinal pill that is. Feeling curious, Duanling Tian ignored the beast sculpture at the stone room's entrance and dashed into the stone room in an instant. He grabbed the medicinal pill bottle immediately. He realized there were 3 medicinal pills in the bottle after opening it. Grade 2 Life Recovery Pill? The purity isn't even at 70%. This is trash. Duanling Tian then tossed the medicinal pill bottle on the ground as he frowned. The 3 Grade 2 Life Recovery pills in there were nothing to him. People would definitely condemn Duanling Tian for being spoiled if they witnessed this. Those were Grade 2 Life Recovery pills. They were high-grade healing medicinal pills. Not any ordinary person could simply own it. However, to Duanling Tian, these Grade 2 Life Recovery pills with a purity that was less than 70% were trash. Trash that was not worth mentioning at all. He had integrated with the lifelong medicine refining methods and experience from the Rebirth Martial Emperor and had managed to refine a Grade 1 pill fire. He had already become a respectable Grade 1 alchemist. As long as he had sufficient medicinal herbs, let alone high-purity Grade 2 Life Recovery pills, he could even refine high-purity Grade 1 Life Recovery pills confidently without any pressure. However, the beast sculpture that was watching the stone room did not think the 3 Grade 2 Life Recovery pills were trash like Duanling Tian did. Almost at the moment when Duanling Tian tossed the medicinal pill bottle away, the beast sculpture at the stone room entrance moved. Fire surged from its body as it pounced toward Duanling Tian. The beast sculpture's ability was similar to the human sculpture earlier. It was nothing to Duanling Tian. He did not even need to use his concept as he swept his 3rd-level void transformation origin energy together with the energy in his body toward the sculpture. Bang! 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 The beast sculpture destroyed by Duanling Tian turned into gravels and turned into a tiny hill. Earlier, Duanling Tian managed to obtain 10 mid-grade origin stones and a first-level fire concept fragment from the human sculpture with his lightning-fast hands. Is there any treasure that's more exciting in here? Duanling Tian swept through the corridor. All of the sculptures at the stone room's entrances were destroyed by him, and some of the stone rooms were also messed up. However, he only managed to obtain some Grade 2 and Grade 1 spirit weapons. As for medicinal pills, he threw all of them away. Those included precious healing medicinal pills such as Grade 1 Life Recovery pills. He threw them away like they were trash. In Duanling Tian's opinion, Grade 2 and Grade 1 spirit weapons could be reforged even if their quality were not good. However, it was a different story for medicinal pills. Medicinal pills with low purity were an eyesore to him. He did not even bother to put grade 1 medicinal pills into his spatial ring. I've arrived at the end? Without noticing, Duan Tian realized that he had arrived at the corridor's end. Along the way, the sculptures at each of the stone room's entrance were getting progressively stronger. However, when faced with his overwhelming strength, even sculptures that were more powerful could barely take his attack and were destroyed by him one by one. There's one more stone room here. When Duan Tian arrived at the end of the corridor, he saw a stone room before him. It was an isolated stone room. Duan Tian headed in there without any hesitation. Right at this moment, Duan Tian sensed a faint aura from an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. You've arrived at the 1 in 4 stone room. If you're the only one left in the halo after an hour, you can enter the 1 in 4 stone room and receive the treasure that you deserve. 1 in 4 stone room? The edge of Duan Tian's lips twitched when he heard the stone room's name. Halo? What halo? Duan Tian looked around, but he did not see any halo the martial emperor mentioned in his message. However, at this moment, he noticed a light shooting inside the stone room out of nowhere, and the light turned into a halo as it landed. All of a sudden, his entire being was shrouded in the halo. If I'm the only one left in the halo after an hour, I'll be able to enter that something called 1 in 4 stone room and obtain the treasures in there? Since Duan Tian found the halo the martial emperor mentioned, he quickly switched his attention elsewhere. Soon after, Duan Tian noticed that apart from the corridor that he entered from, there were corridors in the other 3 directions in the 1 in 4 stone room. Could there be another 3 people? At this moment, Duan Tian could faintly guess how the name 1 in 4 stone room came about. 1 in 4 meant forfeit 3 people among the 4 while the remaining 1 would enter. Seems like when there's only 1 person left in the halo after an hour, the 1 in 4 stone room will officially open. It was not difficult for Duan Tian to figure that out. The other 3 people. I wonder who they are. Duan Tian's eyes gleamed as he stared at the other 3 corridors. It's obvious their ability isn't powerful since they've yet to arrive until now. It's impossible for them to be Su Qing, Zui Yu, or Peng Bao. Luckily, I managed to run fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that stupid stone man. At that time, my fame would be completely destroyed. All of a sudden, Duan Tian heard a loud voice coming from one of the corridors, and it caused the expression on his face to turn extremely odd. What a coincidence! A half-smile appeared on Duan Tian's lips as he looked at that corridor. Meanwhile, a big and strong silhouette appeared before his eyes. Duan Tian. As the big young man walked out of the corridor while he was complaining, he noticed the purple-clad young man standing nearby. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Daniu, we really have fate. Duan Tian could not help but smile when he saw the strong young man. The person who came was none other than Huang Daniu. Haha, Duan Tian, seems like my luck is good. Even God is helping me. It's God's will that I met you here. Let's go, help me kill those stupid stone men. I want those spirit weapons and bottles of medicinal pills. Huang Daniu said as his eyes lit up. Naturally, Duan Tian knew which stone men Huang Daniu was talking about. They were those human sculptures in the corridor that he destroyed earlier. Those sculptures were nothing to him, but some of them were invincible to Huang Daniu. Let's go. Duan Tian figured there was still almost an hour until the 1 in 4 stone room opened, so he followed Huang Dania and entered the corridor that Huang Dania came from. It was a killing spree again. Duan Tian destroyed each and every human and beast sculptures that Huang Daniu could not defeat. Meanwhile, all Huang Dania did was sit back and relax as he picked up the spirit weapons and medicinal pills from the stone rooms one by one. He was smiling like a kid. Dania, there's something I need to tell you. When Duan Tian saw how happy Huang Dania was, Duan Tian planned to pour cold water on him so that he would wake up from his daydream. Yay! Huang Daniu looked at Duan Tian suspiciously, but the smile on his face remained. There's an isolated stone room at the end of this corridor. Only 1 person can enter. Including me and you, there'll be a total of 4 people joining in the fight. Duan Tian proceeded to tell him whatever he knew about the stone room. Damn. What kind of shitty luck do I have that I was arranged to fight you? I wonder who the other ill-fated people are apart from me. Huang Dania could not help but curse when he heard what Duanling Tian said. Resentment was written on his face when he spoke. Daniu, you sure change really fast. Who was the one who said he has great luck that even God helped him to meet me here? Duanling Tian looked at Huang Daniu and smiled wryly. He remembered everything Huang Daniu said when they met earlier. Well, I didn't know about this special stone room when I said that. I'm so unlucky to be arranged to fight a freak like you. Huang Dania forced a smile. Soon, he returned to normal. Luckily, there are 2 more ill-fated people accompanying me. Let's go, let's see who the other 2 ill-fated guys are. When Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu returned to the 1 in 4 stone room, they noticed there were already 2 young men standing there, and the atmosphere was tense. The 2 young men stared at each other, and tension was rife between them. They shifted their attention when Duanling Tian appeared. One glance was enough to change their expressions completely. Duanling Tian. One of them gulped as his face turned pale, while the other did not fare any better. When he looked at Duanling Tian, there was fear in his eyes as though he had encountered some catastrophic beast. No fun. I thought it would be people from the second-rate forces, it's just the both of you. Huang Daniu, who was next to Duanling Tian, could not help but feel a little disappointed when he saw the duo. Duanling Tian smiled as he shook his head. Naturally, he knew why Huang Daniu said that. He wanted to witness those second-rate forces' disciples beaten up before his eyes. However, who would have known the duo who were arranged to fight them were not disciples from second-rate forces? Duanling Tian had a little impression on the 2 people before him. One of them was an emotion-severing sex disciple, while the other was a monk disciple from the Empyrean Temple. So? Are the 2 of you going to fight me? Duanling Tian walked to the halo surrounding the isolated stone room slowly as he looked at the both of them with narrowed eyes. He wore a smile that did not look like a smile on his face. No. No. I'm not doing that. I'll leave right away. The both of them waved their hands clumsily and retreated from the halo in the isolated room as though they were running for their lives. They then disappeared into the corridors they came from. That's not funny. They encountered the person who killed the most powerful person in Izumo sect, a second-rate force. How would they dare to fight him? All of a sudden, the only 2 left outside the 1 in 4 stone room were Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu quickly retreated from the halo since he knew his place. Duanling Tian, you're going to be rich this time. The treasures in this isolated something called the 1 in 4 stone room must be extraordinary. Huang Daniu looked at Duanling Tian enviously as he stood outside the halo. Duanling Tian smiled and did not say much. However, his eyes that were gleaming brightly revealed the anticipation he felt for the treasures in the stone room. Time went by silently. Soon, an hour had passed. Fwa, 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 fwa. As the halo surrounding the stone room flashed, a light shield rose around the halo. It then shrouded Duanling Tian together with the 1 in 4 stone room as though it was forming an isolated space. Duanling Tian detected what the light shield was with his spiritual energy the second it appeared. He reminded Huang Daniu instantly, Daniu, don't touch the light shield. It's a killing formation. Huang Daniu nodded solemnly before he spoke up. The stone rooms opened, going quick. When Duanling Tian heard Huang Daniu's reminder, Duanling Tian realized a stone door had appeared at the side of the 1 in 4 room that was initially closed. The stone door was pushed away and was wide open. After saying goodbye to Huang Daniu, Duanling Tian dashed into the stone room. The instant Duanling Tian entered, the stone door at the side of the stone room closed again, effectively trapping Duanling Tian inside. So unlucky, I'm completely out of luck. Huang Daniu shook his head and left as he turned around. He left to look for opportunities that belonged to him. As Duanling Tian passed through the stone door that was wide open, he arrived in a spacious stone room. Looking at the stone room, it was not too different from the stone rooms he had gone into earlier. If he had to state a difference, the only difference was there was no spirit weapon, nor were there any medicinal pill bottles with medicinal pills in the room. Arr! Suddenly, a faint noise appeared behind Duanling Tian. The noise changed his expression completely. When he finally responded to the noise, Duanling Tian realized the stone door behind him was closed again. He was locked in this airtight stone room with no ventilation. Just when Duan Ling Tian was planning to leave by breaking the door, the noise sounded again. Arr, arr, arr. The loud noise came from above his head, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but look as he lifted his head. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw the stone room's ceiling was moving automatically. It was opened, and a path out of the stone room was opened for him. Congratulations, young one, you're one step closer to my body. At this moment, the martial emperor's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. His spiritual energy detected the polyphony formation was activated in the stone room when the ceiling moved. One step closer? Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not understand the martial emperor's message entirely. Soon, he recalled the 1 in 4 experience that he went through earlier and seemed to understand something. It seems like when the 1 in 4 was happening on my side, so I can proceed to the next level. There are other 1 in 4 going on in other places at the same time. Only the ones who manage to walk to the end will see the martial emperor's body and get the 3 profundity fragments in his body. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure that out. The treasures in this stone room. When Duan Ling Tian realized he was not locked in the stone room, he looked at the treasures on the stone platform nearby in relief. It was a plant that was planted in a pot. It was entirely green, and it was sparkling with a faint green light. To be exact, it was a herb. What is this? Duan Ling Tian realized how extraordinary this herb was when he saw the sparkling green light on it. However, he could not figure out what it was. The only thing he could do was to browse through the rebirth martial emperor's memories for related information. It's the immortal spirit herb. Duan Ling Tian soon found the answer. It was an answer that shocked him and made him rejoice. Immortal spirit herb. It's the immortal spirit herb. Ha 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 ha. Xiongquan's Dantian will be healed. Xiongquan's Dantian will be healed. Duan Ling Tian's joy was written all over his face. He was laughing to the point that he had lost his usual composure. There were excitement and joy in his laughter. Xiongquan followed him wherever he went back in the days when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He did his best to serve Duan Ling Tian without a single word of complaint. He even helped him extricate himself from many critical situations back in those days so that he remained safe and sound. A few years later, when they were at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiongquan had his Dantian destroyed by a void initiation martial artist when he was protecting Duan Ling Tian. Since then, he left Duan Ling Tian and returned to his hometown. Throughout the years, Duan Ling Tian did not forget about Xiongquan's Dantian being destroyed. Not even for a second did he forget about that matter. In fact, he felt guiltier as time passed. He felt like he owed Xiongquan too much. The last time he returned to his hometown after the Dark Han Dynasty martial competition ended, he did not visit Xiongquan at all due to the guilt he felt. At that time, he had made up his mind. The next time he met Xiongquan again would be the time he healed his Dantian. Initially, I thought that I'll only obtain the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill when I find the rebirth martial emperor's great treasure to help Xiongquan heal his Dantian. I didn't expect to see the immortal spirit herb here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes revealed a hint of excitement when he looked at the plant with 3 leaves before his eyes. Even in the rebirth martial emperor's memory, the immortal spirit herb only existed in legends. People had only heard of it but had never seen it before. The immortal spirit herb was a legendary medicinal herb. Duan Ling Tian had to give credit to the rebirth martial emperor's memory for being able to identify the immortal spirit herb today. Although the rebirth martial emperor had never seen the immortal spirit herb before, he had heard many legends about the immortal spirit herb and knew some of its characteristics. The immortal spirit herb had straight roots and leaves with a green glow. The most crucial part is the pattern on its leaves that was completely different from usual herbs. The usual herbs would have a straight line in the middle while its pattern branched out on both sides. However, the pattern on the immortal spirit herb was a spiral, and a green glow spread out from the middle. It gave off an extraordinary feeling. That was how Duan Ling Tian identified the plant with 3 leaves as the immortal spirit herb that he had always wanted. Although he knew of the immortal spirit herb's existence in the past and that it could help Xiongquan heal his Dantian, the immortal spirit herb was too ethereal and unreal that he did not dream he would obtain it one day. He thought he would have to find the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or the royal grade resurrection pill from the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind to help Xianxia heal his dantian. With this immortal spirit herb, I don't have to wait until I find the great treasure the martial emperor left behind to retrieve the resurrection pill to help Xianxia heal his dantian. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed as he looked at the immortal spirit herb before his eyes. There's a total of 3 leaves on the immortal spirit herb. I only need 1 to heal Xianxia's dantian. As for the remaining 2, I'll give 1 to Big Brother Zhang so that he can heal his wife's dantian. Duan Ling Tian came up with a plan as he looked at the immortal spirit herb before his eyes. Zhang Shouyang's wife, Wang Qiong, also had her dantian damaged, and she could no longer cultivate. Perhaps Zhang Shouyang's current ability was nothing compared to him. But it was Zhang Shouyang who saved his life at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast back then. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve what he had achieved today. Therefore, he must return the favor by many folds due to the fact that Zhang Shouyang saved his life. Big Brother Zhang will be very happy if he knows about this. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and put the immortal spirit herb away like a precious treasure. The immortal spirit herb was different from the usual herbs that wilted easily. The immortal spirit herb, as a legendary medicinal herb, would not wilt even if it was removed from the soil. Seems like I'll need to alter my plan a little after leaving the martial emperor's secret treasure. I must return to Darkhan Dynasty to heal Xianxia and Big Brother Zhang's wife's dantians. Only after that I'll look for the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself secretly. From the moment he killed Lei Zhong, he had planned to leave 5 Element Sect. He did not plan to stay in the northern desert as well. He would look for the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind in his second life despite the fact that he had yet to identify the exact location of the treasure up until now. However, he would be able to identify the location as long as he found a rough map of Cloud Continent. He would then be able to retrieve the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind. Now that he found the immortal spirit herb in the martial emperor's secret treasure by accident, it changed his plan. He decided there was no hurry to look for the great treasure the rebirth martial emperor left behind after he left the martial emperor's secret treasure. He would return to the Darkhan Dynasty first so that he could help Xianxia and Wang Qiong heal their dantians. He would plan for the rest at a later date. I wonder what's up there. Duan Ling Tian was pulled back to reality after putting the immortal spirit herb away. He looked at the ceiling that was wide open when he lifted his head. His eyes lit up, and he leaped into the air. Whoosh! In just an instant, Duan Ling Tian leaped and arrived at another place as he left the 1-in-4 stone room beneath his feet. This looks like the other level of the central palace? Duan Ling Tian looked around for a while and faintly speculated as his heart jolted. The central palace was the palace located in the central area of the martial emperor's secret treasure. It was also the place where the martial emperor who left this martial emperor's secret treasure behind ended his life, and where his body was located. Most of the young powerhouses, including Duan Ling Tian, came for the 3 profundity fragments in the martial emperor's body, especially the emperor stage profundity fragment. One could imagine how precious it was since it was ranked as the top treasure in the entire Cloud Continent. Even if the person who obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment could not use it personally, he could find a 9th-level Monarch Stage powerhouse who had comprehended the corresponding profundity and give it to him as a favor. That person could even get the 9th-level Monarch Stage powerhouse to swear on the 99 Heavenly Tribulation to protect him for life. As soon as he obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, breaking through to the Martial Emperor stage and becoming a Martial Emperor powerhouse was not difficult at all. In that case, it was equivalent to having a Martial Emperor powerhouse to depend on. Would that not mean that person would be invincible on the Cloud Continent since that person had a Martial Emperor powerhouse to depend on in the future? If I didn't remember it wrong, there are a total of 5 levels in this palace where the Martial Emperor powerhouse ended his life. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a while. Although there were only 5 levels in the palace, the height of each level exceeded the height of normal palaces. Therefore, although there were only 5 levels in this palace, it seemed to be extraordinarily tall. Young one, welcome to the Qing Feng Palace's 2nd level. Since you managed to get here, you're worthy of knowing my honorific title. Martial Emperor Qingfeng is my honorific title. Just as Duanling Tian took a step forward and realized that he had activated the polyphony formation once again, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears. Qingfeng Palace? Martial Emperor Qingfeng. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. He knew nothing about the martial emperor who left this martial emperor's secret treasure behind since the beginning when he journeyed here and until now after he had entered the palace. Now that the martial emperor who left this martial emperor's secret treasure behind took the initiative to introduce himself, Duanling Tian finally knew his honorific title. Since Duanling Tian had the rebirth martial emperor's memory in him, it was natural for him to know that all martial emperors on the Cloud continent had honorific titles of their own that they carried through their entire lives. Just like the rebirth martial emperor, it was also an honorific title. Martial Emperor Qingfeng was the honorific title of the martial emperor who left this martial emperor's secret treasure behind. Since this is the Qingfeng Palace's second level, then I should be on the first level earlier. There are a total of 5 levels in the Qingfeng Palace. Does this mean we'll have to ascend level by level? Duanling Tian speculated secretly. As if it was responding to Duanling Tian's speculation, Martial Emperor Qingfeng's voice sounded again. I've set up a 9-9 wooden figure stage on Qingfeng Palace's second level. The first person who breaks through the 9-9 wooden figure stage will receive a copper key and will be granted permission to enter the Qingfeng Palace's third level. The mirror image illusory formation will vanish, and the 9-9 wooden figure stage will be activated 10 breaths later. Martial Emperor Qingfeng's voice entered Duanling Tian's ears clearly. Mirror image illusory formation? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed after he heard what Martial Emperor Qingfeng said. He extended his spiritual energy out immediately and realized that everything around him was an illusion. It was all illusory mirror images made up by the mirror image illusory formation. They did not exist at all. He could only look at them but not touch them. 9-9 wooden figure stage? What's that? Wooden figure. Throughout the next 10 breaths, Duanling Tian thought to himself, so what if there are so many of them if they're wooden figures? They'll turn into scattering powder when I fight them with all my strength. Duanling Tian was very confident about his current ability. However, subconsciously, he knew the 9-9 wooden figure stage would not be as easy as he thought. After all, it was a test the martial emperor left behind. This is the Qingfeng Palace's second level. Theoretically, this 9-9 wooden figure stage should be more powerful than the human and beast sculptures on the first level. Duanling Tian speculated secretly as he drew on his experience on the Qingfeng Palace's first level. Also, those who managed to pass through the 9-9 wooden figure stage would only obtain 1 copper key? Isn't this martial emperor Qingfeng too stingy? Duanling Tian's thought to himself as his heart jolted. He figured something was wrong after changing his mindset. It's the Qingfeng Palace's second level. Theoretically, the reward for breaking through each level would definitely not be any lower than the value of the grade 1 spirit weapons and medicinal pills. Perhaps there's some secret hidden behind the copper key that I don't know about. The more Duanling Tian thought about it, the more certain he became. 10 breaths were neither that long of a time nor was it entirely short. When Duanling Tian was lost in his thoughts, 10 breaths passed by just like that. After 10 breaths had passed, Duanling Tian noticed all the mirror images that were made by the mirror image illusory formation had disappeared. At the same time, he appeared in another corridor again. In comparison to the corridor on the Qingfeng Palace's first level, the corridor on the second level seemed to be more narrow. Apart from that, there were wooden figures standing in the Qingfeng Palace's second-level corridor. Their presence was quite conspicuous. These wooden figures were paired up in 2s and 3s. They were either standing on the ground or hovering in midair, effectively blocking the path that led to the other end of the corridor completely. Nobody could pass through it at all. The group of wooden figures in the corridor looked extra stiff. They did not move at all since Duanling Tian saw them. So this is the 9-9 wooden figure stage? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. When he extended his spiritual energy out, he soon found out what the wooden figures were. These wooden figures were no different from those human and beast sculptures with inscription formation on their bodies on the Qingfeng Palace's first level. Similarly, there were also origin stones and concept fragments in their bodies. Although Duanling Tian's spiritual energy could not detect how powerful the concept fragments were in these wooden figures' bodies, it was not difficult for him to guess these wooden figures' abilities. It would definitely be a lot more powerful than those human and beast sculptures on the Qingfeng Palace's first level. If that was not the case, it was unnecessary to divide them into 2 levels. Also, the wood that they're made of, it's not like the usual material. Soon after, the spiritual energy that Duanling Tian extended out detected the density of the wood the wooden figures were made from was far more powerful than usual rocks. I get it now. Although these fellows are made of wood, their bodies are much more powerful than those sculptures on the Qingfeng Palace's first level. Their bodies' movements are more agile when they move. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. He did not dare to underestimate these wooden figures anymore. Oh yes, Martial Emperor Qingfeng mentioned. Only the first person who breaks through the 9-9 wooden figure stage will get the bronze key to enter the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace. As the thought flashed through his mind, Duanling Tian's facial expression changed all of a sudden, as he recalled the content of the message that Martial Emperor Qingfeng left earlier. Damn it! How can I forget about this? Duanling Tian panicked as he recalled how much time he had wasted earlier. How could he be distracted by these wooden figures during such a critical time? Moreover, him using his spiritual energy to investigate what the wooden figures were made of was completely unnecessary and showed that he had no sense of urgency. To him, the most important thing now was to break through this 9-9 wooden figure stage before him, obtain the thing called the bronze key, and head to the Qingfeng Palace's 3rd level. Whirlwind! Duanling Tian did not dare to delay any further and dashed in. It seemed as though his entire being was transformed into a hurricane as he dashed to the other end of the corridor. Just as Duanling Tian dashed like a purple lightning across the corridor, something happened when he was tens of meters away from the 3 wooden figures that stood in front. Croc, croc, croc. 3 wooden figures' stiff bodies shook suddenly and a clear sound reverberated. It was as if they were activated at that moment. However, Duanling Tian did not find that surprising. As he was getting closer to the wooden figures, his sensitive spiritual energy noticed that he had unintentionally activated an inscription formation. Moreover, he had activated all the inscription formations in the wooden figures along the corridor. Whoosh! 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 The 3 wooden figures closest to Duanling Tian attacked him almost simultaneously. They looked menacing. The origin energies in their bodies ran rampant and quickly integrated with their concepts. They demonstrated their powerful strengths and charged at Duanling Tian without mercy. Fwa! 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 At the same time, 500 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared above the 3 wooden figures' heads. They charged toward Duanling Tian ferociously. Even a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept only had a strength equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapons. The 3 wooden figures with 500 ancient horned dragons' strength charged quickly as they attacked. The air current trembled in the space, followed by an ear-piercing sound of air explosion. The noise from the air explosion swept through like an airwave continuously as they transformed into a strong gust of wind that caused the purple robe on Duanling Tian to flap noisily. Faced with the 3 wooden figures' attacks, Duanling Tian's face remained unchanged. He did not even look them straight in their eyes. Die! A cold voice came out of Duanling Tian's mouth. Without knowing when, a 3-foot-long blade that was formed completely from khaki energy appeared in his hand that was slightly lifted. He shook all of a sudden. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian spoke, a series of quick sword whistling sound came like pouring rain. They came continuously and did not stop at all. Whoosh! When the sword whistling sound died down, Duanling Tian extended his other arm into the air and caught tens of mid-grade origin stones and 3 concept fragments that appeared out of thin air. Soon after, Duanling Tian dashed toward the next group of wooden figures. As soon as Duanling Tian moved, the 3 wooden figures that were rushing at him were fiercely blasted in the air and turned into pieces of broken wood. They fell onto the ground like rain. Pa! 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 As soon as the three wooden figures turned into hundreds, possibly even thousands, of broken wood that fell on the ground, a shower of wood began to fall nearby. The same thing happened for a long time without stopping. Whoosh! 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 The quick purple silhouette would vanish from where he was in an instant and appear deeper into the corridor in the next second. Whoosh! 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 There would be gusts of ear-piercing sword-whistling sound without fail whenever he appeared, and it would be followed by a shower of wooden pieces. There would also be countless broken wood pieces all over the place wherever he went. I've killed 78 of them. There are 3 more. 9 wooden figure stage. 9 multiplied by 9 equals to 81. So, that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed when he figured it out. He quickly dashed toward the last 3 wooden figures like a bolt of purple lightning. The 3 wooden figures with 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above each of their heads had rampant energies that combined the origin energies and concepts in their bodies. They were attacking Duan Ling Tian simultaneously like thunders. Right on time. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not fight them with the 3-foot-long blade formed from khaki energy. Instead, he used the most direct way and welcomed them with both his fists. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he punched both his fists out with all his might, 2 waves of khaki energy with green energy and purple lightning entwined in it swept toward the wooden figures. In between, there were waves of sharp aura that came from the sword concept. Bang! A loud bang exploded and echoed clearly in the narrow corridor. Victory favors the bold. In the meantime, the energy that was flowing out of Duan Ling Tian's fists swept toward the 3 wooden figures without any reservation. The attack to destroy the 3 wooden figures was earth-shaking. The 3 wooden figures' attacks were suppressed entirely by the energy. It smashed the 3 wooden figures into powder, and they vanished from this world completely. Bang! 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 As the last 3 wooden figures were smashed into powder, gusts of deafening air explosions resounded. The entire Qing Feng Palace seemed to shake as though the earth was falling apart. Who? 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 The air current that was rolling in from all directions created gusts of maniacal wind that lifted the broken wood pieces in the corridor. A shower of broken wooden fell, and this time it lasted longer than before. A purple silhouette stood at the end of the corridor as the purple robe on him billowed in the wind. It was a purple-clad young man who stood with a cold stare like an undefeated god of war. The bronze key. Duan Ling Tian's eyes landed on a stone platform outside the corridor in an instant. The stone platform stood there alone, looking rather pathetic. Just like the stone platform, a solitary bronze key lay on the stone platform. The bronze key was crescent-shaped, and the material used to refine it was unknown. It was completely different from the average keys. Time did not seem to have left its mark on the keys. The 3rd level. Do I go up from here? Duan Ling Tian looked above the platform at the same time. The ceiling was similar to the one he saw in the 1-in-4 room on Qing Feng Palace's 1st level earlier. It was not sealed and could clearly be moved. How come it's not opened yet? Could it be that the ceiling would only open the path to Qing Feng Palace's 3rd floor after I take the bronze key away? As that thought popped into Duan Ling Tian's mind, he did not delay any further and flew like a goshawk as he landed stably on the stone platform. He grabbed the bronze key with a casual lift of his arm. It's not opened yet? Duan Ling Tian lifted his head to look at the ceiling. However, he realized nothing was happening to the ceiling. Instead, the stone platform beneath his feet began to tremble. What's this? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone platform beneath his feet in shock. At this moment, he realized that an inscription formation was activated in the stone platform under his feet. Apart from that, there was an odd energy coming out of the inscription formation that swept toward the corridor he came from. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was stepping on air. He was surprised to see the stone platform moved after it detached from the ground. As soon as it detached under his feet, it floated to the corridor he came from and hovered there. What? Soon after, Duanling Tian saw the hundreds of thousands of broken wood pieces in the corridor began to fly as though they were being summoned by something. They flew toward the stone platform that was hovering in midair at an alarming rate. The stone platform was not that big. It was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces in just a blink of an eye. The broken wood pieces kept rolling, and eventually they took the form of a figurine. A brand new giant wooden figure was formed. What's that inscription formation? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when he witnessed the scene. He was in shock. He could clearly sense it from the spiritual energy he had extended just a moment ago. Along the stone platform, there was an inscription formation inside that exuded an odd energy. The hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces piled up in the corridor were triggered for seemingly no reason. When the stone platform approached them, the hundreds of thousands of broken wood pieces rushed toward the stone platform, as if they were summoned by something before they transformed into a giant wooden figure. This wooden figure consisted of hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces. Although the surface of its body was uneven, it did not hide the vast and imposing aura it exuded. There aren't any origin stones inside the platform, only a piece of concept fragment. These broken wood pieces originated from the previous wooden figures, so it retained some origin energy from the mid-grade origin stone in the wooden figures' bodies. And now, these meager and extremely weak origin energies in the broken wood pieces are entering the stone platform as though they were led by something. It's that inscription formation again. Duanling Tian, who was extremely confused earlier, suddenly realized something. The inscription formation on the strange stone platform created an extremely formidable suction force. All traces of origin energies on the hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces were absorbed by it. Moments later, the origin energies in the hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces were completely absorbed by the stone platform. The stone platform seemed to have become the heart of the giant wooden figure as it continued to grow stronger. Boom! Without knowing when, Duanling Tian's extended spiritual energy detected the origin energies that were absorbed and accumulated by the stone platform, trembling suddenly before erupting completely. In an instant, milky white flames that seemed as though they could incinerate everything surged out from the giant wooden figure that was formed by hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces. Heaven and earth energy stirred and formed a heaven and earth phenomenon above the wooden figure. 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared clearly before Duanling Tian's eyes. Just with the origin energy alone, it triggered the heaven and earth energy and formed such a heaven and earth phenomenon. It's equivalent to a third-level void transformation martial artist, exerting the strength of their origin energy. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed the scene before him. As far as he knew, an inscription formation formed from mid-grade origin stones, no matter how many there were, could only utilize origin energy equivalent to a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist at the most. That would amount to 100 ancient horned dragons' strength. However, the giant wooden figure that did not have any origin stone in its body could exert origin energy that was equivalent to a 3rd-level void transformation martial artist. Duanling Tian felt shocked from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this was ridiculous. The origin energy in the giant wooden figure came from the broken wood pieces. The origin energies from the broken wood pieces originated from the mid-grade origin stone. As a result, even if all the origin energies in the broken wood pieces were combined together, it shouldn't be able to demonstrate such a strength. After all, these origin energies came from a mid-grade origin stone. Mid-grade origin stone has a lot of limitations, so it's impossible to display such a strength through the inscription formation alone. Something just did not add up for Duanling Tian regarding that. Finally, he came to a conclusion. I think it must be the inscription formation inside this strange stone platform. This mysterious and unique inscription formation doesn't even exist in Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as he ended his train of thoughts. Although the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory did not have any record of the inscription formation, he still managed to figure something out from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's knowledge of inscription formations. The inscription formation inside the strange stone platform was truly amazing. To be able to combine the weak origin energies in the hundreds and thousands of broken wood pieces and gather it into such a powerful origin energy, This inscription formation's simply unbelievable. Duan Tian's eyes were tinged with fear. Although he did not understand the inscription formation, he managed to derive an extremely crazy idea from the information he gathered from the inscription formation. If this kind of inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, their origin energy would have a substantial increase if it allows human martial artists to take control of the inscription formation and absorb origin energy from other human martial artists. How scary would that be? Duan Tian felt chills from his heart, and his scalp tingled when he thought about that. If this idea worked, the entire Cloud continent would be shocked. At that time, the belief that stronger powerhouses could not be defeated by a large number of weaker counterparts would be completely destroyed. Through such an inscription formation, 100 first-level void transformation martial artists' origin energies could be combined, accumulated and increased to its maximum at the 7th level void transformation. A 4th level void transformation martial artist who usually could easily kill 100 first-level void transformation martial artists would be easily defeated after the 100 first-level void transformation martial artists cooperated with the help from the inscription formation. If such an inscription formation works on human martial artists, I'll only need 100 9th level void transformation martial artists to combine their origin energies and increase it through the inscription formation to reach the level of a martial monarch. At that time, it's not impossible for 109th level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. A crazy idea formed in Duan Tian's mind, and his mood was affected accordingly. Looking at the current situation, although 109th level void transformation martial artists together sounded terrifying, it was nothing compared to the intimidation from a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. A first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse could completely kill 109th level void transformation martial artists. However, if the inscription formation inside the strange stone platform could be used on one of the 9th level void transformation martial artists, then he could combine, accumulate and increase their strength with the origin energies from the other 99 9th level void transformation martial artists. At that time, the origin energy would be at the 3rd level martial monarch stage or even the 4th level martial monarch stage. It would not be just a dream. Such a strength was enough to instantly kill a 1st level martial monarch powerhouse. There's strength in numbers. This is true on Earth. Even when I was at my peak as Earth's strongest weapons specialist, I would still die if I was surrounded by 100 normal people throwing 100 kitchen knives at me simultaneously. Although he was known as Earth's strongest weapons specialist in his past life, it was impossible for him to block 100 kitchen knives from all directions. However, in Cloud Continent, strength in numbers only apply if the martial artists are similar in strength. The notion of the weak overcoming the strong was nothing but a big joke. Just like how a first-level martial monarch powerhouse is fearless against hundreds and thousands of ordinary void transformation martial artists. Even if it's a hard fight, the ones who die are the hundreds and thousands of ordinary void transformation martial artists and not the first-level martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Tian sighed in his heart as his thoughts trailed. In terms of a martial artist's cultivation in Cloud Continent, every level's improvement would bring a great leap in strength. Trying to win a fight by sheer number and for the weak to overpower a stronger opponent was harder than going to heaven. But if this kind of inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, it's not impossible for hundreds and thousands of ordinary void transformation martial artists to join hands and kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Tian's eyes flashed and flames of raw desire arose. Show! Suddenly, a swift and violent wind whistling sound reverberated. It instantly woke Duan Tian up. When Duan Tian finally reacted, a giant fist was already in front of his eyes. He did not have time to completely defend himself. He could only hurriedly utilize as much force as he could to defend himself. Boom! The result was obvious. Although Duan Tian, who was unprepared, managed to utilize several hundreds of ancient horned dragon's strength in a hurry, he was still crushed by the power contained in that huge fist. After the formidable force suppressed Duan Tian, it landed on Duan Tian's body. It pushed him off like a rotten stump and unrelentingly smashed at him until he flew away. Wah! Duan Tian, who was smashed, felt his internal organs trembled and something rising in his throat. He then involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen immediately. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably like a shooting arrow. He did not slow down until he struggled and used his origin energy. Boom! Even so, he still slammed into one side of the wall in Qingfeng Palace's second level. Once again, his internal organ trembled violently due to the impact, and his vital energy and blood constantly churned in his body. Wah! Wah! Duan Ling Tian spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood as the origin energy in his body stirred uncontrollably. Boom! 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 Simultaneously, air explosion sounds caused by compressed airflow spread to Duan Ling Tian's direction in a timely manner. Moreover, gusts of fierce wind that was blowing in all directions accompanied it. Show! As the fierce wind hit, a piercing wind whistling sound headed toward Duan Ling Tian as though it would not rest until Duan Ling Tian was killed. The giant fist appeared again, and the giant wooden figure attacked unrelentingly. Pang! Duan Ling Tian's face changed, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword materialized in his hands. With a backhand, he slashed the wall behind him with the blade of his sword and hurriedly exerted his force. In that instant, the impact pushed Duan Ling Tian away, and he narrowly escaped the giant wooden figure's punch. Boom! The giant wooden figure's fist, that almost connected with Duan Ling Tian's body, roughly slammed on the wall and resulted in a loud bang that sounded like an exploding mine. At this moment, the sturdiness of Qingfeng Palace's wall became apparent. The giant wooden figure's punch contained more than 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength. Although it roughly slammed on the wall, not only did it fail to penetrate the wall, it did not even put a dent in the wall. Qingfeng Palace's walls were obviously constructed with special materials since it was extremely sturdy. 7th level advanced wind concept? Duan Ling Tian relied on the impact and managed to escape the giant wooden figure's punch. His heart jolted and gallbladder trembled. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the space above the giant wooden figure, he could not help but stare. 1,200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes. The giant wooden figure, with its origin energy fully exerted, had a strength that was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragons' strength. After it combined wind concept with its origin energy and transformed into gusts of green wind that entwined around its body, it displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons' strength. That meant its wind concept was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragons' strength. It was a 7th level advanced wind concept. Duan Ling Tian retrieved one of the life recovery pill he had refined and ate it. The life recovery pill with high purity healed most of his injuries in just a blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries on Duan Ling Tian's body, there was no pressure at all since he could crush the giant wooden figure with his full strength. 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash. There was a hint of coldness on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he faced the giant wooden figure that was charging toward him again. He lifted the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hands and slashed out suddenly. Immediately, origin energy that was combined with 4 types of concepts transformed into 3 divine dragons that shot forward. The 3 divine dragons' eyes flashed. 6 extremely radiant lights shot out and left 6 holes on the giant wooden figure's body. Show! However, the giant wooden figure was not human. Even with 6 holes on its body, it was still as fierce. Continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian. Almost forgot about it. It's just a wooden figure, obviously. It doesn't have any vital organs. Duan Ling Tian, who had mistaken the wooden figure for a human, could not help but smile bitterly. Instead of using 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash again, he flew out and faced the giant wooden figure. Show! 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 A series of sword-whistling noise like rainstorm rang out from nowhere. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hands struck out like lightning and broke the giant wooden figure into numerous pieces in just a blink of an eye. For a period of time, the strange stone platform hovered solitarily in midair. Hua! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that was on guard all along trembled slightly. He immediately figured out the inscription formation inside the strange stone platform was being triggered again. It intended to pull the wood pieces all over the ground together again. It was apparent that it was trying to form another giant wooden figure and attack him again. Duan Ling Tian had already learned from his mistake. Naturally, he would not let it succeed again. As he lifted his arm, a vast energy shrouded the stone monument. Pang! A loud bang echoed as the stone monument trembled. Although it did not break, the energy extended by the inscription formation slowed down a little. Duan Ling Tian seized the opportunity and quickly kept the stone platform in his spatial ring. After the stone platform was kept in the spatial ring, the rising pieces of wood fell back on the ground. Calmness was instantly restored at the scene. I'll keep the stone platform first. I'll study it when I have time, Duan Ling Tian decided. If that inscription formation can really be used on human martial artists, thus allowing a fight to be won by numbers, for the weak to overpower the strong, maybe I might consider amassing a force, Duan Ling Tian thought silently in his heart. As his thoughts trailed, there was a gleam in his eyes that were filled with expectations. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be imagining hundreds and thousands of void transformation martial artists led by him traveling all over the place, and even a martial monarch powerhouse had to avoid them. Just thinking of a scene like that made his blood boil. Rumble. 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 Several moments after Duan Ling Tian kept that strange stone platform, a burst of loud noises sounded and entered his ears clearly. Simultaneously, the ceiling above him opened up and a passageway headed to Qing Feng Palace's third level appeared before his eyes. The two other corridors are silent. It seems that the both of them didn't make it. When Duan Ling Tian stepped on air to leave the second level of Qing Feng Palace, he purposely glanced at two other corridors, excluding the one he came from. It was silent and no movement could be heard. It was obvious the two young powerhouses did not possess the ability to break through the corridor filled with wooden figures. Earlier, I was worried someone might get ahead of me, obtain the copper key and get the chance to move on to Qing Feng Palace's third level. Now that I think about it, I was worrying needlessly, Duan Ling Tian muttered as he looked at the crescent-shaped copper key in his hands. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Shortly after, he left the second level of Qing Feng Palace and appeared on the third level. Rumble. 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 As Duan Ling Tian arrived at Qing Feng Palace's third level, loud noises were heard from the ceiling of the second level again. The passageway closed as though it was trying to prevent someone else from coming up. Young one, congratulations on your arrival to Qing Feng Palace's third level. Once you pass the third level's test, you'll get a silver key. When Duan Ling Tian realized he had triggered another polyphony formation, Martial Emperor Qing Feng's voice had already entered his ears in a timely manner. Silver key? When Duan Ling Tian heard Martial Emperor Qing Feng's statement, the corner of his mouth twitched. First, it was a copper key, now it's a silver key. I wonder if there's a golden key. However, Duan Ling Tian knew that he did not have any other options right now. He would have to do as Martial Emperor Qing Feng said, unless he did not want the 3 profundity fragment inside Martial Emperor Qing Feng's body. When Duan Ling Tian was breaking through the Qing Feng Palace one level at a time, the others scattered around Qing Feng Palace were faced with the same situation. Naturally, most of them were eliminated in the first, second, and even third level of Qing Feng Palace. The test on the third level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the test on the second level. In addition to breaking through the necessary test, they had to fight at the cost of their lives. Only those who remained would obtain the silver key and successfully move on. The third level of Qing Feng Palace, inside one of the spacious hall. 3 figures stood separately in a corner, facing off against each other. The smell of gunpowder was unusually strong, as though they were ready to attack at any moment. Among them was an extremely beautiful young woman. A red-clad young woman who was drop-dead gorgeous. She looked remarkably like a fire elf. Suddenly, one of the young men yelled, "Kill!" The origin energy in his body skyrocketed, his concept followed like a shadow and merged with the spirit weapon in his hands. He first rushed in the red-clad woman's direction. The power of the spirit weapon in his hands was completely exerted. In his opinion, among the 3 people there, including him, the weakest one would definitely be the red-clad woman who only looked around 20 years old. She would be the easiest to kill. In order to fight the last person without any worries, he decided to first eliminate the red-clad woman. Although he was entranced by the woman's beauty, he was not in the mood for it now. I'm determined to get the silver key. The young man's eyes gleamed with malice while confidence filled his face. In the meantime, heaven and earth energy stirred in the space above him as they continued to form a heaven and earth phenomenon. Approximately 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were formed. Show! The other young man charged toward the red-clad woman at the same time as the former young man rushed there. It seemed as though they had planned this beforehand. At the space above him, there were also approximately 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes lunging toward the woman with great momentum. Who? Faced with both their attacks, the woman stood firmly. She remained unmoving as her clothes fluttered. There was no wind in here. The woman's red robe was fluttering from the airwave and fierce wind due to the air explosion caused by the two young men's attacks. Die! Both of them were from Izumo sect and North Nether sect respectively. The Izumo sect's disciple who attacked later looked at the red-clad woman ferociously, and there was malice in his gaze. Out of everyone who had entered the martial emperor's secret treasure with him, only him and another person were left. The two strongest young powerhouse from the younger generation of Izumo sect were killed by the same person. The killer was none other than Duan Ling Tian. A young powerhouse from a mere third-rate force had frightened him to the bottom of his heart. He knew this red-clad woman in front of him was close to Duan Ling Tian before they entered Qingfeng Palace. This was one of the reasons he attacked her. The red-clad girl was Feng Tianwu. Ever since Feng Tianwu split up with Duan Ling Tian, she had managed to pass the tests from the first level of Qingfeng Palace to the third level. After she passed the test, Martial Emperor Qingfeng's voice entered her ears clearly. She found out the third level of Qingfeng Palace required two persons' lives and blood sacrifice to open the entrance to the fourth level. Faced with both attacks, one on the left and the other on the right, Feng Tianwu's face remained calm, as though she could keep a straight face even if Mount Tai collapsed before her. Feng Tianwu did not make any move until the two of them arrived near her. Boom! There was a raising flame on Feng Tianwu's body that stirred the heaven and earth energy in the space above her. Finally, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes descended slowly and they looked lifelike. Ninth level advanced fire concept? When the two young men saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu, the faces of both persons, who was rapidly charging toward her with the intention to kill, changed dramatically. Whether it was the North Nether sect's disciple or the Izumo sect's disciple, both of them could see the scene before their eyes very clearly. The red-clad young girl, whom they had regarded as a pushover, did not use even an ounce of her origin energy from the very beginning. Even without using her origin energy, just by communicating and mobilizing her fire concept to activate the heaven and earth energy was enough to gather 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, Feng Tianwu's fire concept would definitely have the strength of more than 1,000 ancient horned dragons once it was cast. This also meant the fire concept that could unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons was none other than the 9th level advanced fire concept. Whoosh! Whoosh! After discovering the level of fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, colors drained from the faces of the North Nether sect and Izumo sect's disciples as horror dawned on their faces immediately. The two of them were in the midst of charging toward Feng Tianwu and they immediately slowed their speed down. They looked at each other tacitly and both of them could see the inexplicable terror in each other's eyes. Flee! Within seconds, the two men came to a halt simultaneously in front of Feng Tianwu and hastily turned around, ready to flee. In their opinion, since Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept, her cultivation base must be pretty good as well. 9th level void transformation concept. Even the strongest person among the current younger generations in Izumo sect and North Nether sect did not have such a high comprehension of void transformation concept. For this reason, Feng Tianwu, in their opinion, was even more terrifying than the strongest person among the current younger generation in their respective sect. Just as the two of them turned around and was about to flee, Feng Tianwu made her move. The red and long whip lashed out like a red lightning and bit their skin like a poisonous snake. Swish! The long whip tore through the sky and set off a series of swift wind whistling sound. Ear-piercing wind-whistling sound entered the eyes of the Azumo sect and North Nether sect's disciples and made them tremble for a second. Horror dawned on their faces as they hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, they were still too slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long whip that was like a red poisonous snake lashed out rapidly and penetrated the Azumo sect and North Nether sect disciples' bodies. In just a twinkle of an eye, they were killed one by one. The two of them did not even have the chance to raise their speed to flee before they died from the long whip in Feng Tianwu's hands in mere seconds. Boom! Boom! As the two bodies fell on the floor, the long whip that was wriggling like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hands disappeared from her hands without a trace. Meanwhile, the raging flame that was burning on her body dissipated and the 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that finally appeared above her head also slowly dissipated into nothingness. If the North Nether sect and Azumo sect's disciples who had just passed away saw the scene, they would definitely regret running away from Feng Tianwu in the last moment when they were still alive. Had they known earlier that Feng Tianwu's full strength was only over 1,100 ancient horned dragons, they would not have fled in the first place. They only fled because they reasoned that since Feng Tianwu had a comprehension at the 9th level advanced fire concept, her cultivation base must have also made a breakthrough to the void transformation. Had they known earlier that she was only a 4th level void interpretation martial artist, they would not fear her 9th level advanced fire concept to the point that they had to flee. Although Feng Tianwu had the strength of over 1,100 ancient horned dragons and was still slightly stronger than them, they would probably be willing to try their luck and fight her because the gap between Feng Tianwu's strength and theirs was not too huge. And there might be a sliver of hope in defeating her. They chose to flee because they thought there was no hope. Looks like my fire concept can be used to scare the others, Feng Tianwu muttered as she looked at the two bodies on the ground. The stunning and delicate face did not seem happy nor enraged. No emotions could be seen on her face at all. If the two of them had tried to battle it out with her earlier, it would still take some effort even if she would eventually kill them. However, when the other party saw the 9th level advanced fire concept she mobilized and demonstrated, they immediately dismissed the thought of fighting and decided to flee hastily instead. That gave her the opportunity to give chase and kill them off easily. It could be said the reason the two of them died so fast was due to their cowardice. Ha! Feng Tianwu suddenly expressed her surprise as though she had discovered something. In the next moment, she saw the blood that oozed out from the two bodies and had formed a stream of fresh blood seemed to have triggered something. It resulted in waves of aura from the inscription formation to rise from the surrounding. Blood sacrifice. Feng Tianwu immediately figured out what was happening when she recalled the message left behind by Martial Emperor Qing Feng. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the next second, a series of loud noise that came from above her head reverberated by Feng Tianwu's ears. Feng Tianwu was curious and immediately looked up. With just a glance, she saw the ceiling above her head began to move and open, revealing a path that led to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace that welcomed her. Where's the silver key? Feng Tianwu was not surprised by the scene before her eyes. Immediately, her thoughts shifted to the reward Martial Emperor Qing Feng left behind at the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace. According to Martial Emperor Qing Feng, the reward for the 3rd level was a silver key. As for what the silver key was for, she had no idea at all. Naturally, although she had no idea what the silver key was for, she could faintly guess the significance it represented. Otherwise, it would not be placed at the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace by Martial Emperor Qing Feng as the reward for passing the test. However, now that the door to the 4th level of the Qing Feng Palace was opened, the silver key that was the reward of Qing Feng Palace's 3rd level had yet to appear. This made her incredibly impatient. Rumble. At this moment, another light rumble resonated by Feng Tianwu's ears. In the next second, she saw a blue brick nearby on the floor that was illuminated by the light shining down from the 4th level of the Qing Feng Palace. It suddenly quivered violently before rising up from the ground. Whoosh! With a lift of her hand, Feng Tianwu took the brick. A simple and unsophisticated small box appeared before her eyes. Crack! The moment Feng Tianwu took hold of the little box, she opened it right away. The item contained in the little box entered her sight, and her eyes lit up. A meaningful smile crept up on her face instantly. There was a crescent-shaped key lying quietly in the box that she opened. The shape's exactly the same except for the color. At the same time, Feng Tianwu took out another crescent-shaped copper key. It contrasted sharply with the silver key in the box. The fourth level. The moment Feng Tianwu got her hands on the silver key, she did not waste any more time idling at the third level of the Qingfeng Palace. Soaring up into the sky, she landed firmly on the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. As Feng Tianwu climbed up to the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace, many people similarly passed the test at the third level and activated the entrance that led to the fourth level as well. This is the silver key? It looks exactly the same with the copper key. Peng Bao's eyes lit up when he looked at the crescent-shaped key in his hand. Apart from Peng Bao, there were many other people who had also obtained their own silver key and successfully ascended to the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace as well. Each and every one of them was at a different place. As they continued to climb up, the distance between them gradually became smaller and smaller. At the first level of Qingfeng Palace, it was 1 out of 4. It meant that only 1 out of 4 people would be able to climb up to the second level of Qingfeng Palace. In the second level of Qingfeng Palace, it was 1 out of 3. In the third level of Qingfeng Palace, it was 1 out of 3. Based on this, among the group of people who entered Qingfeng Palace, only 1 out of 8 people could successfully move on to the fourth level. Those who stepped on to the fourth level would have to eliminate the other 7 people. What's there at the fourth level? After Duan Lingtian had obtained the silver key, he left the third level of Qingfeng Palace that had 2 bodies lying on the ground and successfully climbed up to the fourth level. He still found it peculiar when he thought about the experience he went through at the third level. This was because the test he had gone through at Qingfeng Palace's third level was much easier compared to the test he went through at the second level. The strongest puppet he came across at the third level had a strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons once it was fully unleashed. It was much weaker compared to the giant wooden puppet that he encountered at the second level of Qingfeng Palace. Perhaps the test at the third level is easier than the one in the second level because I still need to kill another 2 young powerhouses to use their lives as a blood sacrifice and open the entrance that leads to the fourth level. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Congratulations, young man. If you pass the test in the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace, you'll be able to obtain the golden key and another reward as well. Martial Emperor Qingfeng's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears once again through polyphony formation. Just like I thought. There's a golden key after all. If I can get my hands on it, it means I've successfully gathered all 3 keys of gold, silver, and copper. Could it be that these 3 keys are used to unlock something? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he speculated. Soon after, the test on the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace began. The test on this level was not fighting some sculptures, wooden figures, or puppets. Instead, one had to go head-to-head with the endless nature energy in the long corridor. The nature energy included wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth energy. At this moment, the energy swept through the offensive inscription formation and obstructed Duan Lingtian from moving forward. It would not allow him to pass through easily. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian ran as his origin energy soared from his body with 4 types of concepts following closely behind. From the very beginning to the end, his hands did not idle at all. Punches and palms thrust out and pushed back the gusts of nature energy that rushed toward him like a fierce flood and savage beasts. The strongest among these nature energy only had the 9th level concept fragments in the inscription formation. It was about the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Originally, the energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian, but the nature energy filled up almost the entire long corridor. Although it was just a matter of time before he eventually passed through, there was no doubt it was a waste of time. The test at the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace is called the Bumpy Road. The one who manages to clear the bumpy road in the shortest time will stand a chance of obtaining the golden key. As long as you make it through the bumpy road, you'll still have a chance to obtain the other rewards I left behind even if you don't get the golden key. This was the original words of Martial Emperor Qingfeng in the message he left behind using the polyphony formation. Due to this reason, what Duan Lingtian had to do now was to go through the bumpy road to reach the other side and get his hands on the golden key as well as the other rewards. Judging from the message left behind by Martial Emperor Qingfeng, It looks like this time, somebody else is also competing with me this time. It's similar to when I was in the first, second, and third levels of Qingfeng Palace. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, his hands' movements immediately sped up and extended at lightning speed, charged out as fast as lightning. The P-punches and palms that contained all his energy swept out and opened the path ahead, smashing away all the obstacles without any reservations. When Duan Tian used this made his move, apart from igniting a series of ear-piercing wind-whistling sounds, it was also accompanied by a deafening burst of a deafening thunder-like sound. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued to be heard set off in succession, and they had generated fluctuations in theft airwaves that swept out in every all directions and to created several flurries, countless pervasive and tyrannical of hurricanes that were pervasive and tyrannical. The wind continued to blow as punches were thrown out. Bam! Duan Tian's punches were overwhelming. Although the stormy waves that were rushing toward him contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons, his punch was so hard that it sailed upstream against the current and set off a series of loud noises. The stormy waves were the water energy transformed by the water concept through the inscription formation. As Duan Tian punched the waves upstream, he began to fly out nimbly. Whirlwind. Within seconds, Duan Tian passed through this stormy wave and was making his way toward the other end of this long corridor. Whoosh! This time around, a tyrannical soaring flame was charging toward him. When the flame enveloped Duan Tian, it was similar to a gigantic fiery behemoth that opened its mouth wide to swallow Duan Tian up whole. Faced with the overbearing flame that encompassed the entire sky and earth, Duan Tian's eyes turned cold. Once again, he punched out and temporarily suppressed the encompassing flame, making it difficult for it to surge again for the time being. Whoosh! A purple figure that was as swift as a lightning once again charged out to the front just in time to face the next wave of rolling earth energy. As the earth energy charged toward Duan Tian and enveloped him, it perfectly merged and became one with the entire earth. There was no distinction between one and the other. Damn it! At the same time, Duan Tian's keen spiritual energy immediately noticed this subtle change, and horror dawned on his face instantly. It's not only able to solidify the earth energy, the 9th level earth concept fragment in the inscription formation can also communicate with the earth and borrow another wave of earth energy? Duan Tian was taken aback. When the soaring earth energy was shrouding him, he could clearly see the heaven and earth energy above the sky whirling and gathering into the heaven and earth phenomenon with the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons in an overbearing manner. It was as though it was about to crush him completely. Hermph! When Duan Tian saw this, his gaze turned cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. His sword slashed out as he pounced forward. Whoosh! At the place where the sword ray briefly pierced through, the heaven and earth energy was cut into halves. Duan Tian seized this opportunity to charge out and fly through the earth energy. Whirlwind! Duan Tian continued rushing through his journey. When he came across any form of earth energy, he would use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hands to clear his path. Sometimes he used his punches and palms so it was faster and easier. After all, not every nature energy were like the earth energy that could easily be cleared by cutting them into halves, particularly the water and fire energy. Although they were slashed apart by the sword ray, the cracks that were made by the slash did not allow Duan Tian to pass through it entirely. This was because the water and fire energy would merge into one immediately after if were slashed by the sword ray. As for the earth energy that he slashed open, it was similar to a heavy boulder that was slashed apart. For this reason, it would be sliced into halves and fall to the sides when Duan Tian slashed it, opening a path for him instantly. Boom! 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 Throughout his journey, Duan Tian dashed around madly and charged toward the other side of the long corridor. The place where he passed by was filled with his fist and palm prints. At the same time, a series of thunderous explosions were set off in succession as well. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Tian encountered the earth energy, he immediately took out his quasi-royal grade spirit sword to open up the pathway. Whenever the sword ray was pointed forward, the earth energy would instantly be slashed into halves. Just a little bit more. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian, who forcefully charged forward, could clearly see the end of the long corridor. As long as he could reach it, he would be considered to have successfully cleared the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level in Qingfeng Palace. He would then be able to get his hands on the golden key. With my current speed, I'm sure nobody else competing with me can be faster than I am. Duan Ling Tian was very confident in his own strength. Finally, with the aid of his powerful strength, Duan Ling Tian managed to successfully clear the bumpy road and pass the test at the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace after he arrived at the end of the long corridor. Whoosh! After Duan Ling Tian had passed through the long corridor, he suddenly came to a halt without warning as the purple robe on his body gracefully fluttered in the wind. Almost exactly at the same time when Duan Ling Tian came to a halt, another 2 swift whistling sounds resonated in the wind. 2 figures stood in the distance and revealed their true identities. Oh! Duan Ling Tian was extremely surprised by the fact that somebody else arrived here as fast as he did. He could not suppress his curiosity as he narrowed his eyes at them. In just a glance, he immediately recognized the 2 people. Su Qing and Zuyu. The 2 of them were the second-rate forces' young powerhouses from the northern desert. Su Qing was the strongest person among the current younger generation in North Nether sect, and Zuyu was the strongest person among the current younger generation in Anika sect. The moment Duan Ling Tian identified the 2 of them, a light immediately flashed across his eyes. I can't believe I encountered them here. And here I thought I'll only encounter them at the 5th level. Whether it was Su Qing or Zuyu, they were both no match for him if they did not use their spirit weapons. However, once they used their spirit weapons, it did not matter if it was Su Qing or Zuyu, both of their strengths would surpass his. If he was not mistaken, their strengths were almost 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than his. Among the current young generation in the northern desert, Su Qing and Zuyu shared the same fame as Lei Zhong, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had killed previously. Both of their strengths had to be more or less on par with Lei Zhong's. 4th level void transformation with a comprehension of the 4th level void transformation concept. Without any spirit weapon, they could unleash the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Once they used their grade 1 spirit weapon, they would have a 87 to 88% boost based on their 4th level void transformation's origin energies that was equivalent to the strength of over 520 ancient horned dragons. The 2 of them added together would equal to the strength of over 1620 ancient horned dragons. Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw Su Qing and Zuyu, the 2 of them noticed him as well. A look of astonishment crept up on their faces. It did not cross their minds that they would encounter him here. Hints of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. They had both witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength previously. He had killed Lei Zhong, who was as well known as they were at the northern desert and possessed strength that was more or less on par with them. At this moment, they were not sure if the heaven and earth phenomenon Duan Ling Tian displayed previously, without his spirit weapon, after the mobilization of his heaven and earth energy was cast unreservedly or not. If there was still some reservations, Duan Ling Tian's strength was definitely better than theirs. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength was no match for theirs if that was the extent of his power. Faced with the dreadful gazes from the 2 people, Duan Ling Tian remained unruffled. He could guess what they were thinking. Although his face remained calm, he could not help but feel slightly nervous inside. My current strength is only about 1,600 ancient horned dragons even if I use all my strength and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Previously, it was entirely pure luck that I was able to kill Lei Zhong. It was all thanks to Lei Zhong for underestimating me too much and attacked me without using any spirit weapon. Due to this reason, I was able to take the lead and inflict great injuries on him. Even if he had used his grade 1 spirit weapon, it would still be hard for him to exert the full power he had at his peak due to his injuries. In the end, it's precisely because of his injuries that he died in my hands. If he was not injured in the first place, his strength would be over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than mine. Although I was not afraid of him, it would still be extremely difficult for me to win against him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brilliantly as he recalled his fight with Lei Zhong. He could not help but feel lucky. It was mostly due to pure luck that he was able to annihilate Lei Zhong so swiftly and efficiently. Otherwise, the battle between him and Lei Zhong would most likely end in a draw. This was because he was not entirely confident in winning against Lei Zhong with his grade 1 spirit weapon at his peak. Whether it's Su Qing or Zuiyu, both have a strength that's on par with Lei Zhong. I'm not afraid if there's only one of them. However, I'll definitely lose if the two of them attack at the same time. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and gasped inwardly. A hint of dread filled his eyes. At this moment, he could only hope Su Qing and Zuiyu would not join forces with each other. Otherwise, he would definitely be in deep trouble. As the saying goes, it's always wiser to play it safe. I must think of a way to deal with this situation. It's very likely the two of them would join forces with each other. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. His mind whirred quickly as he began to find a way. However, he could not think of anything at all even after a while. What should I do? Duan Ling Tian muttered and frowned. At the same time, his eyes began to dart and look around. He immediately noticed the other 5 long corridors by the side. There are a total of 6 long corridors in the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, including the one I took. In other words, apart from Su Qing, Zuiyu, and I, another 3 people will arrive at the 4th level as well. However, they must not have cleared the test at the 4th level, the bumpy road. That earth energy contained the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons. Among the young powerhouses who entered the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, only Su Qing, Zuiyu, and I are able to deal with this test. Soon after, Feng Tianwu appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Naturally, Tianwu can suppress the earth energy that contains the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons if she risks her life and casts the fire profundity. Even if she casts the 1st level fire profundity that's at the lowest level, the strength's still equivalent to 2,000 ancient horned dragons. If Feng Tianwu ignored the counterattack from her fire spirit body and risked her life to cast the 1st level fire profundity, her strength would be equivalent to 2,000 ancient horned dragons. However, if that was the case, the cost would be very great as well. She could explode and die from it. The force from the fire spirit body, hidden in her body, was not simple. The 5 young powerhouses who reached the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, including Su Qing and Zuiyu, must have had the same experience as me. Judging from the number of young powerhouses from each sect that entered Qingfeng Palace, this place, the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, surely leads to the 5th level. After all, the 5th level is the final level of Qingfeng Palace. If I'm not mistaken, the remains of Martial Emperor Qingfeng must be at the 5th level. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his eyes immediately gleamed brilliantly. They were filled with anticipation and desire. The anticipation of discovering the body of Martial Emperor Qingfeng, and the desire to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. Particularly that Emperor Stage profundity fragment that he yearned to possess even in his dreams. When Duan Ling Tian was deep in his thoughts, Su Qing and Zuiyu exchanged glances tacitly. None of them moved for a very long time, as though they had discussed this beforehand. Both of them could be considered as old rivals and were very familiar with each other. At this moment, the fact that they simultaneously appeared at the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace took them by surprise. Su Qing, Zuiyu called out unhurriedly with narrowed eyes. Battle intent filled his eyes as though he could not wait to battle it out with Su Qing for at least 300 rounds to determine the winner. In his opinion, he would become the most powerful person among the younger generation in the northern desert as long as he could defeat Su Qing. This way, there was no need for him to share the limelight with Su Qing again. At this moment, Zuiyu completely ignored Duan Ling Tian's existence. Zuiyu. As a sword cultivator, Su Qing was a lot calmer compared to Zuiyu. Faced with the intense battle intent oozing out of Zuiyu who was staring at him, Su Qing ignored it completely and casually returned the stare. Zuiyu's face darkened, and he was about to launch his attack when he saw the nonchalance on Su Qing's face. However, a voice entered his ears and shocked him like a bolt of lightning. It completely suppressed the anger that rose up from his heart. Zuiyu, don't you think the match between you and I should be postponed until we kill Duan Ling Tian together? The voice that entered Zuiyu's ears was none other than Su Qing's voice transmission. Currently, we're not sure if he held back any of the strength he displayed previously. However, whether he held back or not, we definitely can't allow him to live. If we fight each other, we'll both eventually end up greatly defeated and wounded. Do you really want him to be the fisherman who profits when the snipe and the clam grapple? I suggest we join forces and kill him first. At this point in the voice transmission, Su Qing's voice instantly became more solemn. My gut feeling tells me Duanling Tian's not simple. I feel extremely uneasy with him alive. After listening to Su Qing's reminder, Zuiyu was hit by a pang of realization. He was reminded of Duanling Tian's existence and instantly regained his senses. He had almost forgotten about Duanling Tian earlier. You and I can join forces, but the profundity fragment he has belongs to me. Zuiyu bargained as he looked at Su Qing. However, his words instantly elicited a mocking smile on Su Qing's face. Zuiyu, have you forgotten the most important thing? Today we'll have to fight and determine the winner between the both of us. When that time comes, one of us will be killed by the other person. The person who survives will then obtain the golden key and the other rewards left behind by Martial Emperor Qing Feng at the 4th level before continuing to ascend to the 5th level to obtain the 3 profundity fragments left in Martial Emperor Qing Feng's body. Since one of us will die, don't you think this condition of yours is a little unnecessary? Su Qing finished his words in one breath. Su Qing's words took Zuiyu by surprise. He quickly regained his senses and agreed with Su Qing's words. In that case, we'll join forces to kill Duanling Tian first. Zuiyu took a deep breath and stared coldly at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. When he noticed Duanling Tian was looking around as though he was looking for something, a sneer immediately crept up on his face. He said cruelly, Duanling Tian, take a good look at your surroundings. It's destined you won't be able to see anything else in the world after today. When Zuiyu's words entered Duanling Tian's ears, his face immediately darkened. Zuiyu! Although Duanling Tian was looking at Zuiyu, he could clearly sense the indifference from Su Qing, who was staring at him from the side. It was an extremely cold look that seemed as though he wanted to devour a certain somebody. They really joined forces? His heart immediately jolted. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart could not help but tighten when the moment arrived. His face immediately became solemn while a hint of dread gleamed in his eyes. Ha ha! Duanling Tian, it doesn't matter if you held back when you killed Lei Zhong. Today, Su Qing and I will join forces and you'll definitely die. When Zuiyu noticed the dread in Duanling Tian's eyes, he threw his head back, laughing maniacally. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained. From what he could see, Duanling Tian had to have some knowledge of his and Su Qing's strength. The moment Duanling Tian heard Su Qing and him would be joining forces, the dread in Duanling Tian's eyes clearly showed he was not confident he would be able to defeat them both. Zuiyu, I realized you really do spout a lot of nonsense. Su Qing spoke in a cold voice. It was as cold as the gaze that he focused on Duanling Tian. Before we kill Duanling Tian, you better keep your guard up. Be careful not to fail in this easy task. Su Qing. The instant Duanling Tian heard his intention to kill him, horror instantly dawned on his face as a cold killing intent shot out of his eyes. This Su Qing actually joined in with Zuiyu's villainy. Although Duanling Tian was not willing to admit it, he had no other choice but to admit Su Qing and Zuiyu joining forces was the best method to deal with him. If the situation was reversed and he was in Su Qing's shoes, he would make the same decision as well, get rid of Duanling Tian first before deciding the victor with Zuiyu in a deadly match. The last person to survive would be the winner. Not only would he obtain the golden key and the other rewards, he would also ascend to the 5th level, the highest level of Qing Feng Palace, and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qing Feng's body. Su Qing now? At this moment, Zuiyu, who was reminded by Su Qing, suddenly shouted without warning and prompted Su Qing to charge toward Duanling Tian. It could be seen that Zuiyu's movement was as swift as the wind. In the midst of charging forward, he took out the Grade 1 spirit weapon he had previously obtained from the outer ring of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, a curved saber that looked extremely simple and old. Swish! Zuiyu made a move and instantly exerted his full strength without any reservation. Gusts of solidified blue wind qi swept out from his body and emanated a vast and tyrannical aura before it merged with the curved saber in his hand. The saber ray on the curved saber immediately soared up and charged toward Duanling Tian mercilessly in an overbearing manner. It was as though it was about to cut him into halves. The heaven and earth energy whirred in the sky and finally gathered into a visible heaven and earth phenomenon. Over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons pounced out together with Zuoyu. As the curved saber in Zuoyu's hands slashed out to kill Duanling Tian, the 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons suddenly sped up and pounced toward him with their fangs and claws bared. It was as though they were about to tear him into pieces. 4th level Void Transformation. 4th level Advanced Wind Concept. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. This was the full strength of Zuoyu, the strongest person among the current younger generation in Anika sect. As the strongest person among the current younger generation in Anika sect, Zuoyu's strength naturally was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Apart from his full strength, he managed to cultivate a set of heaven-ranked saber technique martial skills to an extraordinary level. Shadow Glow Machete. When the curved saber in Zuoyu's hands slashed toward Duanling Tian and was inching closer to him, the soaring saber ray suddenly converged before it solidified and gathered by the side of the curved saber as it returned to its original nature. The speed, on the other hand, suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! As a saber shadow glimmered across the sky, an ultimate saber ray swept out and charged mercilessly toward Duanling Tian's vital parts. At this moment, the speed of the curved saber in Zuoyu's hand was at least 50% faster than before. Duanling Tian and Su Qing's could see the afterimage it left behind. The power of the Shadow Glow Machete was fully displayed for all to see. When Zuoyu's figure flashed and charged toward him, Duanling Tian had already taken out his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As his origin energy rose, it merged with the 4 concepts that followed closely like shadows before it merged with the sword. Swish! 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 Without warning, the sword ray soared up and created a series of sword-slashing sound. In just a blink of an eye, all that remained of Zuoyu's saber was an afterimage that soon disappeared before his eyes. Shit! Horror dawned on Duanling Tian. He hurriedly shut his eyes, his spiritual energy stretched out and wrapped around his body. He tried to use his spiritual energy to figure out the trajectory of Zuoyu's saber. When his spiritual energy finally figured out the trajectory of the curved saber, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand trembled and disappeared into thin air. Sword drawing art. Whoosh! Along with the sound of swords that disappeared as soon as it appeared, an ultimate sword ray tore the sky open. Clang! A shrill sound of metal clanging resonated in the air. It was none other than the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand that managed to block the overbearing curved saber in Zuoyu's hands in time. Swoosh! Zuoyu beat him to the punch first. With the strength of 1,620 ancient horned dragons that was contained in his saber, he crushed Duanling Tian's sword that contained 1.600 ancient horned dragons without any difficulty. Bang! The curved saber in Zuoyu's hand had a saber ray that was completely formed by green energy. It dashed toward Duanling Tian in an overbearing manner and made the energy on Duanling Tian's sword tremble. Bang! 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 The saber ray that contained more than 1,620 ancient horned dragons' strength swept out ceaselessly. It was like the waves at the back were pushing at the waves in front as it suppressed Duanling Tian's sword that contained 1,600 ancient horned dragon strength. A wave of air explosion sounded. Air currents and strong winds swept rampantly in every direction. Whoosh! Duanling Tian held the sword in his hand as staggered a few steps back from Zuoyu's attack. The lifeblood in his body surged. He looked clumsy and his face became pale. If this happened on a normal day, there was a chance Duanling Tian could slightly block Zuoyu's attack that contained 20 more ancient horned dragons' strength than his. However, since Zuoyu attacked first and got the upper hand, it was difficult for him to fight back. The fact that Zuoyu struck first and possessed 20 more ancient horned dragon strength was why he could easily defeat him. Unfortunately, the interference from the Earth formation in the bumpy road at Qingfeng Palace's 5th level prohibits me from using the Earth concept to boost my Earth energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck in such a difficult situation. The Earth formation was the inscription formation that unleashed Earth energy in the bumpy road and stopped Duanling Tian from moving forward. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and felt his organs trembled. He did not look too good when he stared at Zuoyu, who made him staggered a few steps back. However, he did not attack. Haha. Duanling Tian, seems like my speculation's right. 1,600 ancient horned dragon's strength is your limit. Zuyu returned Duanling Tian's stare. He laughed out loud as disdain filled his eyes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The ear-piercing sound of sword whistling sounded. A sliver of saber ray approached from afar toward Duanling Tian. It was so overwhelming that it looked like it was raining swords. What followed the shower of swords that covered the sky was a silhouette that looked like a bolt of green lightning. Heaven and earth phenomenon formed above the green silhouette's head. It was exactly the same as the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zuyu's head. There were more than 1,620 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 4th level void transformation. 4th level sword concept. Grade 1 spirit sword. Su Qing. When Duanling Tian saw the shower of swords raining down on him, his eyes quickly locked onto the green silhouette behind the sword rain. He swung the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and dashed forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. As Duanling Tian dashed forward with his sword, 3 divine dragons that were transformed from the integration of 4 concepts and origin energy soared out quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the 3 divine dragons soared out, 6 beams of lights shot out from the 3 pairs of eyes. They were targeted directly at the green silhouette that was far away. The green silhouette was obviously Su Qing. What a powerful sword skill! 6 ultimate beams of lights charged forward at an alarming speed. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He thought he could easily kill Duanling Tian. Soon after, his eyes gleamed as he withdrew the grade 1 spirit sword he drew out at lightning speed previously. Suddenly, the shower of swords that rained on Duanling Tian vanished completely once Su Qing recalled his attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Su Qing withdrew the sword in his hand, he swung the sword in an arc in front of him that formed a dense sword web. Clang, clang, clang. The sound reverberated almost as soon as the sword web was formed. The 6 ultimate beams of lights landed on the sword web one by one as a clear sound rang out. Airwaves swept out in every direction. However, they did not pierce through the sword web. Such a fast sword. Duanling Tian became solemn. He did not expect Su Qing's sword to be that fast. Su Qing managed to form a layer of dense and indestructible sword web under such a circumstance. Duanling Tian could tell the defensive technique of forming a sword web that Su Qing performed was a defensive martial skill. Moreover, it was a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill. The damage on Su Qing's was not minor after he bore the brunt of the 6 ultimate beams of lights. He could feel a wave of tremor in his organs as his lifeblood surged. His eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted, Zuyu, this Duanling Tian's very dangerous. Let's work together to kill him as soon as possible without any delay. Haha, Su Qing. It seems like you've suffered a great loss too. Zuyu seemed to have realized something as he laughed out loud. However, the smile on his face soon disappeared. Duanling Tian. Even the Emperor can't save you today. Zuyu stared at Duanling Tian with a cold gleam in his eyes. It was as though he was looking at a dead person. Right after he spoke, Zuyu dashed toward Duanling Tian like a gust of wind. The curved saber in his hand left an afterimage in the air and soon vanished. Shadow Glow Machete. At this moment, Zuyu cast the same skill he demonstrated earlier with the intention to kill Duanling Tian. It was the most powerful saber technique martial skill he had mastered. Whoosh! Zuyu's curved saber swung at Duanling Tian like the Grim Reaper's scythe in an attempt to reap Duanling Tian's life. Whoosh! Su Qing moved and attacked simultaneously with Zuyu. Another shower of swords rained down as he lifted the sword in his hand. The shower of sword rained on Duanling Tian and there was nowhere for him to run. The both of them worked together. One attempted to slice Duanling Tian in half, while the other wanted to pierce tens of thousands of swords into his heart. More than 3,200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes charged at Duanling Tian independently. If that heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to a single entity, Duanling Tian would have died. Nonetheless, the heaven and earth phenomenon still suppressed and suffocated Duanling Tian even though it belonged to 2 people. Split Unite formation. Duanling Tian's eyes looked cold as he faced the merciless attacks from the duo. He integrated his origin energy into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and activated the inscription formation in it. The inscription formation in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was the Split Unite inscription formation that Duanling Tian shortened to Split Unite formation. Once it was activated, 1 would split into 9 while 9 would combine into 1. All of a sudden, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand split into 9. He then spread out his spiritual energy and covered all 9 of his quasi-royal grade spirit swords so that they hovered and surrounded his body. Su Qing and Zuiyu were shocked when they witnessed the sword in Duanling Tian's hand split into 9 and hovered around him. Although they were shocked, their attack did not slow down at all. The attack swept mercilessly toward Duanling Tian. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. An idea sparked in Duanling Tian's mind as he faced Su Qing and Zuiyu's attack. He was prepared to perform the unfamiliar sword skill he obtained from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure earlier to control the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords and fight his opponents. As he unleashed all his spiritual energy, he controlled 4 out of 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords to charge out. The swords charged toward Su Qing and Zuiyu with ferocious saber rays running rampant. Whoosh! 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 Each of the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that charged in the air toward Su Qing and Zuiyu contained similar strength. It was similar to 4 Duanling Tians charging with a sword at the same time. Unfortunately, since Duanling Tian was injured, the strength in each of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was only equivalent to 1,400 ancient horned dragon strength. It was far from his strength at his peak. Clang! 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 Waves of magnificent energy collided with each other. The sound of explosions and 4 ear-piercing sound from the collision of metal weapons entered Duanling Tian's ears like a thunderstorm. Duanling Tian had a contrived smile on his face as he watched Su Qing and Zuiyu smash the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that charged at them. The table would have turned if I performed the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique earlier. He did not expect his current spiritual energy would allow him simultaneous control over 4 swords when he performed the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. The power of the attack was equivalent to 4 of him charging with the swords. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a regret pill that he could consume in this world. The tiny mistake caused Duanling Tian to be placed in a difficult situation where he was vulnerable to Su Qing and Zuiyu's attacks. Split Unite Formation. In a moment of panic, Duanling Tian only had the time to grab the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was hovering next to him so that he could combine the remaining 8 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into 1. Sword Drawing Arts. The quasi-royal grade spirit swords that became 1 charged quickly as though it had transformed into a thunderstorm of saber ray and headed towards Su Qing and Zuiyu's attacks. Su Qing and Zuiyu were already in shock when they saw the sword in Duanling Tian's hand turned into 9 swords. Initially, they thought the 9 swords that appeared were fake. They only realized all the swords were real when the 4 swords charged at them with more than 1,400 ancient horned dragons' strength each. However, they could not help but be surprised again at this very moment. Before they could calm themselves down, they witnessed Duanling Tian turned his 9 swords into 1. Caused a stir in their hearts again. It had also caused their attacks to weaken without them realizing it. Although their attacks were weakened, Duanling Tian still could not bear it due to the injuries that he sustained. Clang! Whoosh! Duanling Tian was thrown off together with his sword once again as a curved saber and sword swung and collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand and created an ear-piercing noise of metal weapons colliding. Duanling Tian, who was thrown off like an arrow that left the bowstring, tried slowing down using his origin energy, but the effect was minuscule. Eventually, his body smashed against the side of the wall. His organs shook tremendously while his lifeblood surged. He could not help but spit out a big mouthful of blood as it gurgled in his throat. Pa! Blood splatters were created from the blood that Duanling Tian spat on the ground and bloomed like bright red roses. At this time, Duanling Tian could only take out the life recovery pill that he had refined and consumed it. Duanling Tian healed his injuries by absorbing the medicinal efficacy. As he looked apprehensively at Su Qing and Zuiyu who continued to attack him, he noticed the ground beneath him was trembling. An inscription formation. Duanling Tian's astute spiritual energy soon found out he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. No. To be exact, he had activated 2 inscription formations. He noticed there was an aura of inscription formation that came from the other side before a loud bang sounded. When Duanling Tian was looking in the direction of the loud explosion, a part of the ground was destroyed by a hidden energy that came from underground. Whoosh! A stone platform suddenly rose at an alarming speed. There was an exquisite little box on top of the stone platform. The tiny box was similar to the one Duanling Tian had seen at Qingfeng Palace's 3rd level. However, the object in the tiny box at Qingfeng Palace's 3rd level was a silver key. Could a gold key be in this box? Duanling Tian's heart began to palpitate as he speculated on his own. Duanling Tian's attention was on the tiny box, and it also caught the attention of Su Qing and Zuoyu, who were charging menacingly toward Duanling Tian. They were in the midst of charging at Duanling Tian when their movements came to a halt. A burning desire lit up their eyes. Whoosh! Soon after, Zuoyu dashed out and changed his direction to the tiny box on top of the stone platform. The matter of killing Duanling Tian was pushed to the side for the time being. Zuoyu! Su Qing shouted as his facial expression changed. He did not expect Zuoyu to be so selfish. He had promised he would kill Duanling Tian first and fight Su Qing later. In the end, he went for the tiny box that they suspected might contain the gold key. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Su Qing dashed out like a sharp gleaming sword at an alarming speed. He attempted to stop Zuoyu from taking the tiny box with lightning speed. Humph! When Zuoyu saw Su Qing was going to fight over the tiny box that they suspected contained the gold key, his face was solemn as he scoffed. Humph! Without further delay, he began to fight Su Qing. Both of them were old rivals, their abilities were similar, and their fight usually ended in a tie. However, they fought with all their might for the sake of the box. They seemed to have completely forgotten about Duanling Tian. Perhaps they felt Duanling Tian was no longer a threat to them at the moment, and whoever survived would be able to kill him easily. On the other hand, Duanling Tian knew his life was no longer at risk for the time being, when he saw Zuoyu dash toward the tiny box that they suspected contained the gold key. Duanling Tian did not show too much interest in the tiny box at the moment. Naturally, it would be wrong to say he had zero interest in the box. At this moment, there was no way for him to obtain it even if he was interested. Soon after, Duanling Tian's attention shifted to what was happening beneath his body. At this very moment, his entire being was lifted by a floorboard that was slowly rising. Duanling Tian leaped and landed on the ground. With just a glance, he saw a green vine had appeared under the rising floorboard. The rising floorboard was being lifted by the green vine. Although there was only one green vine before his eyes, it was as thick as an adult's thigh. What's that? However, what caught Duanling Tian's attention was not the green vine. It was the magenta fruit that hung on the green vine as it sparkled with a faint violet glow. Violet's pike fruit? When Duanling Tian browsed through the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he quickly identified the fruit before his eyes. It was a spirit fruit exclusively for void transformation martial artists. The violet's pike fruit was a spirit fruit exclusive to void transformation martial artists. Among the spirit fruits in the rebirth martial emperor's memory, the violet spike fruit was considered the top spirit fruit that was exclusive to void transformation martial artists. It was said that after consuming the violet spike fruit, even a martial artist who had just broken through to the 9th level void transformation would be able to break through to the martial emperor stage and become a martial emperor powerhouse as long as he had comprehended the monarch stage profundity. One could imagine how powerful the violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy was. I'm badly injured now. Even if I attack with all my strength, I can only muster up the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Su Qing and Zui, you can easily kill me. But if I eat the violet spike fruit... Duanling Tian looked in the distance as he thought about this. His guard was up the entire time. He could not help but feel relieved when he saw Su Qing and Zuoyu did not notice the strange incident that occurred on his side since they were fighting over the tiny box that they suspected contained the golden key. Whoosh! At the same time, Duanling Tian, who felt relieved, immediately extended his hand as quick as lightning and plucked the ripe magenta fruit, the violet spike fruit. He immediately put it into his mouth. Duanling Tian swallowed the violet spike fruit in just a few bites. He felt a stream of warm current entering his body and releasing powerful medicinal efficacy again and again. Such a powerful medicinal efficacy. The medicinal efficacy is so powerful that it can't even be compared to the spirit fruit I previously took from Zishang. With its medicinal efficacy combined with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, my cultivation base might be able to instantly break through to the 5th level void transformation. Although Duanling Tian had already known how great the violet spike fruit was from the rebirth martial emperor's memory, he only realized how great the violet spike fruit really was after he consumed it. No, it's not just the 5th level void transformation. It's even possible to break through to the 6th level void transformation. Duanling Tian thought to himself when he sensed the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, that usually lay dormant deep in his dantian, leaving his dantian at an alarming speed. It then merged with his origin energy and the violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy. It was his first time seeing the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy this active. It felt like he was injected with chicken blood as origin energy ran lightning fast in the meridians within his body. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roving Dragon Form. Without further delay, Duanling Tian immediately sat on the ground and cultivated with his eyes closed. At the same time, he did not forget to hold the 9th level wind concept fragment in his hand. One should know that the comprehension speed of wind concept would be accelerated whenever he cultivated the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. In his body, origin energy and the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and violet spike fruit were rotating cycles after cycles with the aid from the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. The bottleneck to the 4th level void transformation that was already loose became even looser after a few hard impacts. It felt like it would be broken through with just a few more impacts. Bang! 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 A few impacts later, Duanling Tian felt a light bang within his body as he broke through the bottleneck that led to the 4th level void transformation. Origin energy surged as it went through a tremendous change. 4th level void transformation. The origin energy that had transformed did not stop there. Triggered by the rebirth pill and the violet spike fruit's overbearing medicinal efficacy, the origin energy did not slow down as it continued to rotate cycles after cycles with the aid from the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Duanling Tian's cultivation base was rising at a terrifying speed. However, Duanling Tian's mind was not on his cultivation base. He could clearly feel his wind concept had changed, but the change did not come from the breakthrough. It doesn't seem like the wind concept has broken through. However, I can sense another kind of energy coming out of it. The energy feels charged and ready. What's that exactly? Curious, Duanling Tian tried making contact with the energy that came from the wind concept. Soon after, he felt a burning aura coming out of his body. In just an instant, a rampant and hot energy soared and enveloped his entire being. However, the burning red energy that appeared did not cause him any harm. It's the fire. Fire concept. Duanling Tian opened his eyes and absent-mindedly looked at the energy surrounding his body. It was a concept. The fire concept. That's not right. The fire concept's level seems to be similar to the wind concept. Through trial and error, Duanling Tian discovered a shocking fact. To his surprise, the fire concept that came out of the 3rd level advanced wind concept he had comprehended was similar to the wind concept. It was also the 3rd level void transformation concept. It meant that the fire concept he just comprehended was instantly at the 3rd level advanced fire concept. Isn't this 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 8th form, the roving dragon form, a little crazy? It didn't only birth the fire concept out of the wind concept. The fire concept it birthed is on such a high level too. Moreover, there seems to be some kind of connection between the fire concept and the wind concept. It feels like the fire concept would break through whenever the wind concept experiences a breakthrough. Duanling Tian's heart began palpitating when he thought about this. If that's really the case, I don't even have to comprehend fire concept separately. All I need to do is elevate the wind concept and the fire concept will follow suit. Perhaps when I have comprehended wind profundity, it would follow and turn into fire profundity as well. Duanling Tian's heart beat even faster as he thought to this point. It was beating so fast it felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. What's that? What was happening on Duan Ling Tian's side finally caught Su Qing and Zui Yu's attention. After another round of attack, they did not rush into the fight again for the time being. Their attention simultaneously shifted to the other side. They saw a thick green vine that lifted a floorboard before their eyes. With their great eyesight, they noticed a new notch on the green vine with just one glance. It was as though somebody had just plucked something off it. Spirit fruit. The two of them looked at each other and saw realization dawned in each other's eyes. Both of their faces changed dramatically at the same time. Did Duan Ling Tian pluck the spirit fruit? Could the spirit fruit be the other reward that Martial Emperor Qingfeng left behind at the 4th level? Both of their hearts thumped heavily. They remembered Martial Emperor Qingfeng's message clearly. In the message, it was mentioned that there would be other rewards at Qingfeng Palace's 5th level apart from the gold key. Martial Emperor Qingfeng did not reveal what the other rewards were in the message. Therefore, they did not really pay any mind to the other rewards since the beginning. As soon as the tiny box that they suspected contained the gold key appeared, they were so focused on fighting over the ownership of the tiny box that they had completely ignored what was happening on the other side. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian plucked the spirit fruit before we did. I think he hasn't had the chance to consume it yet. Zui Yu's expression was getting worse. He was so angry that his body trembled slightly. Whoosh! Compared to him, Su Qing was much more straightforward as he charged directly at Duan Ling Tian like a sword. He dashed out and shouted at the same time, Duan Ling Tian, hand over the spirit fruit. At this moment, neither Zui Yu nor Su Qing was surprised by the flame that was burning on Duan Ling Tian's body. It was the fire concept. One should know Duan Ling Tian had never once used fire concept when he fought them earlier. All of their attention was on the spirit fruit Duan Ling Tian had plucked from the green vine. In their opinion, the spirit fruit was definitely not an ordinary spirit fruit since it was given as a reward at Qingfeng's 4th level. Su Qing. Damn it. When Zui Yu saw Su Qing with his quick as lightning sword approaching Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to kill him and snatch the spirit fruit, his facial expression changed dramatically. Origin energy ran rampant on his body, while wind concept followed him like a shadow. He considered it thoroughly and prepared to chase after him. However, his movement came to halt just as he stepped out. It was as though something unexpected had happened. What? How's this possible? Zui Yu, who was rooted to the spot, shuddered. His eyes were staring into the distance. They were filled with fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, it seemed as though he had witnessed something unbelievable. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian's face was calm as he faced Su Qing, who was determined to kill him in one blow with his sword that contained more than 1,620 ancient horned dragon strength. However, there was a chill hidden deep in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. I see you've come to die. It was unknown when a grin appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Although he sustained severe injuries on his body, he knew that it would be easy for him to kill Su Qing with his current ability even if he had sustained even more serious injuries. Duan Ling Tian's stare turned completely cold as he faced Su Qing, who was dashing toward him with a sword. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. In the next second, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared out of nowhere as Duan Ling Tian lifted his arm. He aimed directly at Su Qing, who was charging at him menacingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian dashed out with his sword, 3 khaki divine dragons with red flames, green energy, purple lightning, and a ferocious sword concept that surrounded them appeared out of thin air and charged towards Su Qing. At the same time, the green energy pierced the red flame and made the fire burn rampantly as the 3 divine dragons dashed out. The wind concept was fueling the fire concept. In the meantime, the 3 divine dragons' speed accelerated. Their eyes gleamed and 6 ultimate beams of light shot out before it instantly disappeared. A short and sharp whistling noise sounded again and again. The ultimate beams of light shot out from the 3 khaki divine dragons' eyes and vanished before Su Qing's eyes the second they appeared. Shit! Su Qing's expression changed suddenly. Unfortunately, it was destined to be the last expression he showed alive. The second Su Qing's expression changed, grotesque bloody holes appeared on each of his 6 vital body parts, including the space between his eyebrows, throat, and chest. 6 bloody arrows were shot. They landed on the ground as blood splatters bloomed like bright red roses. Whoosh! 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 6 ultimate beams of light shot through 6 vital parts in Su Qing's body. After killing him, the lights continued on its trajectory and hit the side of the wall on Qingfeng Palace's 4th level. One must say the wall in Qingfeng Palace's 4th level was really tough. The 6 ultimate beams of light that came from the 9 dragons' radiant flash Duanling Tian cast did not leave any marks on the wall even after he had a breakthrough in his strength. Bang! Su Qing's body finally fell to the ground. He was no longer breathing when he fell into the pool of blood. The most powerful young man in the current North Nether sect was dead. How's this possible? No, it can't be. It can't be. Everything that had just happened shocked Zuiyu, who was ready to fight Su Qing for the spirit fruit Duanling Tian possessed. Zuiyu happened to witness everything at the moment he was about to step out. He could not move his feet from the shock. It was as though his feet were filled with lead. Such powerful strength. Although Duanling Tian was injured, his eyes lit up after he killed Su Qing with just a blow. Fwa! Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy above Duanling Tian's head whirred and formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. More than 2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. Duanling Tian was injured, so he could only muster up that amount of strength. Otherwise, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely be more. Although it was just a little boost of strength, it had caused Zuiyu, who was standing in the distance still in shock, to reveal fear in his eyes as his expression changed drastically. Run! 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 At this moment, that was the only thought that filled Zuiyu's mind. The thought immediately filled his entire mind. Whoosh! Without further delay, Zuiyu dashed like a lightning toward the corridor that was furthest away from Duanling Tian in an attempt to escape. The corridor was the bumpy road he went through earlier. Trying to escape? Duanling Tian figured out Zuiyu's intention in an instant. He could not help but grin at this moment. Zuiyu had coveted the profundity fragment he possessed ever since the first time they met. If it was not for Su Qing and Lei Zhong, perhaps Zuiyu would have attacked Duanling Tian when they first met. Moreover, it was impossible he would let Zuiyu go since Zuiyu attempted to kill him earlier. The moment a cold gleam flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes, he swung the quasi-royal spirit sword in his hand to cast the 9 dragons' radiant flash again. In Duanling Tian's opinion, he could definitely kill Zuiyu before he could escape with his current ability using the 6 ultimate beams of light from the 9 dragons' radiant flash. However, something unexpected happened when he was getting ready to attack. Bang! 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 Just as Duanling Tian swung the quasi-royal spirit sword in his hand to attack, he could feel tremors in his organs. His expression changed drastically. His face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood after he screamed, "Ah!" An intense pain spread all over his body. It felt like he had completely lost his strength. Clang! Eventually, Duanling Tian could only use the quasi-royal spirit sword to support his wobbly body. What happened? Although Duanling Tian did not want to accept what had just happened, all he could do was watch as Zuiyu faded in the corridor far away and disappeared before his eyes, since he no longer had the strength to chase after him. At this moment, his body was in a complete mess. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and regained his composure. He figured out what happened after he took a look at his body. Ah! I didn't expect this would be the cause. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. He could not help but feel helpless after discovering the cause. He discovered the cause of the tremors in his organs and the intense pain all over his body that resulted in his complete loss of strength. It was caused by the origin energy integrating with the rebirth pill and violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy. To be more precise, it was caused by the origin energy's breakthrough. Initially, he had used his origin energy to automatically cycle through the rotation following the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, roving dragon form, after his cultivation base had broken through to the 4th level void transformation. He did not think anything would be affected by that. However, He did not expect the origin energy that surged out suddenly when he killed Su Qing would cause the violet spike fruit and rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy to strike back. It caused the origin energy to accelerate to its peak. In just seconds, it broke through the bottleneck to the 5th level void transformation and led him to the 5th level void transformation. As his cultivation base broke through to the 5th level void transformation, his origin energy also went through a transformation as expected. The origin energy that had broken through became even faster from the rebirth pill and violet spike fruit's medicinal efficacy. It messed up the cycle rotation Duan Ling Tian had his origin energy performed. All of a sudden, his origin energy had taken a wrong turn that caused a tremor in his meridians and messed up his body. It had also severely injured Duan Ling Tian again. Duan Ling Tian had completely lost his strength from the severe injury on his body. The only thing he could do was watch as Zuiyu left. I hope Zuiyu can't find his way out. Or else. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He did not dare to think about what would happen next. Duan Ling Tian snapped back to reality when he felt waves of pain from the origin energy running rampant in his body. He quickly began to calm his rampant origin energy. 9 dragons were sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Due to Duan Ling Tian's attempt to calm it, the origin energy that was driven by the rebirth pill and violet spike fruit finally went back on track and rotated as usual. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian consumed another life recovery pill to heal. The damages in the organs were recovering at the speed of light. Approximately 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian allowed the origin energy in his body to rotate without his guidance. It then shot out of his body and headed in the direction where Zuiyu left. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian entered the bumpy road as well. As he passed through the bumpy road in a reverse direction, he received an enthusiastic reception from the waves of nature energy just as he had expected. However, entering the bumpy road again was as easy as walking on a flat land since he had a boost in his ability. Where's Zuiyu? Duan Ling Tian did not see Zuiyu even after he passed through the bumpy road. Eventually, he detected an inscription formation's aura in a corner. This inscription formation, through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, Duan Ling Tian discovered the purpose of the inscription formation in the corner. It was an inscription formation with a single opening. It would usually appear at the exits or entrances of unique places where there was only one way out. One would be able to exit but not enter, and the other way around where one was allowed to enter but not exit. There's a path here as well? The inscription formation activated as soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped out. It then turned into a faint light shield that shone on a large patch of ground in the corner. Rumble! Rumble! When the large patch of ground was shown on, it slowly opened and revealed a stone stairway leading down.